again scheduled? No? All right.
Test 1, 2, 3.
All right. I'm Carla Saldaña Ochoa, and it's my privilege to extend a warm welcome to you all on the second day of our symposium, Playing Models. This symposium has been a wonderful collaboration with my co-chairs and dear colleagues, Adil Bokhari from ETH Zurich, and Lisu Huang and Nicola Marincic, professors at University of Florida. We are especially delighted to share that Dr. David Rifkind, the director of the School of Architecture at University of Florida, will warmly welcome you all, panelists and participants.
Thank you all. I'm David Rifkind, the director of the School of Architecture, and I'm delighted to welcome you back for day 2 of Playing Models 2023. I wanted to start by saying that one of the great pleasures of my job is being able to work with really extraordinary faculty colleagues, and in particular, the faculty colleagues who are responsible for putting together Playing Models deserve, I think, a round of applause, especially Carla Saldaña Ochoa, Nicola Marincic, and Lisu Huang have been doing extraordinary work to produce this event, and along with Adil Bokhari, who I thank via Zoom. I wanted to mention too that this is not just day 2 of Playing Models 2023, but we're also in the middle of a 4-year cycle of Playing Models conferences. And this is predicated on the idea that advancements in artificial intelligence, machine learning, computational design, and digital fabrication happen because of this active discourse among excellent scholars and researchers, teachers and practitioners and theorists coming together in rooms like this and in virtual spaces to discuss this work. And so I'm deeply grateful to Carla, Nicola, and Lee Sue for putting this together and making the University of Florida the nexus for this kind of work. So I just wanted to ask you all to recognize them with a round of applause. And yesterday, Dina Numba opened all of the proceedings. I wanted to mention both that I'm very grateful to him for the resources he has made available to us. Having this kind of a nexus of extraordinary researchers, again, scholars, practitioners, and teachers is only possible when you have the support of the institution. And Dina Numba has been fundamental in providing for us the resources to have events like this. He also mentioned that he's been involved in artificial intelligence as a teacher and mentor for some time. And I just wanted to make clear that I have not. I have no connection to artificial intelligence other than being an interested bystander. But I did want to mention one thing about why I am so excited about proceedings like this. And it comes from, there's an old adage about the literature and cinema of science fiction, which is that truly great science fiction asks existential, even fundamental questions about what it is to be human. And in the case of the work that you all are doing, the discussions that you're having, we're asking those kinds of questions about design. Design is this thing that we teach, we practice it, we think about it, we write about it. But it's through the work that you're doing, the arguments about artificial intelligence and machine learning, computational design, the work that you're doing is asking, I think, really fundamental, almost existential questions about the nature of design. And so as a practicing designer, as a historian, as an administrator, I'm fascinated by these discussions, and I feel very fortunate to be here to be able to listen to you all. So again, welcome back for day 2, and thank you all.
So Playing Models is a dynamic platform for delving into the profound transformations in concepts and technology through artificial intelligence. These innovations have permeated the realms of design and engineering, ushering in a re-evaluation of long-standing paradigms that have endured for centuries. Our symposium is dedicated to challenging establishing design pedagogies and approaches often deeply rooted in industrialization, efficiency, and optimization ideals. Today's program unfolds as follows. In the morning, we begin with texting symbols, negantropic writing beyond the planetary common sense, moderated by Nicola Marincic. In the afternoon, our discussion will continue with the panel Staging Machines, Immunizing Tactics for Sustaining Constructive Alineations, moderated by myself. We anticipate engaging conversations and profound insights that will undoubtedly contribute to the future of architecture and design. Welcome, and let the symposium start.
Hi everyone, my name is Nikola Marincic. I'm an assistant professor at UF School of Architecture. I'm very happy to host you in here. I've been doing work in artificial intelligence for over 12 years. When I started, it was quite different. I delved into it because it was something that not many people were interested in. It was kind of a niche, and people were looking at you with a little bit of, oh, what are you doing? What does design have to do with AI? Well, 12 years later, I actually got a job because of that effort. So, yeah, it's a different game right now, but however, there are challenges there because now everyone is into AI and everyone thinks, or at least says, that they know what they're doing. And this is not always the case. So as a moderator of this panel, I would like to propose a little bit a critical stance towards what we're doing with AI today, because it's very easy to get excited and to say, yeah, let's just go for it. This is the amazing thing which is happening. This is the best thing ever. I agree that it is. It is pretty amazing, but I think it's very important to stay critical. So the panel is called Texting Symbols, Negentropic Writing Beyond the Planetary Common Sense. And I have a little bit of an introduction for you. So the remarkable output fidelity of recent large language and text-to-image models evolved into par excellence rhetoric instruments, catching even the strictest techno-skeptics off guard. However, the ability of these models to imitate, reword, and recontextualize information relies entirely on the sophisticated interpolation within a neural network embedding of the extremely compressed, massive corpora of human-generated work. When weaving that vast, latent space, the algorithm has no choice but to reward information with higher probability density and forget the information residing in the tails of the data distribution. According to Nassim Nicholas Taleb, tails are paradoxically where the information actually resides in data. From that perspective, what emerges in large language and text-to-image models is a planetary common sense and its hallucinations, mistakes that we call machine creativity. It is important to note that this particular form of common sense, although very useful, is incapable of planning, reasoning, and inventing, but it is more than willing to sway us with its persuasive abilities. Looking at their outputs is like looking at the mirror that shows you a better looking image of yourself. What's there not to like? These models also give us a generic encoding of any digitable form, relieving us from responsibility in that regard. Or do they, really? The only proper way to make these models perform somewhat masterfully is to firmly constrain them with long and precise prompts and keep iterating. Such prompts can sometimes be larger than the expected output of the algorithm. Writing these prompts becomes an art in itself. And with that comes my observation. In any pursuit of masterful work, one cannot escape coding, because these prompts do not replace coding. They are a code, but a more limited one due to the nature of the neural network computer within which they operate. That common sense computer is still not Turing complete, while the one on your lap is. So you, and only you, have the true ability to code what is yet not there. In a world inundated with images, an idea which is encoded symbolically, with its near infinite degrees of freedom and potential for formulating what cannot yet be imagined, remains a crucial stronghold against anti-intellectual and anti-emancipatory efforts such powerful models could potentially endorse when used in a traditional way. And this panel aims to discuss modalities of human-machine emancipation by means of coding and symbolic computation. So we have three amazing guests today. We have Vera Bulman, we have Michael Doyle, and we have Philippe Morel. And our first speaker for today will be Michael Doyle from the Université Laval in Canada. Michael R. Doyle is an assistant professor at the Université Laval School of Architecture in the Faculty of Planning, Architecture, Art, and Design. His main research and teaching interests revolve around an information theoretic understanding of the person and the milieu, computational techniques of abstraction in the articulation of architectural artifacts, including big data and machine learning, and the interplay of mediacy and immediacy in perception and action in the built environment. With the support of FRQSC, he launched in the summer of 2023 a new project, Masks of the Genius Loci, which will build an algorithmic instrument for characterizing streets on the scale of the planet. Prior to joining the faculty of the Laval School of Architecture in 2019, Michael worked as a researcher and lecturer at the Department for Architectural Theory and the Philosophy of Techniques at the TU Wien in Austria, in Vienna, with whom he published an edited volume, Ghosts of Transparency, in 2019. His PhD work, which combined philosophy, geology, architecture, urbanism, and spatial econometrics, was conducted as part of the Deep City project at the Laboratory for Environmental and Urban Economics at the Federal Institute of Technology, Lausanne, in Switzerland. It's my pleasure to welcome Michael R. Doyle as our first speaker.
Thank you, Nicola, for the introduction. Also, thank you to Carla and Adil and Lee Su for the invitation to come speak at the Playing Model second edition. As Nicola mentioned in the introduction, I do some work with, in my research work, I'm working with big data sets and machine learning. I will be talking a little bit less about that today. I sort of picked up, I think, partially the storytelling keyword of the invitation to the conference, although the questions of the relationship with technology and how we can try to think in a sort of proportionality relative to how technology allows us to see and experience the world is definitely something that filters back into my teaching activities and isn't just directly addressed in my research work. So I teach at the 3 levels in our university: bachelor's, master's, and the PhD program. I'm going to be talking today about a bachelor studio and a master's level elective course, which I'll introduce both. So there are some questions that I've been formulating and reformulating that traverse my teaching activities, and they are the following. How can one find one's stance in the stances of others? How can we learn to inhabit those stances when learning to stand firmly on our own? For architects, this question is not only about a stance that is articulated through speech, it is also about how the stance finds an external embodiment in the architecture project, and about how buildings are already an architectonic body that we can learn to inhabit not only literally, but figuratively through imitation. In the following, I will present the work of 2 courses I gave at Laval University: Versus, Auberge des Lieutenants, a 3rd-year bachelor level course, and that I gave in 2021, and another one, a master's elective course called Une maison, ses voix et ses visages. And I will translate as we go along when it's necessary. This was from 2022. The Versus Studio came about through an initiative of the Montreal-based architecture firm Neuf Architectes, who were looking to support a collaborative architecture studio led by the 3 architecture schools of the province of Quebec, that is Université Laval, Université de Montréal, and McGill University. Nick Luca from McGill, Alice Kovata from the University of Montreal, and I agreed to work on a small Swedish town called Knivsta, situated halfway between Stockholm and Uppsala. Each studio was allowed to frame its angle differently, but we shared a common question of what we architects could offer to a small Swedish town that, because of the pandemic at the time, we would not be able to see in person. So here is the story of the Versus Studio. The Swedish town of Knivsta has rebranded itself as the place where the future lives, formulated in Swedish as Der Framtiden bor. Investment in housing projects means that the new residents will flock to this town, situated about 50 kilometers north of Stockholm and 20 kilometers south of Uppsala off the E4 motorway. It does not expect the future to arrive tomorrow, but it expects an increase in visitors to the town, curious to see the place where the future has chosen to call home. The authorities estimate that they will need to build several new inns, or Versus, in order to accommodate those passing through. Like the Germanic guest house, the Swedish Versus has facilities similar to a hotel, but acts also as a social hub for encounters between the local residents and the visitors. The word Versus translates in English to inn, and in French as auberge. The word verd is a Swedish word for host that could be translated in English as ward or warden, and in French as gardien. Less surprisingly, the word hus translates to both building and house, just as in French it can mean édifice or maison. Who can know the future? Knivsta called upon 6 possible innkeepers whom they thought might have an in with the future. Hermes, an immortal figure of the family of angels. His motto, I communicate, therefore I am. The great fetish of uncertain sex, and whose nationality is terrestrial. Their job is to be an idol. The motto of this child of nature and culture, I fascinate you while you fashion me. The hominescent, first name Adam, trained in microbiology and of Western nationality. His motto, the human is a being of the possible. Thumbelina, or Petite Poussette, the 13-year-old daughter of Hermes, also of the family of angels. She is in the now of the world, and the world unfolds through the screen in her hands. Her motto, behold what's now at hand, holding the world in my hand. Or in French, maintenant, tenant en main le monde. The récitant, or the storyteller, he's a surveyor and a paleoanthropologist. Jules Verne is a distant cousin. His motto, knowing is remembering, and knowing is knowing how to recount. Recounting is knowing. Our sixth innkeeper, the instructed third, or the tiers instruit, or troubadour of knowledge. They're a hermaphrodite and an educator of mixed origins, born of miscegenation. They insist that to learn is accepting that one can also become what one is not. Their motto, we must accept to unlearn what we already know if we want to find what we do not yet know. We tried to meet with the innkeepers, but all we received were cryptic answers. ID cards with a brief summary provided by a Frenchman from the Garonne. We responded, thank you, but this is not you. These are classifications to which you belong. None of this tells us exactly who you are and the kind of inn you would keep. So we asked them to tell us a little bit about themselves, and what we got back were hundreds of answers pulled randomly from texts by the Frenchmen in which the name of each was mentioned at least once, but whose original context was unknown to us. From these texts, we tried to decipher how the innkeeper's persona could help them be good guests of the city of Nifsta. This raised the question of what does it mean to be a good guest? What does one do when they are invited to someone else's house? Do they bring something that will say, here's a solution to all those problems that you have, some of them you didn't even know you had? How would this be interpreted by the host? We did not want to inadvertently tell the residents of Nifsta how they should live, and we did not want to put the innkeepers in the position of having to explain why the architects thought they knew best. We didn't know what could be polite to say at the tables of the innkeepers' hosts. While we worked on piecing together the personas of the innkeepers and imagining the kind of inn they might like to keep in Nifsta, we tried to understand Nifta itself. Of course, we understood that by not traveling to Nifsta, we wouldn't be able to plunge into any kind of empathic relationship with its streets or its daily rituals. Instead, we used the site analysis as a conceptual bridge between Quebec City and Nifsta. What was happening in Nifsta when the French were fortifying their settlement overlooking the St. Lawrence River in the early 1600s? How did the mass adoption of the automobile affect patterns of settlement there, as it did here in Quebec City? What is it like in the winter? Quebec City may be cold and receive a lot of snow, but it is at the same latitude as Zurich and is relatively sunny in the winter. Nifsta, we discovered, is at the same latitude as the city of Coudjouac in the northern Quebec region of Nunavik. We also observed similar patterns in the way commercial activities clustered around important intersections. Residential areas tend to hide on quieter, less frequented streets and have a more articulate landscape screening the houses from the street than what we were observing in Quebec City. We saw this in our typological analysis. Unlike Quebec, which is a provincial capital of more than 500,000 people, buildings combining residential and commercial were relatively rare in Nifsta. Although Nifsta has only 20,000 people, parking spaces are fewer than towns of similar populations we were familiar with. Where Quebec City is marked by its topography, which divides it into an upper and lower town, Nifsta is characterized by a landscape of rolling hills. People arriving by train debark at the station in the city center. A local bus system provides a connection to the different residential areas, even though the average walking time from one end of Nifsta to the other is about 40 minutes. In Quebec City, the rail station is much less a center, much less a hub. Most of the centers in Quebec City, like a lot of North American cities, organize around automobile access. To avoid proposing inns that, despite all their ingenuity and fantasy, might be unfeasible as a construction project, we built up a repertory of tectonic references pulled from the database of the German Review Detail. Even if we like Scandinavian design, or we don't like that we like IKEA, simply copying the vernacular seemed inadequate if we were anticipating the arrival of the future. Stockholm's Villa Källhagen, designed by Swedish architects Christer Bjurström and Bertil Brodin in the late 80s and early 90s, provided a scalar referent for an idea about the building program and the dimensions of its rooms. We were less interested in the aesthetics of the place than the types of rooms, the number of each type, and their relative proportions. Unlike the Villa Källhagen, it was not our objective to provide multi-purpose reception halls or dining rooms. We asked, what kind of place for locals and visitors to gather would we find in the Inn of the Hominescent, or of the Great Fetish, or of Thumbelina? Once we had an idea of the sort of place this would be, we needed to understand the kinds of rooms that we would need. We looked at architectural references on ArcDaily, transforming the geometry of their plans into a topology of spatial adjacencies. With this initial hunt and analysis behind us, the challenge for future architects, the students that is, lied in the articulation of this information on a site in Nivsta, a site that they had to choose for their innkeeper. There was no logical path, no method to get there. We could work methodically and didactically within the conceptual locality of each reference model, but surrounding these islands was a sea of imagination and free will. No one was there to tell us what they thought they wanted, and no external necessity or problematic could provide us with a self-evident answer. New questions emerged as the proposals for our own inns progressed. How could we talk about our projects? How could we hand them over in a way that would let them stand on their own? We examined the documentary style of the Arte series Architecture and tried to imitate their soberly playful way of telling the story of each Versus. The challenge was to divorce ourselves from the projects towards which we might feel a jealous ownership or a zealous reverence. We didn't want to turn the promotional commonplaces so prevalent we didn't want to turn to the promotional commonplaces so prevalent on popular architecture blogs. We wanted to place the inns on the table in front of us and turn around them, see them anew. Let's look at two of the inns. These projects are those of students in their third, which is the final year of our Bachelor of Science in Architecture program. Charles Actin-Morin proposed the Inn of Lutegen for the Great Fetish. He chose a site that was slated to become an eco-neighborhood. The current metal scrapyard, named Lutegen in reference to the welding seam of the assembly of metalworking, would be cleaned up and the buildings demolished. The Inn for the Grand Fétiche was envisioned as a monument to the memory of the former site, which had received and processed the metal waste of the community. He placed it directly on what was to become an important public square, an urban park for the neighborhood. The inn was, in its initial stages, probably for the person who can find poetry in the grit of a demolition and construction site, because he proposed to have it be there starting at demolition point where the guests would come and sort of bear witness to this transformation. In contrast to the friendly material palette of wood and brick found and slightly imposed by the guide produced for the eco-neighborhood, Charles chose to clad the inn with the corrugated steel salvaged from the existing structures on site. Metal workers or artists inspired by the scraps offered to the Great Fetish might use the studios of the inn's common spaces for creating something new. As the neighborhood begins to grow up around the inn, the clientele will look more like traveling repair people and maker types, interested in repurposing or repairing household items discarded by the local residents who might trade an old toaster for a used bicycle. The aesthetics of the inn would evolve as the repurposed items are both put on display and integrated into the life of the residents and the experience of the visitors. The second project was recorded, and so I'd like to share the video of the recording that Laura put together. It's in French, but with English subtitles.
La Maison des Secrets, une auberge construite par Hermès, lui nomade et dieu des messages, à l'honneur de sa parraine Hestia, la déesse du foyer. Ancrée au cœur du parc de Grado-Biancourt, à l'enceinte de la ville de Nivsta située en Suède, la Maison des Secrets annonce le retour du couple Hermès-Hestia, Mercure Vesta, le messager au caducée, et la Vesta la l'autre. Le parc de Grado-Biancourt se situe juste au nord de la ville de Nivsta, à l'est de la voie ferrée, en direction d'Uppsala. Dans ce parc, on y trouve le marais de Trönsta, empli d'un sanctuaire d'oiseaux, qui est inconnu par de nombreux habitants de l'Uppland. Cet endroit est très enchanteur, de même que le poète Olaf Thunman avait écrit un poème intitulé Nivistavar en 1935, qui décrivait la biodiversité de ce parc. À l'ombre septentrionale, la dernière neige granuleuse de la crête fond sous les bouleaux et les épicéas de Boisguine. Et dans la brise, sur le Transtajuan, inondé, deux cygnes blancs nagent ensemble. Colonne, roche, baume, chaton portent le nom commun de statue ou le nom propre d'estia. C'est ainsi, autour de ces pierres, que l'amant rencontre l'aimé. Hermès construit le pavillon principal de son auberge, qui fera partie intégrante du paysage, autour de ce point fixe qui s'apparente à la statue d'Estia. Son programme découle de l'idée où le savoir habite avec Estia et court en compagnie d'Hermès. C'est-à-dire, à l'intérieur de ce pavillon, on peut non seulement récolter le savoir d'Estia, mais aussi le faire voyager en échangeant avec les autres explorateurs par l'entremise des espaces communs. En d'autres mots, le pavillon principal de l'auberge d'Hermès tend la main à Estia afin qu'elle puisse transmettre son savoir du paysage aux explorateurs de Nusta. Les chambres, quant à elles, situées en périphérie du pavillon principal, révèlent la nature errante d'Hermès. Hermès messager apporte d'abord la clarté dans les textes et signes hermétiques, c'est-à-dire obscurs. Inspiré par ces mots, Hermès ingénieur développe le pavillon d'Estia en fonction de ce concept. Construit sous terre, il introduit la lumière sur des surfaces courbes afin de susciter le mouvement, l'exploration des lieux et ultimement leur rencontre avec l'autre. À l'intérieur, on y retrouve la réception, le salon, le restaurant et les services. Chaque espace est ainsi éclairé par un ou plusieurs puits de lumière. Ce pavillon à la fois vestal et hermétique offre très peu de percées visuelles sur le paysage. La seule fenestration est celle qui donne accès à l'observatoire d'Estia. Cet espace extérieur, semi-protégé, enlace la statue d'Estia qui s'y situe au centre. L'observatoire agit également comme élément délimitant l'espace habitable par l'homme du paysage conservé dans son état naturel. Entre l'espace de réception et le salon se situe un escalier en spirale qui, lui, donne accès à une terrasse située en toiture. Le jour, celle-ci offre une différente perspective sur le paysage au loin, tandis que le soir, elle devient un observatoire céleste éclairé par les lucarnes. Au sud, les explorateurs entrent par un tunnel étroit qui lui mène à l'espace de réception. Une fois franchi, il n'y a plus de parcours prédéterminé. Les limites entre les espaces voûtés sont délibérément floues afin d'offrir la liberté à l'explorateur d'aller là où il le désire. Et puis finalement, par cette coupe, on remarque également comment la composition de la toiture offre au paysage la possibilité de se déployer selon un processus évolutif naturel et sans aucune barrière. La Maison des Secrets offre aux explorateurs deux types de chambres selon trois emplacements différents. Le premier type est la chambre hermétique au caractère vestal qui peut soit se situer en hauteur ou en relation avec la terre. Le second type est la chambre vestale au caractère hermétique qui, elle, se situe aux endroits les plus dégagés de la forêt. Au total, on y compte 17 chambres pouvant accueillir jusqu'à 62 visiteurs. Ici, dans la chambre hermétique, il faut penser à l'hermétisme étant un contenant dans lequel on y verse deux liquides et ceux-ci s'y mélangent. Dans ce type de chambre, Hermès y loge deux familles différentes et ainsi, Les hasards favorisent qu'elles risquent de se croiser autour de l'arbre qui marque le centre. En plan, notons la quasi-symétrie de la cabine, où chaque chambre, chauffée au bois, possède un lit double et 2 lits superposés, ainsi qu'une aire de vie. À l'extérieur, une toilette commune et un espace de rangement pour l'entretien ménager. La cabine la plus haute se situe à 8 mètres par-dessus les niveaux du sol, tandis que la cabine en relation avec la Terre est plus facilement accessible pour tout type d'explorateur. Estia, la femme qui tisse auprès du foyer, marque le caractère vestal de cette chambre en y ajoutant un lit tissé à la main en plein centre. Celui-ci, parfois transpercé par les éléments du paysage, offre aux explorateurs un endroit propice aux échanges et à la contemplation. La chambre vestale est synonyme de pureté. On y accède par en dessous et à l'intérieur, on n'y retrouve qu'un seul lit situé au cœur de la pièce. Les murs, au caractère hermétique, amplifient ce sentiment de centralité. L'unique vocation de cet espace est donc le repos. En dessous se situe une plateforme habitable qui, elle, offre la possibilité aux explorateurs de communiquer avec le paysage terrestre. Tout comme la chambre hermétique, et dans le même objectif que le pavillon d'Estia, la chambre vestale est construite sur pilotis afin d'exercer le moins de pression possible sur le paysage naturel, favorisant ainsi son évolution à travers le temps. On remarque également l'immense lucarne qui chapeaute la chambre. Le jour, cette dernière éclaire l'espace intérieur, et le soir, elle se transforme en un observatoire céleste plus intime que celui du pavillon d'Estia. Multiples voyageurs, le plus souvent égarés, Hermès errant trouve Estia, l'immobile, s'apparaît de toujours et se fond avec elle. Voilà l'histoire de la maison des secrets. Ne laissant pas plus de traces que sur un désert de sable pendant une tempête, cette auberge connecte des lieux séparés et ménage ainsi des espaces lisses. Plutôt que voyager, habiter va devenir le fondement vital de nos savoirs. On dit vivre vite avec Hermès, habiter, coucher, dormir, penser, enfin avec Estia.
The next course I'd like to talk about is titled Une maison, ses voix et ses visages. A house, its voices and its faces. It was an elective course I offered which adopted the format of a small studio. 7 students, 5 from our master program and 2 Erasmus students in our bachelor program, attended this course in the fall of 2022. Here is the story of the house studio. In 1954, Le Corbusier published A Little House, Une Petite Maison, in the original French, a book that recounts the history of a house, Villers-le-Lac, built by the architect as a retirement home for his parents in 1924 on the shores of Lake Geneva. A little book for a little house, the architect addresses the site, structural considerations, several architectural elements, and provides a glimpse of his spatial and conceptual reasoning. A Little House reads a bit like a fictional biography of Villers-le-Lac. There is plenty of description, but the life of the house is presented in 3 episodes. Le Corbusier introduces the reader to the concept of the house, its plan, and the initial search for a site. A plan without a site? He writes, yes. In the second chapter, the reader is led through the house, discovering how Villers-le-Lac embodies the architect's understanding of the site and his intentions behind its architecture. The ever-present and overpowering scenery on all sides, he writes, has a tiring effect in the long run. Have you noticed that under such conditions, one no longer sees? To lend significance to the scenery, one has to restrict it and give it proportion by taking a radical decision. The view must be blocked by walls, which are only pierced at certain strategic points. In the third section, the architect shares with the reader an episode in which the house is afflicted by an ailment. A rise in the water table is placing an upward thrust on the watertight cellar on the western side. A crack has appeared in the concrete. Solution: cover it with aluminum facing. Our question was, what if the book had been about a completely different house and for a different client? What if we forget for a moment about the fame of the original architect? What if we tried to respect the syntactical structure of the text and the general semantic intentions of Le Corbusier while doping the text with an entirely new meaning? We would not imitate the house, but rather the text and the illustrations to deliver it to the reader. What if 7 iconic houses of the 20th century had been built by their architects for 7 clients, fictional characters? You know several of them already now. What if Adalberto Libera had in the late 1930s built the Casa Malaparte not for Curto Malaparte, but for the Tiers Instruit, the troubadour of knowledge? What if Glenn Murcutt's Magni House had been built in Australia in the early 80s for the Great Fetish? What if the Hominescent had decided in the early 1920s to ask Gerrit Rietveld to build the Schroeder House in Utrecht? What if Kisho Kurokawa had built the capsule house for the Thanatocrat, the political strategist who lives by the motto that power is ultimately founded upon death? And what if Pantope, the global traveler, the cosmopolitan whose motto is go everywhere, decided to ask Toyo Ito to build him a pied-à-terre, his aluminum house, in Tokyo in the late 1990s? What if Mies van der Rohe had in some odd time warp built the Villa Tugendhat for Thumbelina, Petite Poussette? Or what if Le Récitant, the storyteller, had commissioned Alvar Aalto's Villa Maria in 1939? We puzzled over another question. The character of Le Corbusier's parents is not shared with the reader. They remain implicit in the house and are featured very little in the book. How could we capture the life that our characters would breathe into their house? What would we hear around their tables? Whose voices would grace the presence of the alternate residents? And what would we hear them say? What would they talk about? How would particular topics mean to particular topos relative to the personality of a particular host? In order to find these voices, we used Nemo, a search engine that I'm currently developing that with a keyword search returns 3-sentence excerpts from texts in a series of corpora. The corpus of the voices of others breathes life into the body of the house, even if the voices would appear only on pages inserted into the book and would not enter the reauthoring verbatim. The little house presents both sketches and photos. How would the architect we impersonate communicate his or her ideas to the client? Which photos would replace each photo in the book? How could the graphic styles embody both the characters and their houses? And I'll share 2 of them with you. What I'm going to be doing is reading English translations of the original French and select some of the voices of the dinner guests that are found at the same location as the excerpts. The first one is Une petite scène, a little stage, Casa Malaparte for the Troubadour, by Olivier Bonru-Savat. Olivier saw Le Troubadour's Casa Malaparte as a little stage. It would not, as Le Corbusier wrote, welcome my father and mother in their old age after a life of hard work, but would welcome the new dailies of the Troubadour and his dramas during his life as a harlequin. The architect learns that the Troubadour heard from Isabel Stengers that the ingredients are there, but we still need to learn how to arrange them, to explore what dynamic chaos, if staged appropriately, could force us to do. To which Jane Jacobs added, in architecture as in literature or theater, it is the infinite richness of humanity's destiny that gives life and color to our environment. Bernard Stiegler, who chimed in following that, it's a staging device, every bit as fantastical as cinema. In a little house, Le Corbusier visits the roof of Villers-le-Lac. The little stage takes the reader to the roof of the Casa Malaparte. We climb up onto the roof, a pleasure known only to dinner guests gathered after a show. The podium forms the terrace stage, and with 20 or 30 meters to fall, sudden death. Street theater, roof theater, that is, an artistic sporting event that can withstand any kind of weather. Denis Ollier comments to his host, nothing, neither in the fall nor in the void is revealed. for the revelation of the void is only a means of falling further into absence. It is followed by these words, onward, always onward. What is the house's ailment? It was expected that something would happen. On l'avait laissé deviner, il allait se passer quelque chose, Le Corbusier wrote. Olivier continues in his reauthoring, don't forget that it's a film set without a black box. A strange affliction overcame the artist. He fell suddenly into a deep depression. The scenario playing out on the stage prevented all emancipation. But it was important to know what was the matter. Rehearsals, rehearsals. The little stage is caught in the script. The scenes become predictable. Hannah Arendt whispers the process of fabrication that is limited to a single tool has a predictable end. It's from there, adds Jacques Rancière, that we can ask the question of the relationship between the ordinariness of work and artistic exceptionality. And Jean-François Lyotard, to add in passing, the limit can be crossed or broken, for it is precisely not a limit for the spirit. It would have to be there at the moment when it is no longer there. It would have to persist, different, no doubt, but repeated beyond this limit, for it is to be a limit of the spirit, and that still wouldn't be enough. One day we were told, the reauthoring continues, that the artist dove from the height of the Capri Hills into the high seas, a strange path to inspiration. But Shakespeare stated that any actor dropped into a liquid is subject to an upward thrust equal to the weight of his discouragement. Olivier chooses to adapt the drawing style to one that recalls the sketches of a storyboard. The architect he is impersonating speaks to the troubadour in a language that they can share. The troubadour is not a film director, yet he is the symbolic embodiment of impersonation, a harlequin. The architect speaks to this impersonation through a graphic language of cinema storyboarding, capturing the house, which is given a theatrical and cinematic embodiment in the reauthoring of A Little House. Charlie Venger rewrites Une Petite Maison for the storyteller, who will be occupying Le Récitant, who will be occupying the Villa Maria. A little story, she calls it, Une Petite Histoire. The storyteller, I'll remind you, is a paleoanthropologist whose motto is knowing is remembering, and remembering is recounting. Recounting is knowing. Where Le Corbusier begins with a former Roman route linking Sion, Lausanne, and Geneva, Charlie begins with a primordial soup, linking the DNA of cells to that of the Earth's flora and fauna. Since it all began millions of years ago, she wrote, the energy of the expanding universe has spread the heat of the singular event. Luckily, the sauna of the little story stayed warm and sheltered. Augustin Burke, we hear around the table, says to the storyteller, indeed, for the universe to take place as a result of the Big Bang, there must be nothing, otherwise there would be nothing. The place would already have been taken. It is not a question of ontology, added another guest, Jean-Luc Nancy. It is not about a single point of origin. And Jean-Hugues Barthélemy to add, nothing prevents us from conceiving of this origin, because it would not be in time, not be in the past, but rather contain all instants past and to come. The house looks out upon the verdant terrain of the courtyard. Speaking of the use of vegetation around the villa, Charlie writes, or rewrites, I should say, have you noticed how one no longer considers nature? In order for nature to matter, we must personify it, dimension it by a radical decision, decenter humanity by elevating the universality of that which exists, and by revealing it at strategic points, interrupting our anthropocentrism. The main staircase, with its alignment of several small trunks, brings the forest inside. Georges Canguilhem, standing at the foot of the stair with Deleuze and the storyteller, mused over the dramatic conflict between the organic idea of the world and the idea of a universe decentered relative to the privileged center of reference of the ancient world of the living and of man. Gilles Deleuze, examining the series of vertical elements, adds, no series enjoys a privilege over the other. None possesses the identity of a model, none the resemblance of a copy. And a social scientist who interjects in passing, this move of decentering requires that we foreground assumptions that precede thinking with theory and how what we propose is different in every way. Where Le Corbusier presents us with the garden where Villa-le-Lac's flora awakes, Charlie offers the reader Villa Maria's library, where the voices of the learned are awakening. Knowledge is being shared once again, she writes. Transgenerational communication has covered the essentials. It's very dense. As an encyclopedia the emerging sciences and the Enlightenment. As a novel, the stories of talented authors and subjects, the garden of remembrance, she writes, evolving on its own in step with the sciences, discovering contradictions, and thinkers carrying forth new theories. After nearly 80 years, we read, the entrance bears the crossings and patchworks of theories, transformations, adaptations, and nuances of the story. Audience, in 1939, this hall was naked as a jailbird. Only a neighbor whose curiosity got the best of him would show his face at the end of the hall. Knowledge evolves and the forest thickens. The sciences are temporary. Theories come a long way. In this entry, the storyteller hears the voice of Jane Jacobs. They'll meet characters they might never meet elsewhere, and perhaps never forget. And Foucault, who is there as well, who says, if not also because the brevity of a line reflects the simple image of a short life, the crossing of two folds, the meeting of an obstacle, the rise of a man to success. It's at the crossroads, interjects Daniel Payot, that he raises himself up, at the point where all knowledge converges. Where we change our system of transport, adds Kevin Lynch, places of passage from one structure to another. What ailment befalls the Villa Maria, the little story? Novelty, says Charlie. One could have guessed something would happen. We're told time and again that children's playrooms are changing at a furious pace. Modifications are updated at the slightest effort. We're amazed to discover that the children's room placed in the central bay, the play module, is a playground for new wordings, new phrasings. The storyteller inspected the scene with several guests. Without birth, we wouldn't know what novelty was, says Emanuele Cocha. Birth makes us truly aware of the newness that is proper to action. Hannah Arendt, who jumps in again, the fact that the world renews itself daily by virtue of the phenomenon of birth and the spontaneity of newcomers, and that is constantly drawn into unpredictable novelty, stands in the way of the possibility of defining and recognizing the future. Outside the concept of change, chimes in again Jean-Luc Nancy, there is simply no concept of something, because then there would be either birth or the disappearance of substance, which cannot take place in time, but rather exclusively as time itself. Charlie continues in her rewriting, fixed houses with independent narratives, built on absolute and therefore unalterable foundations, periodically crack in their use, dissatisfactions that alert no one. The constants of time, however, are barely disturbed. Whereas the adventures of everyday moments form bad habits, here we're building a narrative, a flexible story framework, on the foundation. But to avoid systematically rejecting the novelties of the future, she continues to write, which is what I'm translating from here. We offered the possible convenience of an innovation of the present, and so it was told. Charlie impersonates an architect who communicates with the storyteller through collage. Her style abducts in space what the storyteller would have to unfold in time, picking a point in the synchronicity of the visual and following a meandering path asynchronously. This vector in my architectural studios and courses will continue to develop as I add functionality to the search engine Nemo. Nemo in its current form allows for full-text search in 3 French corpuses, 104,565 articles, hosted by the Érudit, platform of French-language academic journals, 1,220 books sourced from the University of Quebec and Chicoutimi's Classics of the Social Sciences, and 383 books and articles that I've gathered. In English, Nemo allows for full-text searching within 1,498 books of the ETH's Xenoteca, 1,233 books from my own library, and 629 articles published in the architecture journal Log. In 2021, at the time of the Vertsus studio, I had the Corpora with Python scripts on my own machine. Each student received a file containing between 50 and 100 3-sentence excerpts, where one of the characters was mentioned in the 52 books and articles written by Michel Serres contained in the corpus at the time. In the summer of 2022, I hired a student assistant to build a web application from the code that I'd written in Python. The House Small Studio was the first time that students searched on their own using Nemo. The search for the voices that one would be likely to hear in the house was guided by the character of the new resident and their research on the iconic 20th century house. Each student had to invent the topics that would guide their choice of keywords in Nemo. They built up their own corpus of the voices of potential dinner guests, les voix des convives, which I asked them to associate first with the photos they were gathering prior to returning to their authoring of the new edition of A Little House. Reworking an existing text in this way is, along with translation, one of the exercises of imitation used in the classical education of antiquity for learning how both to write and how to think through writing. Sharon Crowley and Deborah Hawley call this inhabiting through practice. Inhabiting is less about reaching into the depths of oneself than looking at the way others dwell in and through the written word. Imitation requires judgment. It is not about copying a single model. Like Zeuxis, who called for several beautiful women to serve as models for his painting of Helen of Troy, it is not about matching the likeness of one reference, but as Quintilian might say, it's about keeping a number of excellences before the eyes, so that different qualities from different authors may impress themselves on our minds. Carol Westphal reminds us in Architecture, Liberty, and the Civic Order that models embody something that is latent to them and not readily apparent. In conclusion, there is a connection that is not, I think, fortuitous between imitation that learns to inhabit through practice and artificial intelligence. As we have learned how we learn, we have learned to externalize our models of learning into algorithmic instruments. Working with large corpuses and machine learning algorithms is akin to holding many excellences before our eyes, where what is excellent is what seems to stand firm, even if only locally, even if only in a local region of a corpus of interest. In the two courses I presented, the AI functions of NeMo are not really part of the exercises. In the Vertsu studio, the words of Michel Serres were taken as textual fragments indexing the personality of the innkeepers. In the house studio, the voices of the residents' guests were articulated as fragments of a spirit of the house. In both instances, the abundance of what can be sourced provides elements that we can articulate through a judgment and reasoning that is mostly our own, but that we also pick up and borrow from others. I'm currently thinking of this as learning to give a body to that which the possible mimetic models, held before the eyes of the machine, can only embody indexically. Thank you.
Okay, we will now host some questions. Maybe if I can take the liberty to ask the first one. I'm very impressed with how you're doing, and it's clear for me that you are informing these models, that you're informing practically the design of the students and thinking of the students with the large corpus of data that you gathered yourself and from the models that you created. I would just like to know a little bit more about, is there kind of an intermediate stage that you haven't showed us in between these texts and images that your students are using and the final design in one of their design projects?
Mm-hmm. I mean, in the first studio, it's definitely the sort of intermediate critiques, the intermediate reviews we have, where the students were asked to start to pick up the citations. So I told you they received anywhere between 50 and 100 citations of the characters. So Laura, Tito Robitaille, she received 50 to 100 excerpts from books written by Michel Serres, where the name Hermès appeared at least once. And she also asked then afterwards for the ones referring to Hestia, because Hestia was a figure that was often presented with Hermès. So she asked for that, and the first critique was the students would start to tell us what it is they were learning about and understanding from the citations they were given about the innkeepers. So that was the first initial stage, and we sort of, I'd say it's not about being right or correct, but it's more about just seeing how it kind of starts to embody a persona that we see them beginning to understand, because of course from all these citations you can't say, okay, this is exactly who the troubadour of knowledge is. This is exactly who the grand fétiche is. So it's interesting to sort of build up indexes with the citations, and they presented that to myself and to jury members in one or two of our critiques. And in the second one, what I proposed in the Maison small studio, what I proposed was that what I showed you here with the corpora. Oops. I think I'm still sharing my screen. If you can, yeah, thanks. So they had to start picking up, and they would present what the drawings that they were, either the drawings they were starting, so this is the if the new resident with his dinner guests were standing looking at this as a house from this angle, or walking up the stairs of the Casa Malabaki at this point, and then they started sort of beginning to think, and that was a lot of discussion with the students about, so what are the keywords, what are the topics that you think they're going to bring up? And that in itself was one of our preliminary reviews. But this course, the advantage of this one was that because it was, I presented it as a course that was 3 credit hours, I was able to kind of step out of the needing to do the design project, which if it had been a 6 credit studio, I would have been sort of subjected, that's not very a kind word, but sometimes it is subjected to the accreditation criteria for studios. So, which is why you saw but I thought it was interesting challenge in the Veiltu studio that the students really are required to start to design building construction details in this. So the narrative has to kind of work out from the level of choosing the site to the point of what building details are they going to show us. I hope that answers a little bit the question. Yes, Carla. Certainly there was a phase of having to learn how to search in Nemo, right? Because getting the keywords, learning when you can use and, what to use or for.
So I'm thinking, well, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm thinking about precedent analysis. And this becoming a tool that is very helpful for students to do kind of this previous work before they actually go into their design strategies. So I was thinking, usually, like, I will just talk about what I do and see how you think about it. So when I'm doing precedent analysis, I try to have like a pool of different design or architectural projects, and I see that your pool of variation is on text, and then you see at one project at a time. So I was thinking, have you considered this becoming this tool for precedent analysis, and why will you choose to be very rich on text and very punctual on architecture?
I think, so I don't always give the studio exactly the same way as the Verso studio, although I keep coming back to it from, as we, semester after semester, we learn certain things work, certain things we want to try to do differently. I think that the main vector through the studio is very much the narrative that they start to develop. And the precedent, the existing buildings come in either as buildings they found on site or as ones they're looking at for different aspects of the project. So like I showed you with the Verso studio, that we were going into detail for construction details. And we were going into Arc Daily for more programmatic, because in Arc Daily I felt kind of like I could allow them to open up to kind of the large space of Arc Daily, where what we were interested in was more programmatic organization and spatial organization than let's say a kind of architectural canon that we might say you should imitate this particular building. That was more what we did in the Maison studio, the second one I presented, where it was really about inhabiting the text, but they had to learn a lot about the house that they were going to be sort of inhabiting the Le Corbusier's text with. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yes.
Precedent analysis is such a funny thing, because it seems, I don't know how you perceive it, but it seems relatively straightforward when someone says, oh, now we're going to do a precedent analysis, and the students kind of march on their way as if they've had this very clear method. But I feel like it's about, the way I see, it's about dealing with heritage in a way, not in the sense of like preservation in that, but I mean like, what is it that the world already can offer us? And that's why I see them as kind of potential mimetic models, which gives them a kind of power as well that we have to, I think, account for, because the student can get also, anyone can get sucked in kind of to the model. Yes?
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. So I was wondering, so because at the beginning I thought that these different characters for Michel Serres, that it would be kind of clients. But the more you presented it, I was thinking whether they're not masks in the sense of these kind of personares or these kind of sounding devices, which is also a bit like a lens through which to look at this president, which is not really perhaps, yes, you were saying not really an analysis, but a way to sound this architecture through the consciousness that is there in these masks, and then therefore, perhaps, I don't know if they could be something like these masks of the genius low-key that you wrote about in an article, no? So this would be one of the questions, and then the other a bit on another note. So since you are working mostly in French, so yesterday we had the question about large language models and the predominance of English in it. So did you notice anything, let's say, particular, or was it less effective in French, or I don't know, like did this change anything compared to, let's say, the dominance of English in this large language models?
Well, to the first question, yeah, I think we can think of them as a mask, and I think that's what makes them. So in the brief, it's easier to tell the story to the students that it's a client, because if you tell them it's a mask, then it becomes cryptic, and perhaps where you didn't want to put the cryptic aspect of the studio. But yeah, I think that's what I like about the characters, is that they are not. They come with a kind of indexicality. So yeah, they're a mask. They allow a kind of sounding through, and I think that what they sound through, so this personare, is a kind of diffraction, I guess, if we think of it in terms of light, or a filtering of the human condition. That's how I see Serre using them, as kind of fragments of the human condition. So everyone, you could say probably that every bit of humanity is comprised indirectly by the mask of each of these characters, which is what I think allows them to become very rich references without being like, oh, I know that person. Like, and then it becomes reduced to either an empathic relationship you have with someone in particular, or a kind of generic, almost socio-demographic, sociological, statistical kind of idea that, oh, that must be a retired person, therefore they need all of these things. So I think it helps keep a sort of distant, an encoding relative to a richer form, kind of encoding, I think, than the kind of theoretical model that we might have of who this potential client might be, a potential client that we often don't know as architects. Because sometimes what I mean is who's commissioning the building is not necessarily the person who will be living in the building or frequenting the building. So the second question, I don't know if I can respond well to that, because I'm working with, the text corpuses I'm working with are not at the moment communicating with each other. So they are, when one searches in Nemo, they search within a single language, and it makes a difference how you search. But in terms of natural language processing tools, it's certainly not. We can deal with French, just like we can deal with English. So, and I think if I were to have them, the next step of the process, of Nemo, which I recently submitted a grant for, is to allow the corpuses to talk to each other, so that one can say, oh, this text is interesting. Who are its friends in another corpus? And I want the corpus to be either in English or in French, which will require a kind of translation moment between, I don't know if probably other people have dealt with this, that you then have to decide, well, is the English stuff getting translated to French for this kind of vectorial bridge, or is it going to be the French to English? So it becomes, for me, it's kind of a technical question of what do I have more of, and is it a cost to do it?
So I think the idea of considering these large language English models, it's very interesting, and I think this is something that I've never think this is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you're having always, there is this translator in any language that you have, right? So you have these large language English models, you have all of these different culturally loaded, different ways of communicating through language, and then you have this one translator that I think we are all using when you're using large language models. So I think it's a very interesting research question about what is this translator role within this communication that you're going to have eventually. Not only saying that you're going to have text talking to text, but then what's the role of this translator, and what do you want this translator to do and be? Because then you have this large language model, which is the English large language model, which is robust, beautiful, a lot, common knowledge, but then you also have another actor into this whole plane of communicating with books, which is a translator. What is that translator? Can you have different translators and see if they are really do they change the final outcome? I think, I mean, I'm just speaking out loud. Maybe this is not a question, but I just got very excited with this because a lot of people are trying to say, with this prompt engineering and language, they are trying to prompt the generators with different languages, the same sentence, and then they are getting different outputs, but I'm not very sure if the different outputs is because of different languages, but it's more because the translator is just like getting at something differently. And then if you do the same exercise with search engines, which they are really, like they're not generating, but they are parsing or sorting things out, you do have a different output when you use different languages. So maybe this is, I don't know, how do you feel about this? Have you thought about, translator as being one of the main actors within this language communication?
Well, speaking from what I'm working on, I would say that the translation moment is kind of latent in how one can then say this text is similar to this other text. So Nemo would not, it's not a large language model. So the idea is not that you can, it's basically just like a search engine that is not, it's not a chatbot. So it wouldn't produce itself text. So when someone who searches in it finds a text of interest and they want to find other similar texts, if the similar texts are in a different language, then the decision has already been made. What was the language that with the natural language processing tools was able to, create a common kind of denomination for all of the texts in that vectoral space, and then get them to speak to each other. And the students, I mean, this is part of going back to the exercises of imitation, is translation is also a form of inhabiting through practice. So I like the fact that the students have to translate. But I don't know if I like that I like, because it took a lot of time translating what I presented to you today of their work, because that's complicated. That is complicated. I have to inhabit also their text if I want to share it with you in English. So that, and I think they are forced to do that when they start getting people from that are writing in different languages to speak to each other about a common topic. Yeah. But will that sort of translation, will the inhabiting of the text be something that's on the side of the machine? I don't know if in my work that's become a critical issue yet. That's an interesting question. Thanks. Yes, Agostino. You felt I mentioned you and looked at you.
Yeah, it's very nice to see how the search engine and this kind of corpus starts to play with the both the precedents that the students are working with, and then how it starts influencing on the way how they speak about the building. And if I understood correctly, also the first project that you showed was a design project that was also based on a similar process.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, was there ever did you ever try to go with the actual model or the design that the students built back to the search engine? Is that like a exercise that students ever attempted in finding other ways of speaking about their design, so that the writings, they're not reflective of a precedent, but they also start to become projective of how to speak of one's own design?
Yes. Last semester I had the students who were designing, what they did last semester was they designed cultural spaces that were to host what Quebec has, they're called les délégations du Québec. So Quebec operates almost like a semi-country where it has delegations that are like consular and cultural attachés in different parts of the world, and they have an office in Boston, and the idea was that we would be offering them a place where the culture of, where people from New England and people from basically New France would kind of meet in Boston around particular aspects of the interests of the délégation. And the students, our sort of host or mécène was le tiers instruit, which was gave him his second nickname, the Homo Pontifex. So the who bridges, the bridging as a kind of aspect of our humanity. And in that case, the text was not something that was as present at the beginning, but came later as the students they had to start thinking about that, again, that kind of cultural multi-use space. What would they do with it? It's not supposed to be completely generic or completely empty, but they have to give kind of a color to it. And so then Nemo became part of discovering the voices of the people who would be frequenting, who the Homo Pontifex would welcome into this place where he was actually hosting, on the one hand, New England and sort of New France in a meeting place. So I don't know if that really changed. It certainly changes the way we talk about the project with the students, because then we can say, well, maybe it's a kind of space that might use lighting differently, that might have a different relationship with the street, and maybe that means that the whole thing will kind of be re-articulated. And that's something that, even though we have a 15-week semester, it's still something that you're sprinting all the time with that, which is also good for the students. A lot of decisions get made kind of with an intuition it's partially emotional and partially, I'd say, intellectual. But yeah, it certainly makes for interesting conversations because it allows to put ideas in text. It allows to bring ideas for discussion that are the words of others, and therefore we can kind of speak on something that's on the table. And it's not, I don't have to, if we critique during our discussion some of the ideas that are being placed on the table, we're talking about those ideas and not a kind of personal appropriation that the student has where it's my project and this is how I want it to be, and it can be any way I want it to be. And so that really helps create, again, a kind of masking filter, I'd say, to our discussions.
Hello?
Hello,
Can you hear me? Perfect. Yeah, thanks, Michael. I haven't seen these projects from you in a while, and they look fantastic. I really enjoy this, the two kind of projects that you showed, and I found it really great that you can just take these kind of formats of the documentaries, of the Arte documentaries. I mean, I still think they're some of the best kind of documentaries on buildings ever made, and I like them very much. And that you can just take them and deploy them to a different kind of project. But then I was thinking, just because through Hermes, through Thumbelina, the kind of mythological narratives still keep coming back up again and again, and their names are mentioned. So these figures are mentioned over and over again. They acquire a kind of fairy tale-like character. I'm just wondering what would be what would be your reaction if I were to call these projects like a fairy tale architecture building exercise? Just kind of, what would you think about that? Because I really like it, because even the way the models are built, they're super precise and always taken as miniatures. And then little characters that are standing around, that's just the kind of genre of imagery that it falls into.
Yeah, I think so. The aesthetics of the projects and of the videos, I usually leave up to the students. So I don't have time in this course to introduce any particular new tools of representation, or I can't really bring them into a whole new way of working. I kind of have to let them show what they're able to do with what they've learned. So I think sometimes it could come off as fairy tale. I think there's kind of, there are ones that are darker and sinister. So the student who reworked a little house for the Thanatocrat, the capsule house of Kurokawa, that one was much darker. In fact, I was going to present you that one, but I thought it would weigh so much on the talk that it would be too dark actually to share. because there's kind of a moment of a kind of threat and of murder and of the disappearance of a body, and it all worked well with the text, but I thought if I shared that one with you, it's going to be a little bit too heavy. So I think it really depends on how the student embraces the character. I think if you have a sort of a love story of Hermes just stumbling upon Hestia in this marshland in Sweden, it certainly sounds a lot more, it has a fairy tale aspect that might be different if the Thanatocrat is awakening because the world is again at war and now he needs a place to live because he has business. He has business with the world, basically. So and I like that the students can pick up and develop themselves the angle kind of the genre. So I try to make it I try to keep it from becoming so heavy. Let's say there's so much gravity, there's no more grace in it, so that's always a challenge. But sometimes the filters that they work through, like the story of the Une Petite Maison, help keep things, they keep them light, they pick them back up again. I don't know if that answered your question. I don't know if I could target a genre like the question you asked.
So just because the initial characters are so mythologically charged, this is what I was thinking, that once they keep remaining at this level of mythology, then they end up being fairy tales, So they aren't embodied by characters that are real in a way. I think Ricardo was asking something similar with the mask. I'm not sure, but this kind of embodiment of Hermes in a character that we could relate to somehow, as a person who would live within these buildings that are designed. So that's why I'm calling them fairy tales, because it's very hard to project oneself as a resident of these buildings, because we know that this is the house of Hermes, so this is a temple rather than a house.
Yeah. I can only agree and say that at the moment I think I like the fairy tale aspect. So we'll see where it goes. Thanks.
Great, thanks.
Thank you very much, Michael. Looks like should have a speaker coming online, but since she's a bit late, we will continue with our next guest, who is Philippe Morel from Bartlett in England. Philippe Morel is an architect, theorist, and entrepreneur, co-founder of EZCT Architecture and Design Research, and initiator and founding CEO of the large-scale 3D printing corporation X3 in 2015. He currently teaches as an associate professor at the Bartlett School of Architecture, University College London, where he is the director of the Architectural Computation program and the École Nationale Supérieure d'Architecture, Paris-Malaquais, where he headed the Digital Knowledge Department, co-founded with Professor Girard. Before teaching at the Bartlett and in Paris-Malaquais, he was a seminar and studio professor at the Berlage Institute in Rotterdam and a history and theory seminar and AADRL tutor at the Architectural Association in London. 2017, he co-edited the book Computational Politics and Architecture, From Digital Philosophy to the End of Work. In February 2007, he curated the exhibition Architecture Beyond Forms, the Computational Turn at the Maison de l'Architecture at the Le Ville PACA in Marseille. Explicitly departing from Eisenman's PhD dissertation from 1963, The Formal Basis of Modern Architecture, the exhibition addressed both historically and theoretically the current linguistic and computational turns in architectural design. Philippe Morel has published more than 30 essays, lectured in many universities around the world: Harvard, GST, ETH Zurich, Columbia, Princeton, Pratt Institute, MIT, TU Delft, Lyon, Vienna, IAC, Centre Pompidou, etc. And he presented his work in numerous exhibitions: Centre Pompidou, Morel Museum, Tokyo, Museum of Art and Design in New York. His work and one of his offices are part of private and public collections, including Frax Center and Centre Pompidou permanent collections. I know Philip for around 10 years, and the first conference that I organized on 3D printing in ETH Zurich decided to invite him, and it was absolute amazing conference, and he participated in our talks in a ways that I was so proud of. I find him to be an incredible theorist and practitioner, and I'm incredibly proud to welcome him on stage here.
Thanks a lot. I need HDMI, probably. That one, yeah. Yeah. Good. It's okay. No, it's okay. Yeah, it's perfect now. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Carla, Nicola, Lesu. And also Adil on the ETH side for organizing this and inviting me. I'm really happy to be here with you today. So I will talk about, let's say, a few issues associated with intelligence and also with the concept of universality. So let's start. First of all, I love this because I think it could have been generated by Midjourney, a bit of a style transfer between Louis Kahn and Renzo Piano and Richard Rogers for the Centre Pompidou. So I think ultimately when we look at current architecture and postmodern architecture, by the way, let's say all these kind of style transfer issues, it's already here. I mean, all around, everywhere. But this is another story. I'm not going to to talk too much about this today. I want to start with this sentence statement by Yann LeCun, you know, because we know that many people say, oh, deep learning is not as impressive as you think because it's mere interpolation resulting from glorified curve fitting. And LeCun, by the way, among many others, is saying that it's a wrong way to look at deep learning, I mean, it's not as easy as that, even if obviously it might be curve fitting. But we will see that it's not that simple. Okay, we experienced in the past few years an amazing evolution, I mean, amazing changes. Just like 2 years ago, we were still playing around with this kind of cheesy stuff. I mean, personally, I didn't want to play around too much with this because I was not so interested in that. But anyway, but nowadays we have to say that online it's a complete explosion of images and projects generated by artificial intelligence with Midjourney. And here are just a few images taken from different websites online by different designers, well-known or a bit less known. But we have to admit that this change is absolutely mesmerizing. I mean, it's really amazing to think of that. We can see this kind of project as well. This kind of urban proposal, this kind of techniques which allows people to move from a sketch to a project. Sometimes we can also generate images in the style of a model to give a completely different feeling of what we have. And obviously we can also generate some kind of already quite complex geometries and architectural project. Obviously, if we would have to build this, it would be another story, but let's say that this is amazing, this is impressive, and we have to acknowledge this fact. Keep in mind that not so long ago, in the 80s, we were here. So it was not just a problem of the bad quality of the render. I mean, all of those things were to be modeled first. So it required really painstaking 3D modelization, then no less painstaking render work, and the results were rather bad, you know, we have to say. So if we look at the complexity we can generate today with no, I mean, with no 3D modeling, again, I insist, there's something here that needs to be discussed, and I believe that this thing probably has to deal with the idea of universality, but this is what we will address. So again, AI, artificial landscape by Olivier Campagne, etc. So yeah, this is massive. The change is massive. Obviously, when we look at the way at architecture as a building problem, there are some other way of looking at this issue of artificial intelligence, obviously associated with the issue of big data. And there's, I mean, it's a completely different branch. It's not something that we're really discussing during this conference. But let's keep in mind that it's not just about images and creative design. It's also about hardcore data, money, efficiency, etc. But again, either it is in art, in construction, in creative design, or in chemistry, including in quantum chemistry here, machine learning is absolutely everywhere, you know, just like everywhere. Because of that, some people say that we are entering a different, a completely new era in which the robots, I mean, a robot is really a dumb machine. I mean, the whole intelligence of the robot is in the software, obviously. I mean, it's pure software and pure, and nowadays more or less pure AI. And people like Geoffrey Hinton say that deep learning is going to be able to do everything. So I really want to insist on this word, everything. What does it mean? I mean, why can we do everything? Or why are we supposed to be able to do everything with machine learning? So I wanted to spend a bit of time looking at this, and at some point it's very much in line with my let's say almost philosophy of technique or technology, the way I'm looking at this, in line with Whitehead, who said that civilization advances by the number of important operations which we can perform without thinking of them, without thinking about them. And it's exactly what happens today with AI. I mean, it's everywhere. It allows us to do many things. We don't have to think about it, but precisely we have to think about it. I mean, that's the whole question. So the problem is a problem of generality, or at least, or maybe a problem of universality. So this problem of universality and generality, I try to address it in my work as an educator. For example, here in Paris in 2017, we were already making use of artificial intelligence. I mean, the large language models didn't exist at that time. Also, the student didn't have access to, I mean, let's say big databases. So the idea was to try to collect images with text on web page by scrolling the web and trying to extract the similarities, I mean the correspondence between what we can detect as a shape in the image and what is present in the text, you know, written by architectural critics or whatever. Then by using NLP techniques, the students were able to rebuild some correspondence between a word and a spatial feature, let's say, and use that in a creative way to create, for example, here a plan. Here it's written grand séjour, salle de bain, WC séparé, means a big living room, a bathroom, and a toilet that should be separated, standalone. And as you can see, all these plans are not based on spatial things, but they are based on the description of what we would do today with prompt engineering, by the way. So this was done in 2017 in a master project in Paris with my students. And we can see here a bit of the work that has been done. In London, I will go very quickly through that. In London, in the Research Cluster 11, from 2017 until last year, I worked with Paul Poinet, and then I also worked with Julian Bessam here. So with Paul Poinet, we generated also, the students worked on project making use of machine learning, trying to connect machine learning with different kinds of, let's say, important issues today, like the lack of housing, the flexibility of the housing problem, how we can generate application so that the inhabitants will choose in real time the kind of living they want to the kind of apartment they want to live in, etc., etc. And recently with Julian, we worked on La Défense in Paris, and here again the students made, let's say, quite a massive use of machine learning in their project in many different ways. There was not like one way of making use of machine learning. It was very open, very experimental, but it led, in most cases, to highly convincing results. So it started with analyzing the landscape, extracting features, trying to see if we can, training the model. Maybe sometime it was connected with more classical method like this one, just based on the use of cellular automata. So many, let's say, many hybridations did happen in this work. So I just show you a couple of images so that I let's say I frame my discourse, and also you will know a bit more about me and what I'm doing, either in academia or, as I said, in my personal work. So here are a couple of images. Trying to rebuild, to reconstruct 3D geometries based on the use of 2D maps. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay, and more recently, because I changed my position at the Bartlett. Now I'm leading the architectural computation program. So the approach in the AC program is slightly different. It's a bit less oriented towards design. It's more oriented toward, let's say, I would say something which is at the intersection of engineering and architectural design. It's more of a problem-solving approach that students have to deal with. So the title of the work of the student are self-explaining. If you read this title, reinforcement learning, deep Q agents, learning difference within Poincaré hyperbolic. Okay, that one is a bit too long. Let's go for this one on the bottom right. Automated architectural modeling, a design toolkit for architectural 3D models using generative AI algorithm, or on the bottom left, exploring the visualization of sound, machine learning classification of urban sound and its visual dynamic representation. So you see in the title of this thesis that the approach is slightly different. It's less design-based and a bit more oriented towards generic problem solving. So you can get more information about that on the Bartlett website. I mean, there's quite a lot of things. My personal work, I have to say, I always looked for generalization in my practice. When I was a student in 2000, I was not satisfied by this. I really wanted to understand what was behind each of these icons. Obviously, it's impossible, but I tried as much as possible. And this is when I started to use Mathematica, because I just wanted to start from a blank page like this. I mean, it was, let's say, a necessity for me to understand what's behind the curtain, let's say, but also I was not happy with this because I didn't find what real design was about. I mean, starting from a blank page, you know. I mean, for me, that's really the essence of design, the essence of creation. I mean, creation almost implies that there's nothing when you start with. Obviously, it never happens because you have a lot of things in your brain and there's a whole weight of history. So it's an illusion, this kind of blank page, but still I was happy with that illusion and I kept being happy with it. Another thing is that I was also interested in manipulating not geometrical primitives, you know, like here, but symbols. For me, it was essential to manipulate symbols because, I mean, that's the essence of writing, but that's also the essence of modern mathematics. I mean, mathematics is about symbolic representation, especially when we speak about algebra and not geometry. And finally, I wanted to have access to a tool which allows us to do everything we want. And I was happy with Mathematica because, I mean, if people are knowledgeable in quantum mechanics, they can do quantum mechanics, obviously, with that very tool. But we can also teach design. This is a class I gave in 2019. It was about teaching Mathematica to the student. I mean, letting them play with a graphic, almost like graphic design and painterly related things. So it was a base. It was just used to, again, to teach programming to the student, but also computation and some basic concept in programming and computation, like recursion or iteration, or this kind of really basic things. So my work is about this. Then I applied Mathematica in 2003 for creating this kind of patterns, which was a set design at the Centre Pompidou non-standard architecture exhibition. So all of that was done with Mathematica. You see here the ribbon, this kind of things where all the iconography was printed, and the different steps I went through. This was my master thesis in architecture. This master thesis was about trying to understand a bit of differential geometry, some interesting concept having to deal with geometry like developable surfaces, curvature, mean curvature, normal curvature, max, mean, Gaussian curvature, etc. So then I applied this to the analysis of different kinds of surfaces. I came up with an approach of surfaces which was based on the use of ISO curvature patterns. The ISO curvature patterns are were quite well known, especially the minimal and maximal curvature patterns. But one that was not really used was the iso-Gaussian curvature pattern. So I introduced this iso-Gaussian curvature pattern as a model of self-adaptive discretization pattern that would make the fabrication of non-developable surfaces easier. Then I worked on the use of genetic algorithms for the generation of this chair project. It was a proof of concept that we can use discrete topological optimization for the generation of structures. I show you here a quick video. Yeah, it plays. So generating chairs, and then also using exactly the same approach to generate a small pavilion for the Serossi pavilion competition in Paris. You will see this just after in the second part. This project was considered by some people, including like Mario Carpo or Patrick Schumacher, as a kind of birth of the discrete style in architecture. I have to say I was not that interested in the issue of style, and I'm not interested in the issue of style today. But yeah, I mean, it happens. So this was used for the generation of the pavilion, of the Serossi pavilion in Paris. It was about using genetic algorithm to optimize the quantity of light that goes into a tiny building, so that the light, even if we have extremely complex geometries, so that the light could be equally distributed throughout the building. Which is one of the most important parameters when we want to exhibit paintings or sculpture or any kind of artwork. I kept working on this issue of discrete geometries. Slightly later, I wanted to scale things up, so I said, okay, but this is kind of interesting, this voxel. It's definitely universal. The problem is that how can we scale this? I mean, would it be possible to create an entire building? So I was also, in a very visual and almost metaphorical way, very much influenced by this drawing by Konrad Zuse, one of the computer science pioneer in Germany in 1931. And I started to be interested in what's called, I mean, it's not just discrete geometry, it's integer geometry. I mean, using a geometry which is not based on real numbers, but also not based on anything else than pure integers, not even rational or whatever. So that, in fact, it would be completely binary. I mean, either it's 1 or 2 or 2 or 3, but there's nothing in between. And I was interested in what would be the, let's say, the formal and geometric output of this if we constrain ourselves in using this pure integer-based geometry. So I created a small construction component, which is a universal component. So I called it U-cube, universal cube. So that could be assembled in all direction, and it's a kind of three-dimensional Lego block that would be stiff in any kind of direction you might envision. Here is a drawing of this component. And the result is this project, the Universal House project, So this universal house is made of this universal cube, this U-cube, three-dimensional component. But obviously, and obviously, based on that, the construction system would follow. So we would have cladding panels that would be also perfectly modular, etc., etc. Oops, sorry. I don't know what happens here. Oh, apologize. I don't know what I did. I jumped to the end. So, too bad. So the problem is that when we use this, obviously everything is a bit fragile. So how can we do, how can we make this completely stiff? I decided that probably the solution would be to have tiny holes in this and to pour in some fiber reinforced concrete in the entire structures. So I started to develop this kind of three-dimensional fiber reinforced grid in different ways. The cool thing is that we can even imagine to have different shapes, different geometries, so that locally speaking, we can make them bigger or smaller to adapt to the quantity of material that we would need in this project. And then, based on that, we started to, with my office, to investigate something a bit more ambitious. So we used a three-dimensional sand mold to cast more complex fiber reinforced structure. Obviously, when I say that I'm interested in the concept of universality, I believe it's really evident here. I was interested in trying to, let's say, to see if we could imagine a kind of modern version or a contemporary version of that work, you know, by Bell, for example, or by Shukov, or Buckminster Fuller, or also Raj Rewal here in India, an absolutely amazing building. So we worked on this three-dimensional structure that are made of, again, of concrete and not made of steel, but fiber reinforced concrete. And slightly we moved because this U-cube idea was good, but at some point it's so difficult to make it in let's say at a one-to-one scale that I said, okay, it's too complex. I mean, somebody else will do it. I quit with this. Let's use a more easy method. So we use three-dimensional sand molds like this. We made a couple of prototypes. This was fabricated. These sand molds were printed in Germany by Voxeljet in 2012. 2011. And then in 2012, we ended up with this prototype, which is a three-dimensional fiber reinforced, ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete lattice. In black, you see the sand molds, and in gray, you see the cement. We applied this to different projects, like a staircase, unfortunately never built, and also some other project making use of genetic algorithms and Mathematica. But luckily, we had some other occasion to apply this approach. But here again, we changed the way we did it. We 3D printed molds made of clay that could be 100% recyclable because the clay is not cooked, it's raw clay. So we pour in the concrete, then with water we just remove the clay, and we just remove the water, we take the clay again, and we start again. So let's say this explains my two paths, you know, of my two lines of interest. On one way, the universality of discrete geometry and computation, and on the other way, the universality of 3D printing, because I also believe, by the way, that 3D printing is a universal construction method. I might be wrong, but yeah, basically, I believe that's it. So this led me to the design of this structure in 2012 with my office. At that time, we were convinced that we would build this, making use of what's on the left, making use of sand molds. But as everything in France is so slow, in the meantime, between the design and the realization of the project, in the meantime, I had the opportunity to create a 3D printing company. So finally, when we had to build the project, we had a new technique at our disposal, and this new technique was about 3D printing let's say the concrete mold, making use of high-performance concrete and casting it also high-performance concrete, but with different kinds of fibers. And this is what we did. But as you can see, conceptually speaking, it's really the same approach. I mean, we just replace the sand mold by high-performance concrete. So we ended up in this. And then with this 3D printing company, we built a couple of other things, a small pavilion in France, like nodes at the scale of, big nodes for construction, for potentially large building. And recently, the last work I've done personally is this. Making use of statistical method to organize images as graph in an exhibition organized by Frédéric Miguero at the Centre Pompidou about artificial intelligence, by the way, about neurons. So for that, I used Mathematica. For each image, so the image were part of an iconography that was created and selected by the curator of the exhibition. So I search online all the kind of text that I could find about each of these image, mainly using Wikipedia as a kind of ultimate reference. So I aspired Wikipedia. Then you see, for example, here, it's the kind of word you have for one painting or one drawing or whatever. And then I created different parameters and different criteria to create my own, let's say, connectivity model. I didn't use deep learning, or I didn't use machine learning. It was pure statistical analysis. So looking at similarities between words, how much time, that word or this word appear in the corpus, and then trying to find correspondence between all of that. So it was quite a lot of work, creating weighted graphs, similarity matrices, etc., etc. But ultimately, it ended up in this kind of things printed at very large scale in the exhibition. So it was a way to read, let's say, visually speaking. It was a bit of a classical work, but I enjoyed it. And now on the side of curating and writing, Nicolas mentioned that. In 2007 in Marseille, in the south of France, I organized this exhibition, Architecture Beyond Forms, the Computational Turn, which was dedicated to the evolution of architecture, starting from Peter Eisenman in 1963, his PhD thesis, the formal basis of modern architecture, and trying to address the linguistic turn in architecture. For the very first time, I presented this now very famous wall by Fabio and Matthias. In Paris, I also organized a few events dedicated to artificial intelligence, to the digital philosophy, to the end of work, and different things like this in 2015 and 2010, 2015, 2016, etc. So, I mean, people will be, the audience will be able to look at my work here. So as you can see, in what I've done, I was really looking for, let's say, the first principles and looking for explanation in architecture. And I ended up with this very deep interest in the concept of universality in architecture, or universalities in architecture. So I will present two kinds of universalities: the past universalities in architecture, which is about a mechanistic worldview, which is mostly about geometry. So clearly here there's two parallel paths in the history of architecture. I believe that the one taken by machine learning today is fundamentally different from this one. So this path is highly mechanistic, philosophically speaking. It starts from Descartes, from La Métrie with the homme machine, with the perspective of Paolo Uccello or Piero della Francesca, but also Alberti, by the way. Let's say we can follow this line of thought, which is mechanistic but also highly geometrical in the history of the last 400 years in architecture. We can see this in the work of Gaspard Monge, and as you can see, Gaspard Monge was also looking for some universality. So first, he spoke about creating a well-written treatise on a purely descriptive but rigorous geometry. So this idea of rigor was obviously present. I mean, it's part of the scientific revolution in any case. But he was also interested, as he says, so to speak, in creating a common language that would be necessary for the workshop manager to direct the work, but also for the workers who must carry it out. And he believes that by the generality of its processes, the descriptive geometry offers even the most sagacious young people the means to exercise their faculties and develop their intelligence. So it's true that we cannot underestimate the role of descriptive geometry in the history of architecture, as it became a kind of de facto standard for architectural representation until very recently, let's say, until the disappearing of of this kind of handwork. It was influential on Durand, and because this descriptive geometry was also, let's say, working hand in hand with a mechanistic worldview. This mechanistic worldview was also present in the work of Le Corbusier. Le Corbusier himself, who was mostly interested in geometry and very, very little in the revolutions, in the mathematical revolution happening during his time, which was an algebraic mathematical revolution. So the main concept was the one of form. Obviously, again, form understood as a geometrical problem, but also as a mechanical problem. And this lasted quite for a long time, because if you look at this project on the right by Diller and Scofidio in 1990, it's still a completely mechanistic worldview that you have here. So this mechanistic worldview is typically the one of the Industrial Revolution. At some point, it's also the one of Smith and Philip Johnson, and it was also the one that was, let's say, put on a kind of pedestal at the Museum of Modern Art in 1932 during the International Style exhibition. It was also the one of the late modernist style by architects, like Paul Rudolph here. But the problem is that it didn't work. I mean, something went wrong. This kind of universality went wrong. What went wrong? This is what we'll try to answer. In any case, the form, the modernist form, didn't work. And you know what? Mies van der Rohe himself understood that something was not properly working, because when he was interrogated by Arthur Drexler, Mies himself, Drexler asked Mies, how do you spend your day? This was in an interview in the 60s before the death of Mies. And Mies said, we get up in the morning, we sit on the edge of the bed, and we think, what the hell went wrong? We showed them what to do. Why don't they do it? So, I mean, for Mies, Mies believes that he showed the path towards good architecture, good universal architecture, but the problem is that people didn't follow that path was that Mies considered really good. But maybe Mies himself did some mistake, because when you look at the Illinois Institute of Technology, the project is obviously on a purely architectural viewpoint, absolutely beautiful. But when you look at the reality of technology, I mean, maybe visually speaking, it looks a bit similar, but conceptually speaking, there's a huge gap. I mean, there's nothing in common between this image on the left and this image on the right, because the image on the right exists because of digital technologies. I mean, it exists because we have logistics, because we can trace the goods and the parcels, because we have FedEx, UPS, and other companies like this. So again, in fact, conceptually speaking, there was something in the modernist discourse which was lacking, because the modernist discourse was interested in the structure as something fixed, as something which is outside, and it didn't pay enough attention to what happened inside. In the history of architecture, ironically speaking, this happens a long time ago at Versailles, because the classical architects were interested in Versailles from the outside. But I mean, what was interesting in Versailles, what was happening inside, all the court and all the micro societies that was happening in Versailles. So in fact, when we look at the history of thinking in the 60s, definitely, if we want to learn something about architecture, we should definitely take some distance with a simplistic version of Mies and look at those people who understood technology in a much deeper way. I mean, Guy Debord, obviously, but also Jacques Ellul, who understood technology as a system, which was also not something that was really well understood by modernist architects. And also, we need to look at the postmodern architecture and postmodern conditions theorized by Lyotard and also by Jameson. But again, here, I warn people about another mistake which has been done, according to me at least, which has been done by Jameson. Is that Jameson did not pay enough attention to the issue of technology, because he speaks about the cultural logic of late capitalism, while in fact we should be much more speaking about the technological logic of late capitalism, or maybe the computational logic, what I call myself the computational logic of late capitalism. So basically the main error, the main mistake is that the modernist concept of universality didn't pay enough attention to the evolution of history. I mean, it's not necessarily antagonic. We can have universality while paying attention to evolution, but in the modernist discourse, universality is like suspended in time. It's something which does not evolve. While obviously, as a Marxist theorist Gramsci said, in history, in social life, nothing stays rigid or final, and nothing will ever be. And I think this is well illustrated by this image, you know, the Ford Chapel in the US. I mean, when Ford created the Ford Model T, I'm sure it didn't really imagine that one day his car would serve as a mobile chapel. And this is exactly what history is about. You know, it's about emergence, it's about new practices, new ways of appropriation of technology. And in 1954, one guy, Asger Jorn, who was also part of the founding team of the International Situationist, was really, let's say, prescient about that. He wrote in 1954 that rationalist functionalists, because of their conception of standardization, believed that we could reach the ideal and definitive forms of objects relevant to man. Today's evolution shows that this static conception is wrong. The only way to avoid the anarchy of change is to understand the laws of its transformation and to use them, basically. So people try to go in that direction. When we look at the history of architecture after the 50s, when we look at Bruno Zevi, for example, who tried to introduce some sort of organicism in architecture, or when we look at the parametric architecture exhibition at the Milan Triennale in 1960, or when we look which is, by the way, the very first use of the word parametric in architecture. Or when we look at this drawing by Andrea Bronzi, whose title is Structure in Liquefaction in 1968, we see that architects wanted to capture this idea of evolution. Some, like Bernard Rudowski, were looking at a different logic. They said that this concept of evolution can be understood if we look at the vernacular architecture, because it embeds a kind of self-adaptation logic in the world. But still, when we look at that, what we see is that most architectural theorists believed that the problem in architecture is a problem of language, you know, and it happened also in art. At the end of the 60s and at the very beginning of the 70s, language became the important topic, the hot topic in art. And at some point, it was meaningful, you know, it was right to do this. So people started, like Jameson, to write about language as a prison house, for example. Artists said that we should analyze language because it's not transparent, it embeds like biases. By the way, it's exactly also something that people say today, you know. If you look at wokeism discourses or things like that, I mean, many people also say that it's a matter of language, which personally I don't believe. I don't believe it's a matter of language, but this is another issue. So the architect, the proto-postmodern architect like John Haydock, started to distort the modernist language of architecture. So here we can clearly identify the fact that John Haydock stretched the Mies van der Rohe countryside house. We can also see John Haydock here rereading the famous painting by Mondrian, starting again to distort the regular grid-based language of modernist architecture. And some other people making use of shape grammars or space syntax. For example, this is a pure space syntax work at the end of the 70s or early 80s by Bill Hillier, for example. They also tried to analyze the architecture and again, either as a question of space or as a question of language, but in most cases as a problem of language. So it's really at the very end of the 70s that we see the postmodern architecture being serialized, even if according to me it started much before. But in any case, the main concept, which will be still operational in the 80s, is the one of language. So the postmodern architecture, the deconstructivist architecture, is about changing the architectural language. Only one guy, Robert Venturi, at some point understood the postmodern architecture in a slightly different way, saying that it's not about space, but it's also not completely about language, it's about communication, which is something I totally agree with. So language, algorithmic aesthetics were, let's say, fashionable in the 70s and at the beginning of the 80s. Ultimately, the revolution came from the guy who started to pay attention to the dynamic, to the real dynamic of forms. For example, this kind of swarm phenomena, and coming up with algorithm to analyze what really happens. And philosophically speaking, I still believe that the philosopher who was the most acute was Paul Virilio, theorizing the fact that in the modernist world, there is the possibility of the accident, or let's say the accident is an intrinsic feature of modernism, while modernist architects believed at the contrary, that modernism was about a kind of endless continuation of an original intellectual project. So what are the present universalities in architecture? Conceptually speaking, I would say it's about a statistical and quantum mechanistic worldview. And practically speaking, it's about computation, which is a mechanization of abstraction. And this mechanization of abstraction, it evolved according to a completely different intellectual path. We could say it started with Descartes, but very quickly it started to diverge and to follow its own line when we look at the history of science. According to me, it went through Lagrange as a kind of amazingly interesting reference. Lagrange was really proud in the mechanic analytic to say that in this work, no figure will be found in this work. The method I present, so quote, require neither construction nor geometrical or mechanical argument, but solely algebraic operations subject to a regular and uniform procedure. So, I mean, Lagrange uses the word procedure, the word algebraic operation, and he even, let's say, denies let's say the domination of geometry and mechanical arguments. And this is also what will happen with Leibniz, with the Characteristica Universalis, or the ratiocinae. Okay, forget it, I won't be able to pronounce it. This is also calculus ratiocinator, sorry. And this is also what will happen with the École de Port-Royal in logical thought in France, who understood also that the issue of grammar was important, but as we will see, grammar in the Port-Royal school is associated with logic, and so it's a completely different line of thought compared to what I was mentioning before. This line of thought goes through Babbage, through Boole, Georges Boole, with this absolutely amazing, I mean, for me, it's one of the most amazing statement and page in the history of science and in the global history of thinking, for example, when we can read that for Georges Boole, if X is hard, Y is elastic, and Z is metals, then we can express non-elastic metals as Z multiplied by 1 minus Y. I mean, this is really the birth of what we are doing today. I mean, it's where everything started. I mean, the formalization of the language as a pure mathematical problem. I mean, most people know, of course, in a very, let's say, because it's part of the popular culture, I mean, the Boolean logic, 0 and 1, you know, but I mean, what really matters is this, I mean, being able to compute on sentences, because these sentences have been transformed first into an algebraic problem. So at the same time, De Morgan was also proposing his calculus of inference, so the formal logic and the calculus of inference. And also at the same time, philosophically speaking, Auguste Comte, with the philosophy positive, proposed a hierarchy of science in which everything is based on mathematics. So let's say mathematics is really the basis of all the upcoming knowledge. This line of thought, Comte positivism, will be also developed by another kind of positivism, which will be called neo-positivism or logical positivism, by Russell and Whitehead in the Principia Mathematica. And this will be connected to something which will be also very influential and which will be non-geometrical, non-mechanistic. I mean, it's mechanistic in a philosophical way, but it's not mechanistic in a formal way, let's say. It's algebraic in a formal way. And this is the birth of thermodynamic. So basically, this line of thought, recently, in the history of architecture, some people like Mario Carpo believe that it should be associated with the issue of writing. I believe we should be a bit, let's say, cautious with, careful with this, because as I'm explaining here, I mean, the technology is obviously associated with this very wide concept of writing or text or discourse. But at the same time, if we only pay attention to this, there's something extremely important that we are missing. If we look at the printing press, and if we analyze the printing press, conceptually speaking, there's an element which is missing, which is lacking, and this element is in fact the feedback. Because when you print letters, basically those letters have no effect whatsoever on the printing press itself. I mean, it's static. Again, it's a very modernist way of looking at things. You know, the printed letters and text are not part of a machine control language. So what was missing, in fact, was the concept of feedback. I mean, we needed the concept of feedback so that when you print something, what is printed can be put back as an input in the machine. And obviously, this never existed in any printing press in the history of printing. And it also didn't exist in the history of the Jacquard loom, for example, before the invention of the computer. So I'm not denying the fact that this Jacquard loom is super important in the history of technology. What I'm saying is that, again, here, there's something which is missing, conceptually speaking. And what's missing is the fact that those punch cards are not, I mean, once they are printed, they have no effect on the program which creates new punch cards, basically. And this lack of feedback loop, it was still present in the late calculating machine in the early 60s in Italy. So again, when we look at this, we see that we have the feeling that things are let's say, it's a problem of language, but in a static way. So here there's two things that we should notice. First, we needed the concept of feedback, we needed Wiener, etc. But we also have to pay attention that ultimately, maybe it's not even language. Maybe it's not even language, because when we look at the large language model, there's no language into the large language model. So it's a bit weird to have to have that name for something which is absolutely not about language at all. It could be about carrots. I mean, I don't know anything, but it's not about language. It's much closer to what Shannon was theorizing in the mathematical theory of communication. It's pure statistics. I mean, it's a matter of similarities, of algebraic distance and similarities between things. So I insist on that. One important conceptual evolution happened with Wiener. I know cybernetics is not really fashionable anymore, but it's not a problem. What's important is that without having the possibility of a feedback loop, we wouldn't have computers, basically. Because, I mean, a computer is a machine which can reprogram itself. And if it cannot reprogram itself, it's just a printing machine. It's not a computer. So basically, we had different concepts of universalities. We had the one of Turing. We had the universality of algebra, which was proven right in the mid-19th century, which means that everything which is geometrical can be transformed into algebra, algorithm, and program. And obviously, for us as architects, this universality directly led to the possibility of this kind of machines with which we can produce more or less anything. So here we have two dinosaurs. On the left, we have the last dinosaurs of the mechanical age, and on the right, we have the first dinosaurs of the computational age. And in fact, the main importance is obviously conceptual. I mean, conceptually, there are two completely different machines. The one on the right is universal. The one on the left is not. It's as simple as that. And this universality led very quickly in the popular culture to the concept of simulation, which was also treated by Jean Baudrillard. I mean, we can simulate everything. So conceptually speaking, this new situation, I call it computationalism. And this universality of computation is based on a few things. So the universality of the logic gate, again here, it's almost a kind of miracle of reductionism. The fact that we can do everything with just an AND or an OR gate, which again is so amazingly beautiful when we think of it. The universality of the Turing machine, the universality of the neural network that we have here. This universality of the neural network, at the very beginning, it was missing. If you know a bit the history of artificial intelligence or the history of neural networks, you might know that at the very beginning with the perceptron by Rosenblatt, one of the really harsh critics came from Minsky. And Minsky proved that with the perceptron of Rosenblatt, which has only one input layer and no intermediate, no hidden layer, you cannot compute everything. It's not a Turing machine. It's not a Turing machine. But then, and by the way, it opened the gate to the winter, to the artificial intelligence winter, because people believe, okay, we cannot compute everything we want with this, so let's forget about it. But then, people on an empirical basis, they discovered that with one hidden layer, with more neurons, I mean, either more neurons or more layers, so we can extend the neural network in width or in depth. In depth is deep learning, and in width it's mostly the number of parameters. I mean, even if we had layers, we also had parameters, obviously. But so then, much later, at the end of the 80s, people came up with this concept of universal approximation, with this theorem of universal approximation. And finally, we knew that the neural network were universal Turing machine, which became something extremely important. So, in fact, we had classical approximation method, polynomial fitting. I mean, all this is part of history, obviously. We had a universal approximation theorem by Weierstrass, who proved that with a polynomial, we can approximate any function. We just need to have an infinitely long polynomials with degrees, with increasing degrees, or the Stone-Weierstrass theorem, it's the same. And we also have approximation method in machine learning. Some of them are universal approximator, some of them are not. So this approximation, this universal approximation theorem, it came from different authors, different mathematicians, Sibenko and Ornik, more or less at the same time in 1989 and 91. So it's not that old when we think of it, but it completely changed the game. It completely changed the game because then people could, let's say, project themselves in deep learning, let's say, in neural network, because they knew for sure, thanks to a theorem, that deep learning could be able to do everything. Exactly what Hinton said. You know, Hinton said deep learning can do everything, but mostly it can say so because it has been proven that we can compute anything. So going back to Yann LeCun, Yann LeCun say, okay, people say that deep learning is just an interpolation problem resulting from glorified Cure fitting. So basically, Cure fitting is what we have in the history of math, and that was obviously super important for engineering and architecture and everything around. But as Yann LeCun say, the problem is that we cannot say this because in high dimension, there's no such thing as interpolation. In high dimension, everything is extrapolation, according to Yann LeCun. And it creates, this opens, I mean, this is because of the regularities, by the way, of the regularities of the data. But it creates something really interesting on a philosophical level, because then some people say, but if it is not about Cure fitting, then what is it? You know, I mean, what is deep learning if it's not about Cure fitting? And I mean, it's a very, it looks like an easy question, but it's a very deep question. So Cure fitting is this, for the one of you who don't really know what we are speaking about. It's just like you have some data and you try to find a line which interpolate the data, and if the interpolation is good, then we can imagine that very close by the extrapolation will be good as well. You know, it does not always work, but it's the thing. So we have this as a universality, and then we need something else. Let's say we need a new hypothesis, and this new hypothesis, it's the hypothesis of artificial general intelligence. Even if we don't believe in the possibility of this, it doesn't matter. What's interesting is that as an hypothesis, ultimately, it's what deep learning is based on at the very moment, you know. And even if people don't say it, ultimately, that's what they have in mind. So then it becomes a problem of intelligence, the universality of intelligence, the universality of the machine intelligence, and the universality of human intelligence. So human intelligence is defined, broadly speaking, as a mental quality which consists of the ability to learn from experience, to adapt to new situations, to understand and manipulate abstract concepts, to use knowledge to manipulate one's environment. When we look a bit more closely, we see that the definition of human intelligence is not that simple, that easy. There's a whole history about that in cognitive science. Some people, for example, define different factors. So Spearman defines the G factor, which is a general intelligence factor, while he also defines the S factor, which is a specific cognition. So we could say if artificial intelligence is not cure-fitting, then maybe it's intelligence in a human sense, but because some people say it's not general yet, so maybe we can say, okay, then it's a specific cognition. So artificial intelligence as we know it today is about the S factor of Spearman. So there are some different correlation, and we can link what happens in artificial intelligence to this search for the nature of intelligence, to the principle of cognition, and to this universality of the human intelligence. I will go quickly on that, but clearly, if you read Spearman, you see that he's looking for the nature of intelligence, and is looking at for scientific principles of cognition. So I go quickly on that. Then we have different approach to thinking. Obviously, connectionism is the one which might be the most operational at the very moment in artificial intelligence, and we have also many different definitions of artificial intelligence, and also many different definitions of deep learning. But I mean, what's interesting with this definition is that whatever the one you choose, it's always linked to human intelligence. You know, intelligence is about getting better over time. It's what Spearman said 80 years ago. Intelligence is a computational part of the ability to achieve goals in the world. You know, achieving goals is also associated with human intelligence. So what we can say is that so far there's no concept of intelligence which is truly computational. All the concepts of intelligence we use in artificial intelligence are man-related. You know, they are defined according to humans, and they are not defined according to the machine. They are not intrinsic to the machine. Anyway, what's the conclusion from this? We say, okay, AI is, some people believe that AI is just glorified cure-fitting, so interpolation problem, very much in line with the history of mathematics. Some people say it's not that, but then what is it? So one of the possible answers is, okay, it's a problem of intelligence. We refer to human intelligence to define artificial intelligence. So we could say that the partial machine intelligence is should be approached according to this factor S from Spearman. The artificial general intelligence could be approached according to the factor G from Spearman. Then two open questions. Is artificial general intelligence possible? Obviously, it's machine intelligence by definition. And the second question, does architecture necessitate artificial general intelligence? My feeling, because it's mostly a feeling, is that brains are not more powerful than current computers. If we look back at history, keep in mind, some people believe that language was a kind of ultimate frontier, that a computer would never be able to do good translation. The translation which is done by my computer are better than the one I'm doing myself, and better than the ones that professional translators are also doing in many cases. And most of all, in large language models, it's not about language. So the belief that language was the ultimate frontier is maybe completely wrong, because large language models are not about language, you know. And even if it was about language, it does it well. You know, it does the job. So I believe that brains are not more powerful than current computers. And the answer to question 2 about architecture, a CPU contains all possible architectures that could ever be invented by the next trillion generations of people, I mean, especially architects. So I believe that in any case, as of today, we don't need artificial general intelligence for doing any kind of architecture we can imagine. But there is a parameter which is important, and it's the changing parameters, is the input. You know, the inputs are changing constantly because those inputs are nothing less than history. And the history is the moving parameter in let's say in the problem. So yeah, I want to end up with this. Thank you.
Tremendous body of work. Thank you for sharing. You just took us from all your career, and I was fascinated. I couldn't, yeah. So my question is about language, because I'm so glad that you talk about Wolfram Mathematica, because I was listening to one of his lectures, and he was saying that from history we know that since the Greeks they are trying to encode the way that we think, and then they thought that they will do it through logic. And then we have Boole with the Boolean logic as well, trying to do the same. And now we have this, what you said is not about language, but these large language models. So I'm curious to know what you think about other ways of encoding our thinking that is not only about talking, but many other ways of thinking. Like, we also think in images, we also think in feelings, we also think in other ways. And I think these may be these inputs that you're saying that are influencing what these universal machines are doing, that are not only to do, but do not have to do only with language as well.
I believe that images are language.
As well.
I think ultimately they are language. They are a kind of more compressed version, or not even. It's not even about compression. I believe that images are just a different coding, you know, a different encoding of things. So my feeling is that whatever we do as humans, either we look at images, we work with images, or we work with text, or etc. Ultimately, we do exactly what the computer does, is that we reduce everything to purely numerical and then algebraic and logical operation in the brain. So I would say that maybe after all this evolution in artificial intelligence, it brings us back to the original hypothesis about intelligence coming from von Neumann, for example, in the computer and the brain, in this beautiful piece of writing by von Neumann, where everything is about discrete computation. Even if obviously there are some analogous things that also happen in the brain, I mean, these analogous things that happen in the brain are more like, they are a mean. They are not, it's just a tool, let's say. But the fundamental thing that happens in the brain, I really believe that ultimately it's pure discrete signal exchange and pure statistics. I don't know, you know, for a very long time in history, we believed that, for example, what happened in the body was happening because of God, or because of some sort of force, obscure force that we didn't know what it was. And then, thanks to the evolution of science, we saw that it was just like stupid chemical reactions. You know, I mean, what happens during that digestion, for example, it's chemistry, nothing else. You know, it's basic chemistry. So my hypothesis is why the brain should be smarter than the liver. You know, I think what happens in the brain is just raw computation, nothing else. And it doesn't really matter if it's about images, text, or any other kind of encoding.
I have a question, it's not really questioning.
and again, I want to insist for the very first time, maybe this is why we should not underestimate the importance of large language model. Conceptually speaking, as a turning point in the history of Western science. For the very first time, we have something which is amazingly efficient regarding language-based question, while there's no concept of language in the process. I mean, it's pure statistic, it's pure computation of distance between words, etc. I mean, large language models know nothing about language. And you know, this is why, let's say, all these things, ChatGPT, etc. It's definitely a very deep revolution on a daily basis, and for the history of capitalist society, because it has consequences on productivity, on, you know, I mean, the way we produce things, etc. So for that, it's important. But it's also important on a completely different level, and that level is conceptual, and it has to be understood within the framework of the history of Western science, according to me. And again, it's about the fact that for the very first time, we understand that maybe language problems are not linguistic.
Thank you, Philippe. I really enjoyed your lecture, and it's incredible. It's also quite unfortunate because a lot of your work that you showed in the kind of also the computation of structural forms which are then to be 3D printed is actually, you are one of the people who initiated this thing, and somehow I do not see this being created back to you. Like the 3D printing that I see today is, I mean, in the US it's pretty horrible.
Yeah.
and like there's no abstraction that they're trying to just build a classic house with. So I cannot even imagine that this is not referenced. But yeah, this sometimes, yeah, I don't know. Things, what goes around comes around.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
So but then I do have some comments. It's very because it was a very fast talk and complicated, and I did not take notes. So I do have some challenges there. The first one would be a feedback that you said, okay, feedback is what from a machine to any machine, that the feedback is the missing factor. Somehow, something similar to feedback, yes, but I'm not sure if it's feedback, because feedback comes from Wiener and cybernetics, which kind of is post-computation, and also a lot to do with the closed systems of thermodynamics. But if we look at how computation came to be with the Turing and Church, and especially with Church, since you're interested in lambda calculus, it was somehow this guide by Hilbert of trying to find this Entscheidungsproblem, to try to find an algorithm which could be prove the not correctness but consistency of itself. Yeah?
Yes.
And then, you know, Turing did a Turing machine which is able to do exactly what you call feedback by means of states, and the Church which is able to do this by means of nesting functions. So symbolizing functions, like literally taking functions to be symbolic entities.
Yeah, a recursive function is based on feedback. Otherwise, it's not recursive. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to bring the output as an input.
Exactly.
Yes.
So yes, it is kind of feedback, but somehow if we say feedback in the sense of cybernetics, then I don't know. It kind of gets a weird connotation for me.
Yeah, I would say that the concept of feedback was in the air in any case, and it was manipulated, and it was used by mathematicians. You know, all mathematicians who were defining recursive functions, we could say that they invented this idea of feedback before Wiener, for example. I insisted on Wiener because probably was the one who insisted on the fact that this concept of feedback was universal. It was not just key for recursive functions, for example. It was everywhere in the world. It was part of our biological life. I mean, without the concept of feedback, there's no life, because it's about self-regulation and all of that. So I would say, definitely the important revolution, or let's say the importance of what Wiener brought with cybernetics is not so much the feedback alone, because this was used. Also, by the way, Wiener knows that. I mean, he says that it was used by James Watt, you know, in the steam engine and etc. What Wiener brought is a new vision of feedback as a completely universal concept that encompasses everything in the world, from math to biology to physics. Yeah. So
psychology also. He wanted to treat people's psychological problems with feedback machines.
Yes.
So.
I don't know, but let's come to the large language models. So you mentioned, which I agree, but you said universality of approximation. So universal approximation theorem, and obviously Minsky was wrong there and did a lot of undoing had to be done. And universal approximation theorem somehow does create a code which is able to not compute everything, but to approximate everything. That's why it's called universal approximation theorem, not universal computation theorem, which is something which is already done by Turing. So what I think is going on there, what my problem with it is, and why I would still think that coding itself is prior to language and prior to everything, is that approximation is what these models do, and then we have an input which allows us to, it's a kind of from X getting some Y. And it's done through approximation, and some call it curve fitting. Yes, I think it's too simple. But within these large language models, then we see that these prompts become actually so important that if you want to get any good result from these models, the prompt becomes an art form, which just tells me that the prompt itself is another type of code. But what is the computer? So then the computer is the large language model. And my question, is that computer Turing complete? And I claim it's not.
No, I mean, obviously computers are Turing complete. And regarding the neural network, it has also been proven that on top of the universal approximation theorem, it has been proven that there are also Turing complete systems. So I would say everything is ready for a very deep revolution in computing, in which we won't use neural network as software executed on classical Turing machine, but we will use neural network as a machine, you know. So we will have neural network executed on neural processing system, which, by the way, already exists. You know, Google developed its own neural processing unit called the NPU. So it's not the CPU, it's the NPU. Because the computation are done by neural networks. So I would say, to answer the first part of your question, yes, the neural network are Turing equivalent. It's again, it's a mathematical fact nowadays. There are also universal approximators. Obviously, we can. I mean, there's always some amazingly high-end mathematical problems with this kind of concept. It's clear, which goes far beyond my understanding. And to answer your second question, I would say prompt engineering. So I agree with you that the prompt is important, but the prompt in itself is conceptually not different from any other input, right? I mean, it's just an input like anything else around, you know? And it has also been shown, at least on an empirical level, experimentally speaking, but it might be the case that soon it will be, it will become a mathematical theorem as well. But it has already been shown experimentally that artificial intelligence systems are better at writing prompts than humans. So, you know, here again, we close the loop with this kind of recursive, primal recursivity of computation, in which, the concept of computation and the concept of neural network is so powerful. The universality of computation is such a powerful concept that nothing is left to humans, let's say, including the prompt. Because again, the machines are already better at writing good prompts. So it's very puzzling, you know, I would say it's, those experiments by computer scientists are extremely challenging, intellectually speaking. I think it's extremely challenging because we really have the feeling that whatever the way we approach the problem, we end up with the superiority of the machine, which at least to me is a very fascinating question. And this is why some high-end mathematicians end up with almost extremely speculative hypotheses, and I would say almost metaphysical hypotheses, saying, like Penrose, saying that what happened in the brain is quantum-based, and it cannot be replicated by a classical machine. So that, in a sense, it gives us the feeling that he wants to save, he wants to save the human part. But maybe there's nothing to save. Again, maybe simply we have reached a point in which already in the history of Western science, while it's only the beginning of history, 400 years, humans are on Earth for 3 million years. So 400 years of Western science is absolutely nothing. And what's fascinating is that already we have reached a point where we produce machines that are so amazingly good, you know? So if we start extrapolating, if we make almost science fiction-based hypotheses, what's gonna be in 1,000 years? What kind of machine we will have? So this is why I believe all these questions, and again, if we look back at history, what we considered as evidence or ultimate truth, they might prove themselves to be wrong. And for me, the best example is that there's no way to make a distinction between let's say, the attention brought to, dedicated to language by the history of Western philosophy, for example, but also science. The whole history of Western philosophy is about language. The funny thing is that even Foucault, who is not considered as a representative of a linguistic approach of philosophy, even Foucault says, in his course at Collège de France, he said, we can't say that the whole history of Western philosophy is about language. if we remove the problem of language, we can clearly ask ourselves what's left, you know? And so even if we disagree with Foucault, even if we say, okay, maybe it's not 100% about language, we can at least say it's a lot about language. You find language problems in Plato, in Aristotle, in Leibniz, and obviously in 20th century philosophy with the linguistic term, you know. So, and finally, we have these large language models, better than anything we could ever imagine, and the problem of language vanished because it's not involved at all in large language models.
Yep, I strongly disagree, but obviously some other people will have to ask other questions.
Yeah, thank you for this talk, Philippe. So many things to discuss and to pick up. I wanted to ask on that very notion of the idea of the large language model, and that there's no language in a large language model, because on one hand, I found it striking how in the beginning you were saying, like, we find these things amazing because they have a mirroring quality to us. But then when you posit them as kind of universal, as a universal machine, I feel that there's a kind of a contradiction, maybe. I'm not sure, because we had this yesterday, that discussion of what would happen if you would train the models, the transformer architectures that are used on language, on something completely different, on DNA sequences or on animal sounds or whatever. What would happen? And I think that this is very interesting because it surfaces the question that maybe the kind of intelligence that we seem to have found in the large language model seem intelligent to us because it's the primary mode of how we reason, how we communicate, and so on. But this does not mean that there's an intelligence outside of the language that these things are trained on. And then the question becomes a bit abstract and difficult, but then there might be a possibility. Either one says, okay, language is primary and language is intelligence because this is how we reason. But then one can also say intelligence renders itself through language, and so what we can get in a large language model, it's a fraction of that kind of intelligence that is very suited to us as human beings, but might not be universal in that sense too. And so in that sense, yeah. I think the universal Turing machine, or like this computation, maybe to some extent is more abstract, more universal still than the large language model and the neural nets.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I would say, regarding the question about intelligence and language, we will never be able to assess a truly alien intelligence, a truly alien form of intelligence by definition, because we cannot put ourselves outside of ourselves. We can only analyze things through our feelings, sensations, and we have only one brain, So what we can identify as intelligence will always be, and it's a kind of logical problem, will always be defined according to our own intelligence. But yes, still the challenge might be, one of the real challenge of the future will be to come up with concepts of intelligence that are not anthropomorphic, I would say. First, this will be necessary. It's difficult, but at the same time, it's also not completely impossible. Think of what happens in the history of physics. Of course, the laws of quantum physics are defined by yourself. So just because of that, we could say they are anthropomorphic, because they are produced by humans. But when we look at the laws of quantum physics, we can hardly say they are anthropomorphic. They are human, they are produced by humans, but they don't look like us. So I believe one of the challenges in artificial intelligence is this one. Producing definitions of intelligence that are obviously produced by us, but that won't be associated in a way or another to concepts that are anthropomorphic. And at the moment, it didn't happen. I mean, all the definitions you will find on artificial intelligence are all anthropomorphic in a way or another. So this will be probably one of the great endeavor of the science of the 21st century, if it happens. And the second thing regarding intelligence and language, yes, we are humans, and the only way to express things is through language. So I kind of agree with you until a certain point that for us, we consider language as a sign of intelligence, and we also define intelligence according to the language. So it goes in both directions. But we could also imagine that spending a whole life with somebody who never speak, but does things in an amazingly intelligent way, like an artisan, a craftsman, who would never speak. And by looking at the behavior of this person, we would definitely be able to say if that person is intelligent or not. And then the concept we would probably refer to would be the capabilities of abstraction. So, for example, if you build a piano, you need to transform a few things in abstract components. Otherwise, it will take you 100 years to build a piano. It will be pure experimental craftsmanship, So if you want to do it in a smart way, you will need abstraction. So I don't agree with the fact that intelligence is about language, and I don't agree. Yes, yeah, but no. What I want to say is that I believe this connection, this almost natural connection between language and intelligence, can be completely broken now, and maybe the large language models are showing us that what we considered as a deep relation, almost as an evidence in the history of Western philosophy and science, was maybe a wrong hypothesis. And I believe that it's more about abstraction. And by the way, abstraction is also probably the most important concept for the machines, for the computers. So the more we move, the more we go towards this importance of abstraction against the importance of encoding. But that's philosophical hypothesis. Okay, so thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Philippe. These are my favorite kinds of lectures. I really love to listen to you and to disagree with you. For our last lecture in this panel, we have a very special guest from Switzerland. It's Vera Bulman. She is now in Austria, in TU Vienna. She was one of my doctoral supervisors, and I'm incredibly grateful that she will join us today. Vera Bulman is a Swiss writer and a professor of architecture theory at the Technical University of Vienna, where she directs the research unit Architecture Theory and Philosophy of Techniques. Together with Ludger Hoverstadt from ETH Zurich and Elias Zafiris from Parmenides Foundation Munich, she directs the research group Digital Mnemonics since 2016. She also acts as a co-director of the School of Materialist Research in Tempe, Vienna, Eindhoven, and Skopje. Among her most recent publications are Ethics of Coding, a report on the algorithmic condition with Felicity Coleman, Aislinn O'Donnell, Iris van der Thuin. Mathematics and Information in the Philosophy of Michel Serres, a guest-edited special issue of Technophany titled Techne and Feminism, edited together with Katerina Koltsova. Methods and the Comma, Mathematics of Human Knowledge in Technological Accidents, Accidental Technologies, edited by Joe Brouwer and Sjeerd van der Tuin. And forthcoming are Convivia, Filth, Journal for Architectonics, co-edited with Ricardo Villa and Chris Argees. The Digital A Continent, Nature and Poetics, Introduction, New Materialism, Quantum Ideation Across Dissonance with Iris van der Tuin and Felicity Coleman in Methods and Genealogies of New Materialisms, edited by Iris van der Tuin and Felicity Coleman. So please, I'd like to introduce this warm welcome to Vera Bulman.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nicola, for this really kind introduction, and to all of you for inviting me, even though I can unfortunately not be there in person. I will try to share my screen. And I would like to say that I'm incredibly grateful now to speak after you, Philippe. I really tremendously enjoyed your lecture, and I agree in a lot of things. Maybe not on the resolutions of the conclusions that you draw, but it would be lovely if we can engage in an exchange soon. Let's see. So the title of my talk, I want to gladly, of course, pick up storytelling, the theme of your conference, since that's where I'm originally coming from. I'm originally studied literature and language, and I could not more agree with the statement from your last talk, Philippe, that we need to free language from its being claimed by a form of general linguistics and linguistics per se. So I don't think we are done yet with language. I also don't think that language is doing everything without us knowing. But storytelling becomes newly important, I believe, and newly in a way that I would call stofflich. So it's a material, it's a notion of temporality that is physical through the light. So I want to take these metaphysical notions quite literal to start with. That it's almost one of the oldest truisms that when we try to say something about the intellect, we always end up with speaking about light and the sun. And I think it actually is significant that today's communication happens through encoding everything into light. Now, this is what the optical fiber cables do, transport things. So we actually translate our speech into light right now that I'm speaking from Braunschweig, actually, near Berlin, to you in Florida. But just as much, if we send electricity, if we send energy, or if we send images, or whatever can be digitized in a materialist sense. So we need to reconsider how to think of time, and with that, of course, how to account for things, and also how to recount tales. So how to tell stories. And what I would like to explore a little in this talk is a kind of a double articulation that links such a notion of tales that are told in the temporalities of time that pass massively, that's how I put it in the subtitle, to a notion of clocking time in the domain of a double scope, namely the double scope of the analemma. I hope by the end of my talk, this will be less cryptic. So I would like to start, since I'm still not yet free of my intense. I studied a lot of things through the optics of Michel Serres. I don't consider myself a Serres scholar or something like that. What I love about his writing is that it exposes, it liberates so many, in a way, quite plain ideas and approaches from takeovers that had become super distinguished in very territorial kind of ways. And one of the main ideas in his understanding concerns the relation between information and thinking. So I want to put a motto for the talk. It's this one here. when we speak of reason, that's what I would complement the 3 dots in the beginning. We need to think of a bottom of a cornucopia, rich and saturated with material and informational plenitude that represents both the world as it is and the joyful splendor of thinking. I do not see any difference anymore between reality and representation, since the latter is part of the former. So this is very remarkable, no? Reality is part of representation. That's what he says here. So then the question really arises, how do we think about representation? Not in a static sense of giving us a kind of a mirror play, but really, how does representation come about? So I would put it in terms of mechanics. How can we think through a mechanics of light, that means an optics, of what this domain of representation could be considered as? And what I would like to propose is to detach from a notion of language whereby language would express one's individual thoughts, or where it would express universal and objective thoughts. I would suggest to treat language in a way that is exterior to it. So we don't need to identify with the words that we use, also not the ones that we study. And yet we don't need to be comic or cynical about it. So there is a way of, and I have come to call this finding a voice, which presupposes that this voice is independent from the content that we feel we want to say. No, usually when we say we are trying to find a voice. So of course we have all the representational games. So we try to gain attention. We try to cause reflections and so on, to have a kind of a resonance space. But it is more profound than that. When we feel we need we try to find a voice. Very often intuitively we feel we would know what we have to say. We just don't know how. And this is, I think, a shortcut. It is the shortcut that we need to let go when we detach from this dominant, this hegemonical role that a lot of our cultures have attributed to language in the last, probably around 200 years. So finding a voice means not knowing what one would say in it. Yeah, so it's a kind of an exteriority to what feels innermost to us. This is very difficult to achieve. And when I wrote in my abstract of the talk that it will be about the register of style and how it could become helpful with respect to AI employing design, what I mean is that style wouldn't be characterized by geometrical or by figurative elements, but style would come out of writing in many tongues. And writing many tongues is like when what I do now to you, I speak on the one hand, of course, to you as an audience, from which I am quite detached because I'm not there with you in a room, but also I speak to the people I know more closely, Nicola or Carla, with whom I know much more. So how I address them at the same time, how I address you, or how I think of the topic I'm speaking, these are like parallel voices that need to open up a kind of a consonant space. So the words and the arguments that I actually say, they integrate, they accommodate the many scales, let's say, or scalarities in which one can speak. And I think almost all of us do that all the time. No, we have inner dialogues with a lot of quite distinguished addressees often when we really care about what we do. So this kind of a tuning of many different, let's say, fields of addressing at one and the same time. Style is what allows those to be consonant with one another, in particular tempers. So the temper would be very different if I would put to the forefront of my head, for example, my doctoral advisor from 10 years ago. No, my style would be very different than when I have you now in mind. So that's what I mean with the tempering. And what I don't know how this could be possible, but I'm sure it is possible to figure out the notion of style that works with harmonics. that can address this kind of temperament, of Stimmung that is co-present even in the linearity of writing, or of course in the versatility of poetic or of verse. If it's more oriented towards speaking. And this kind of style, I feel, has a lot to do with an old notion that has not been much in fashion recently. It's architectonics. Architectonics, I would like to recover it in its relation to how we can think of the intellect. And this is what I now in the first part would mainly like to focus on. So to think of architectonics and this kind of tempering or a notion of style would basically mediate, if you want, or also integrate, and that means also incorporate how the rational and the free will not only do not contradict one another, but actually make each other necessary in a way that both of them have an open scope or have a certain opening or openness relative to their scope. And the background of why I find this relation, as provocative as it may sound, very timely today, is a recent talk that probably many of you have also listened to. It's the latest conversation between Lex Friedman and Stephen Wolfram, where they talk about the natural language approach and the ChatGPT, so the large language models. And what becomes extremely interesting in the way that Wolfram accommodates a beauty and the promise of the large language models is that it begins to become almost cosmic in its imagination. So he introduces different scales. He would say, for example, that the beauty in the chat model is that it is very wide and very superficial, but not in a pejorative sense, just in a very, but is likely at hand. Whereas the computational language, as he understands it, which is a very specific way of thinking of language, would be orthogonal to it. It would be building towers, he says, but the towers are enormously broad and they're very deep. So he brings in dimensions of orientation of how to build a world model that where these two approaches do not compete with one another, but where they complement one another. And the problem where they can complement one another, I was really excited to hear him say that, is that what we truly actually care for when we are interested in computation, just like when we are interested in thinking, are all things that are not immediately evident. No, so they're not immediately evident. So they involve presuppositions. They involve a speculation where jumping to the conclusion, is this speculation legitimate or is it not? Does it convince us or does it not? Collapses the entire world, the entire cosmic world that actually is contained between them. So it is always about creating an acceptance for considering things that are not intuitively evident, that are far-fetched, that one could obviously also see very different, things of which it is not clear what exactly they have to do with one another. So just to put things into a constellation and to win people to think with about the implications of such a constellation. And his fascination with computation is to use, so his question that became quite obvious, is how can we have a relation to the computer in whichever form, no, the orthogonal or the vertical one, that would help us to cultivate this kind of demonstration that seeks to explore the not evident. He says he has a very drastic formulation. He says, you know, when we argue about simulations, whether they are real or whether they are not real, it's quite simple. If the simulation can make the shortcuts such that it can run in a short time to actually give us a result in a useful kind of time frame, then this simulation does not explore anything that is not evident. It just calculates what is quite evident and has already been anticipated in the presuppositions. If we would start to use simulations to explore the not so evident, we could not find any shortcuts to cut down the time. So the simulation and the reality would not even fall apart. And I find this a very stylish and a very elegant way to bypass these foundational debates, which very often result in doctrinal rigidity. So it is a 4-hour talk, and this also I find significant. No, it's a podcast, but it doesn't make things short; it makes it long. So it's a 4-hour talk, which does not get more. So if you listen 2 hours, it still gets more interesting if you continue. And that kind of thing is extremely rare. And I think it has a lot to do with such a notion of style. We should have, if we had such a notion of style, we could distinguish good conversations, good interviews, good journalism from rather brachial one, no, from tactless one, or from the obscenity that making things plain very often has. So the notion of intellect is at stake. There is another intellect in relation to space, because that's what is exciting about the kind of world modeling that Wolfram starts to introduce in this interview. The intellect and space have, for a long time, much longer than the 20th century, been intimately related. There is a recent book by Catherine Malabou, Morphing Intelligence, where she takes quite serious as a philosopher, how did this actually come about that we perceive intelligence to be something that can be measured? And how to think of this notion of the quotient that makes the measurement possible. It gives, in the beginning, a kind of a history, says a history, it's actually anatomy of a history of intelligence. No, it's the history of intelligence, anatomy of a conflict. That's how she puts it. And the conflict that is at stake is that, she says, with Renaissance, language has been liberated. I think that's what a lot of the language obsession in our time has been about ultimately, that we celebrate a liberation which has actually happened quite a few centuries ago, namely to begin to operate quantitatively within the domain of language, which was, to large parts, orchestrated around scripture, so around a sacredness of a text that did not allow experimental spaces. And through Renaissance, of course, with the new geometry, with the analytics of projections and the measurement instruments, there evolved a kind of superiority of what used to be called the quadrivium arts to engage with the domain of the trivium, to the language-related domain. And out of this crystallized the notion that tried to separate, basically to desacralize a little bit the notion of the mind from the theological narratives in this name of intelligence. So this is how it was introduced. And what it brought about was a multiplication of how the relation between space and thinking was coded. So there were literally, it was a syncretistic period, with regards to world pictures in the anthropological or in the moral sense or in the religious sense. It was a profoundly syncretistic reality which provoked then the Enlightenment philosophy to introduce a notion of reason that sets itself apart from intellect. So reason would no longer be vernacular and multivalent, but reason would be uniform, and it would be unifying in Enlightenment. And it is out of these dynamics, that's how Catherine Malabou explains the story, that in the 19th century, there are people who actually begin to model how intelligence, which is not reason, could be modeled. So how this kind of pure, quantitative or quadrivium, or also if you want mechanic or exterior way of handling thoughts, could be exposed to a kind of evaluation schema. And this is a background to the notion of intelligence that I had not been aware of before I read it in her writing, and it opens up really interestingly an understanding of what was at stake in Bergson's interest, no, with time and free will, where his main critique is almost paradoxically. So he says, if we want to preserve free will, we need to replace the notion of space in regard to intellect with time. And this in this constellation becomes a meaningful step, no, and not an absolute position to think in. So maybe where I would like to bring this to for now is to the notion of translation. Because this is also beautiful in Malabou's book here, the translator of her book, so the person who translated from French to English, she wrote a preface which has the beautiful title, Why I Translate So Intelligently, Translation, Métis in the Era of Google Translate. No? And she basically says how this, she embraces with Malabou a notion of intelligence in this philosophical sense, also because for her, it gives a way to appreciate the kind of intellectuality, the kind of intellect that goes into the work of a translator. No, this has been one of the most interesting, but also most difficult aspects of this language-centered philosophy, how to tackle the problem of translation. Because if we treat translation purely mechanically, obviously the kind of intelligence is not adequately appreciated that makes a good translator, no? Because we don't even know what the literal meaning of things are unless we have already formalized the linguistic content. So the combination of code, let's say, in a kind of a tempering speaking, no? A speaking that doesn't express, a speaking that tries to temper what it picks up. No? So it's a speaking of somebody who doesn't want to be an author. It's the speaking of somebody who doesn't want to be original. It's the speaking of somebody who wants to explore what is there and develop a relation to these things that is of his own time, of her own time, in an elegant, in a solid, in a generous kind of way. So speaking and writing in tongues by having an exterior relation to language. I will not say much more to this first part of the title, the tall tales told. No, so if we don't, I don't mean this cynical, and it's a bit difficult because of course tall tales are a notion which in English. So I'm not a native English speaker. So for me, I have a kind of a philosophical interest in the notion of magnitude or grandness or greatness that is attached here to tales. But of course, it means somebody tells something which has absolutely no substantial reality in itself. No, and it's not in that sense that I mean it, but the kind of cosmic modeling that tries to model how we could approach abstraction. There is no way to demonstrate the evidence of these models itself. So they are quite far-fetched. They are very daring. They involve a kind of a greatness or a grandness that is not one that wants to dominate. It's a vastness that they take into account, and it's in that sense of a kind of an exposure to a vastness that one cannot grasp. That I want to think of this notion of tall tales. And in that sense, this kind of cosmic or metaphysical gestures in thinking how to approach abstraction would be told, tales told in such kind of tallness. But I'm not sure whether it's really a good way of addressing it. Not yet. But what I want to focus on now is how then this could be more than a metaphor, no? This kind of tallness or greatness or magnitude or quantity. And I want to turn to the second part, or the clocking of time in the double scope of the analemma. So how would then a geometry of such tallness or of such magnitude, how could we think of such a geometry? And for this, just an index to where it is coming from a bit. My book, which will be forthcoming later this month, it will be published, The Digital Continent. There is one motif which is equally difficult and rewarding to address through a focus on language as it is through geometry, and it is the question of death. No, so how can we? So if there is a quickness to thought, if there is a liveliness to thought, there must also be a kind of a latency or a presence or an active relation, let's say, that thinking maintains to death. And, and this sensibilized me for this book by somebody whom I'm not usually very fond of, Siegfried Gideon, because what he is mainly famous for, the book Mechanization Takes Command, in my understanding, precisely doesn't speak of mechanization, but of rationalization. No? So the beautiful story that Philippe Morel just exposed to us, where there is a kind of a different understanding of geometry at stake, is no longer there in the phenomena he describes as a mechanization taking command. But this book here is, I think, much older than the other one. I think it's his early work, and it wants to think about if there is this relation between thinking, between intellect and space. How did architecture start? What were first manifestations of it? So it's not itself the question of a historic approach. It's like an Urgeschichte of the possibility of approaching architecture historically. And what he explores in it is basically temples, mainly. It is temples which make graspable that space, like he wants to foreground. Space is not graspable, no? So space itself is immaterial. It is also impossible to limit it coming from the physical side alone. So its formality is not captured thereby. And the way that we can relate to the intangibility of space involves the temporal and the eternal. So kind of think of those as two poles that could frame the question of death. Interestingly, he's also very much aware that space, insofar as it is intangible but architectural, owes almost everything to light. No? And light is also not directly tangible. So light is that's the whole question of is intellect and light. Light involves the entire optics of forming images or ideations, having an idea, contemplating, pondering ideas, finding words for them, accommodating ideas in formulations. So all the processes of symbolizing are at play in this setup. And it's with this lens that he studies temples and discusses very often a kind of, so, and I don't mean it pejoratively, I must repeat this, but it's beautiful tall tales about the elements. So a lot of the cults obviously involve a relation to the sun and to the stars, and he tells many stories that would relate to the Grundrisse of the temples. And he raises thereby a question which is captured in a text that I want to recommend and work with a little. It's by a scholar, I don't know, Gloria Meinen. It's a text on the Tafel. It's like the blackboard, no? So it's where you write things on. And the idea is to think in a materialist way about the mediality of the transparent, neutral recipient of inscriptions. And she brings to the foreground that even immaterial objects have a place where they are produced. And she says, this place is the place where we think mathematically. And this place does not exist, no, in a way that could be bodily experienced. And yet there is a reality to it. So she asks the question, how? Just like Gideon, that's why I place it in parallel to Gideon. Gideon asks about the beginnings of architecture with this interest. She asks about the beginnings of deductive geometry. No? The beginnings of deductive geometry, where she says, so this present goes to the beginnings of deductive geometry in order to find out how geometry purifies its objects and processes from any materiality. So this is so interesting. The purification here is not directly a cultic and a sacred gesture, no? When it is done in mathematics, and that's the one side of it. And on the other hand, it doesn't say mathematics per se gives us objects in their purity, no? So there is a kind of a filthiness introduced into the relation between, let's say, religion and mathematics, or theology and mathematics, which percolates or which mediates this very process of deduction and demonstration, obviously, that results from it. And with this sensibility, she asks about the place where ideas are formed. No? So she continues, even immaterial objects have a place where they are produced. They need a space where they can act without disturbance. What would this place look like? This place would be dust-free, so pure that it would be almost invisible. The place where geometry operates knows no limits, double floors, ventilation, dress codes, temperature gradients, and dust swirls. But it does have openings, airlocks that prepare mathematicians and their objects for their work. Mathematicians seldom wear mouse guards or white kitters, but they do possess very effective techniques of exclusion. That proof, for example, does not protocolate the actual paths of construction, but rather follows an abstract arrangement of knowledge. Namely, the axiomatics of its objects is an unwritten law. So you see how this space where we never really have words for, that would leave it open. No? The words come and colonize. The openness of the beautiful abstraction that space incorporates. But in a kind of an exterior relation to language, she manages to evoke a populated, a vivid, of course, an anthropocentric picturing or ideation of this place, which leaves it open. So let's read a bit more, because it's so unusual to think of abstraction like that. No? So abstraction here is not contrasted. Well, it is in play with the contrast of concreteness, but it's not opposed to it. No? The two work together in a way that is difficult to grasp in the logical relations. So she continues, Greek geometry tacitly evacuated people from their thought ways, and with them also removed any materiality and application. The deductive proof springs from an aseptic environment. The real invention of Greek mathematics, it seems, is not abstraction and ideality. It is rather a specific architecture of exclusion. It is no longer properties that escape any description that come into view, but the place where mathematics forms its statements. This place is a kind of a clean room. In its sluices, all measurements fall away from the objects. Here, Euclid can formulate sentences that are immediately obvious. What is equal to the same is also equal to the other. What when like is added to like, the wholes are like, etc. What is so remarkable about this is that she articulates the domain that perhaps comes closest to what philosophers mean with existence, no, with the nothingness or the void of something that is prior to the relation between being and becoming. So it's a void which becomes articulate in her way of thinking about it. And of course, if we would have the understanding that language expresses everything, this would be absolute absurd, because in a void, you cannot speak of in the language of the void about the void, no? But you have this void, whether you start or whether you end. And that's my suggestion now, to say that this way of thinking foregrounds a role of coding that opens up a space. So where encoding and decoding go together, that opens up a space that was not thinkable before, but is universal from the moment that it is there. Yeah. So it's not generative. It's not. Perhaps it is evolutionary. I don't know whether it makes a lot of sense to approach it through the register of history, because it forms a space that can collect countable time. That is the beauty of it. And this is also what Wolfram was talking about. He was insisting on the orthogonal towers, he called them, of formalisms, because these towers allow us to take shortcuts in our simulation. So they literally embody a kind of an intellectuality that is experience-based, no? That is well worth to trust in. But they stand like islands in a huge ocean. They don't form a continual plate. They don't form a kind of a foundation or even a continent in the non-cornucopian way of reason. No? But they are very distributed islands. He calls them pockets of reducibility. And he says, these pockets of reducibility, we now need to start caring for them. So we have the floods and the streaming of the horizontality and the fastness and the quickness of the instant, what is instantly evident and instantly calibrated according to what will be perceived as evident. No, because this is what the ChatGPT does, no? It calibrates into a common sense, which gets firmer and firmer and firmer the more it reaffirms itself. So these towers or these pockets of reducibility are the resource to go adventurous into the oceans of this flood, because they give us the indexes to look for how to argue the not evident, no? How to learn to demonstrate what is not evident. So these pockets of reducibility, I would like to relate them to the status that Gideon gives to his study of architectural spaces through the temple. And this by a figure which is drawn by Elias Sapiris. He's a friend and a colleague with whom we collaborate a lot. In a sketch which is very, very difficult to grasp in its implications. So what he proposes is the situation. No? We have a relation of world and self. And when we say we want to be outside, so we don't want to presuppose any structure, we don't want to trust any tradition, we want to be exposed. For instance, as a situation picture when you are alone in the mountains looking at the night skies. You are outside in that sense, so exposed to a vastness that you don't pretend you can grasp. It is inevitable when you do that, that you make yourself the center of the entire perception that you have. Yeah. So everything is gravitating and is grounded in you yourself as the center, and that's how the outside can be open or too vast to grasp. On the other hand, when we are inside. So this is what Gideon's stories about the temple suggest. When we believe ourselves to be in an inside, and we think of this inside as a universal, as being of a universality, then there is something sacred about that space, no? So there is a place spared out for what cannot be availed over, and it means that when you consider yourself in such a relative interiority, we can never put ourselves in the center. At the center is always the altar. It's always the presence of that which has made the space in which we are. So the way to put this is that when we have an inside perspective, the outside remains as a residue that we cannot get rid of. No? So these stories that she talks about, with so the creation, when we celebrate mathematical thinking in its purity, but we don't claim this purity is an originality. We say, no, this purity needs to be cared for. It needs to be made as best as possible, like it is done here, but it will never be an absolute one. So there is always the outside, and that means also a part of the self-centered or anthropocentric remainder that will be accommodated within. Now, when we have these models of reciprocity, no, where the common sense calibrates around innovative approaches in common sense. When you have these kind of reciprocities that appear to mirror one another, this mirroring gets a different quality when we keep it in mind as an inversion. So not as a reflection, but if there is a kind of not a mirror, but a screen through which the outside percolates, so the optics of the outside percolates to the inside, and the inside percolates to the outside. No? And this will never be a tautology because of the residue which you cannot get rid of, as long as you don't claim this house to be a proper house, but to be the house of the all, no? So a cosmic house, in whichever typology one then wants to address it. So this is a play of inverting orientations that, for me, captures best from everything I have ever read what I associate with abstraction. The gesture of abstraction involves an alienation to our own thinking, which has something to do with such an inversion. So it's an involution as a complementary direction to what we can study empirically in terms of evolution. And we need a well, I don't know if it will be language, but for sure we need words. No, we need words and articulations and formulations to get more eloquent about this interiority, because with regards to the exteriority, we are super eloquent. No, there is a kind of a disproportion with respect to these things. And I haven't spoken about the analemma yet, so let's do that now. So the idea is to think of what can basically, no, so inversion, this is a movement which is like when you have a sock and you turn it inside out. No, so it's an inside out. To invert something means to turn it inside out or outside in. And the membrane, or this thing, no, which allows for inversion, I want to suggest now we can think of the analemma as that. And of the analemma, we can think as a kind of an inverted mirror. So a mirror is not that which oddly or strangely is not affected by what is projected upon it, but it is active. No, it is not passive in this way. And then this analemma becomes the geometric plane as a radiant screen, conceived as a radiant screen. So for those of you who maybe don't have it so present, but the analemma it collects the course of the sun over a year. And if we say the projection of the analemma, and we need to think of this abstractly, obviously, it is not evident, and it's not tangible, no? But it's a kind of an operator, I think, or perhaps a quotient to think space, a kind of a quotient of a magnitude that has something to do with this tall tale storytelling. So then the analemma collects all the shadows that a gnomon can cast. So the gnomon is the stick which gives us forms in proportion to one another, because with the gnomon we produce geometric form. So with the gnomon we stop time. No, when the angle of the to the sun is in the right angle, it will always reproduce every day an analogicity and the proportionateness among the forms with which we can do geometry. But now the analemma has something to do with how to sum up all the possible geometric frozen timelinesses, no? Because of course the sun has different angles everywhere, no? So this allows us to think of the stopped temporality as a kind of a vibrant, pixelated fabric or substance, which can perhaps inspire a different way of thinking a contemporaneity, so a presence that would involve a depth as much and a broadness as much as a fastness and a superficiality and a wideness. So this is the invitation I would like to pose with regard to storytelling. And there is one more aspect. So this is the book where, so the thinking about the analemma and the gnomon and so on are developed. It will be published very soon, hopefully already by next summer, by our new book series, which we call the Meridian Architectonics on mathematical thinking. And what Elias Tsafiris introduces here is something that allows to project the architectural space in analogy to the role of the columns in the temples. And he calls this the keystone. He calls it the meteoron. So, and the meteoron is the stone here, which makes the arch hold together. No? And the way that he describes this keystone, so it's obviously like a key, no? So it's coding language, and it's a keystone because different from the columns which bear the weight, no? So they stand up to the gravity. This keystone neutralizes gravity. No, so there is a sublimation or a neutralization embodied by the fitting of an element into a constellation that subjects, of course, to the physical laws in its form. So it's a counter gravity physics that becomes thinkable with it. And I think it's with such a notion of meteorons now in the abstract. We need to abstract it from this particular application. But with such a notion of the meteoron, that in the time of the analemma, we can start to go back to the relation of intellect and space, where neither intellect dominates space nor space dominates intellect. And this means we need to let go of the active evocation of a notion of the absolute. Now, that is perhaps the most difficult thing to do, but it's also what inspires probably most storytelling ever. No? So storytelling is always about the same kind of things. It's about competitions, it's about love, it's about jealousy, it's about all the human things. It's about being ungebändigt, not tame. No, so it's exploring all these things, but it does this differently every time it does it. Yeah. So to say, the notion of the absolute and storytelling don't go so well together. And the beauty of this outlook is to say that letting the absolute go gives us a literacy and a kind of a literature that involves storytelling that manifests in buildings, in objects, in things, as much as in tales and stories, of course. And with two slides, I want to close my lecture. One is again from Michel Serres, where he wrote a very interesting text on a novel by Virginia Woolf, which is entitled To the Lighthouse. And this lighthouse, so this relation, how the lighthouse, which of course helps seafarers to come back to the coast, no, in safety when a storm is coming. So it has kind of like an atlas point, on an exteriority point to the totality of the weather and of climate. So an orientation which does not directly result from the body of how we think the world, with the Occident and the Orient and the directions and the geographical models, but it's an orientation which speaks from an outside, but out with the world. This, I think, is what the lighthouse symbolizes, or also tells of in Virginia Woolf's book. And Serres, he found this really nice words for it. He says it's simply a story where time passes. It's a storytelling about how time passes, and it finds images for that. And these images, they manifest as a house. So she said, to measure the passage of time, she, that means Virginia Woolf, or the main protagonist of the story, needed a clock. She used a house. No, it's Virginia Woolf, obviously. So it's a house as a clock, in order to measure time in a way which is entirely qualitative, but this qualitativeness is only approachable quantitatively through maintaining an exterior relation to it. And this is what I would suggest we need to figure out in relation to language, as much as to forms in geometry and numbers in mathematics and symbols in algebra and so on. And that is why in my background I have images of the canon of polyclade. So we need to think about the house. We need to think about the domestic space, which is not entirely private. So a domestic space where there is a publicness and a privacy that are being proportioned in the domesticity of that space. Something like that. And this means a notion of human adequacy. So to think adequacy and proportionateness universally in mathematical terms, but to temper it, to bring it in a relation, to scale it with what we want to care for as a human world. So this is what I would like to end with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vera. I really enjoyed this lecture, and I did not have much time to contemplate a question, but I would like to start first. I was really, taken by some kind of analogies I seen here, which are very strong. One, and I only saw it at the end when you showed the Elias's idea of the arch and its inversion. So somehow we have the arch, which is made out of stones, and obviously the inversion, which is the catenary arc, which basically gives it form from a kind of inverse standpoint. And then the keystone, which is the neutral element, which is basically, we are talking about group theory. Now we are talking about inversion, we are talking about neutral element. And then the start of your talk, which started with the style, which is kind of an inversion as well of I'm not sure whether of content, but of some part of language. I'm not now sure where I'm going now. But the question for me is, what would, for you, in language be the neutral element in this case? I'm sorry if it's a trick. It's not meant to be a trick question.
Yeah, I know. No, I think it's a crucial question. I think it's why I want to foreground translation, and translation in a philological sense, where philology is not history. So a philology where one works comparatistically, not in terms of having an original notion of language, no, either a theoretical model of it, like Chomsky and so on, or any other theory of language, no, not like that, but a studying of manifestations of language, but always by asking what is the grammar out of which this statement has been created. So there comes to be a kind of an analogy between mathematical statements and philological statements, because when we allow this mathematical domain not to be basically hanging in the air, no, so consisting in constellations, not having foundations, but being organized and oriented according to constellations, then we also have to think about every demonstration or every proof or every theorem. How has it been thought? No? And then this question parallels the philological question. And then the question is, of course, how can we explore that? And I think we can explore it by translation. And translation in a sense where we translate in order to understand the original, not to somehow convey what the original means. No, it's like so then to translate the text becomes a way a way of close reading almost, because you go beyond, you project yourself to an outside first before looking at it. So a notion of translation, which then of course can be treated in a quadrivium way. So with a transcription, with coding, with syntaxes, with regulations. But in principle, it would mean you try to make up, to invent the whole vernacular that is adequate for the thing you want to talk about. And I like to work with the notion of vernaculars here, not formalized languages and so on, but they're objective, they're languages which seek an objectivity, but the validity of the objectivity is regional or local or situation specific. Even so, it is of universality. No? And the universality is the abstractness that one seeks. So we need to figure out its grammar without having a preconceived notion of what a grammar would be. So we need to study comparatistically how we can rationalize language. So it's almost like performing, so developing a computational relation to the way that words are alive in our thinking. No, because this, I think, is something that gives a kind of a gravity. At least for a person like me, words are they're like a nature, no? So the words have weight, they have affect. There is an affectuality. There is very strong dislike of words. There is the whole psychology related, and it gives me these kinds of shortcuts, of which Wolfram also says, no, they can be rationalized. They're not absolutely true or not, we don't know, but they're very well tested, so they're very well based and calibrated in an experience that is shared and accumulated. And such an embodied relation to words, I think, is crucial for everybody who has been socialized in developing their thinking in the mediality of words primarily. No, so that doesn't say that it's the only one where this is possible, but it's probably like for you as an architect, it's with the forms and with the drawings. It's just a question of how much time of your life have you spent contemplating something. It forms your body, and words do that too. And but to take an alienation to that, so it's like translating oneself. That's I think, so this question I raised in the beginning, trying to find a voice it presupposes that I don't know what I will want to say. No? So if I want to try to find a voice for this affective embodied relation I have to language, then I would not translate. I feel like I'm expressing myself. And the crucial thing that makes it a quadrivium, a quantitative, that gives it an objectivity and a universality, is to not do that. So to seek a kind of a self-alienation through language, but now considered through philology, in this kind of a twisted or inverted way. So the neutral element in all of that would be the fact that pre-specific to any language, to any grammar, any notion or conception of grammar, is the fact that code is related to a cipher. So it's about an articulation of nothing. So an empirical demonstration will not prove anything more about its reality or its relevancy in an intuitive way. Then a speculation which seems totally incomprehensible to most people. They're of the same kind of status. The storytelling will be the tempering and the bringing into proportion of things. And the storytelling needs not happen in language or in words even, no? It can happen in artifacts, in buildings, in paintings, in music. It doesn't. So code is like information in this information physics, information technology. It's elemental. It's in everything.
Thank you.
So translation of information within the world, something like that.
Thank you. I was so much hoping that you would say that. I kind of hinted, but yeah. Do we have other questions? Please, maybe it's better if you step.
Hi, Vera. Thanks a lot for your talk. I have a question regarding the what's the place, what's the role of syntactic structure in your approach of language and translation? Because actually we know that when we do translation, there are big categories of languages, but for many, within categories, we see amazing similarities of the syntactic structures, and I believe that this appears. It's a very Chomskyan way of dealing with language, of course, but this appears almost as a kind of invariant of the language. And since you are dealing with language and translation, but you didn't mention that aspect of the syntactic structure, I wonder what's the role of it in your global conceptual construct.
Yeah, I think there it's a bit similar. Like, so I would strongly insist that grammar and syntax are not equivalent. And grammar takes away the securities of the syntactical rules, just as much as the syntactical rules allow us to have a kind of a notion or an idea of grammar that feels adequate. No? So they basically destabilize and stabilize one another. And this, I'm hesitating a bit to say it, but I was very intrigued by how, again, Wolfram in this talk begins to speak of what he calls semantic syntax. No? So to couple syntax with semantics, but without then using it as semantics, so to classify words, no, and to function, so to say what the meaning or the definition of the words is in an orthogonal way, but in a kind of, it's almost like a photovoltaic way. So semantic syntax would be like plants, no? So they would become, so their syntaxes which acquire a kind of an organism, an organization or an organism. So they're not classified, they become embodied. So syntaxes would acquire bodies. And again, it's this canon. We need to think of the body and embodied thinking, which of course does not reduce to a human body. But the point is that we are human. So if we care for human values or for these things, it doesn't, we don't win that much if we learn to think like other animals do, primarily, no? So, but we can learn to think about ours through these alienations. But these alienations can come from abstraction, not from the empirical world of things that are really there. That I think I would say. So the translation is, in a way, there's just the operationality or the operability of code and ciphers. That's what I would assume. So Serre speaks of a principle, a metaphysical principle, whose principle is that there can be no principle. No? So code and cipher. So the articulated nothing, or the existentialism that pluralizes. No, it's not that there is not one absolute existence. It's an existentialism that is baroque, one could almost say. Many voids, no? Like many vernaculars, they all index the objectivity, but none of them has it all.
Okay, I see. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Clear.
Hello, Vera.
Hi, Michael.
Yes, they've asked me to ask you to stop sharing your screen, please. So, my question actually, I was struck by the
sharing the screen. Sorry, I need to do that.
Yes.
Yes, now, sorry.
No problem. So thanks very much for the talk. I'm glad that you were able to join us from afar. I was struck by this isn't the first time that we've been in the same context where we speak about the hanging chain and its inversion in the arch, in the catenary arch. And I was now thinking with the figure that it provides for us at a certain level of abstraction, and I'm wondering if we can think of style in this sense as a kind of finding one's keystone, and to be able to invert the gravity of that which weighs upon us in order to stand gracefully. And I will sort of add to that some of the discussions we've had in the past day about large language models and about ChatGPT, and about how I think in a way AI allows us to give a kind of weight to things. We allow things to organize into a way that there is weight, but that this weightedness of what the neural networks start to sort out for us is not the same kind of weight that is the one that will give us the keystone, or the one that we will allow us to kind of find this neutral element. And I think yesterday we were talking a little bit about a kind of orthogonality between the procedural performativity of a large language model like ChatGPT and the verticality of a kind of, maybe I don't know if this is proper to phrase it in the same way that you were intending it, but of kind of finding one's voice, but sort of building the towers that Wolfram speaks about. And so, in a way, I find it interesting because then we really kind of do, if this thought figure works out this way, then it's a way of rethinking kind of the role of human intelligence that remains somehow orthogonal to the model we make of human intelligence when we project into large data sets the abstract formalisms, mathematical formalisms that we have developed of what we think human intelligence is, or of what human learning is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's I think very close to the lines I would also like to put it. So I don't think it makes a lot of sense. I think intellect has to do with artifice, and our intellect is just as artificial. That's how I would consider it. No, our intellect is just as artificial as the artificial intellect, but its embodiment is very different. And these towers of Wolfram, and I would relate them to the semantic syntaxes that I was mentioning to the prior question. Now they have to do with embodiments. So it's not just organs that are outsourced in media. No, it has a kind of an embodiment that is exteriorized in bodies of knowledge, or let's say, or in these structures or houses of formalization, no? That can give us shortcuts, that give us so these pockets of reducibility. But where I would not quite agree is with the keystone, because I think it's crucial, for me, it's crucial to multiply them. No? So I don't think it's about finding one's own keystone. That would be, so finding a voice would not be finding one's own keystone. But finding a voice becomes possible once you find keystones with regard to the things that concern you, that you care about, that you think about. So where you can invert the gravity of the status quo of the knowledge or the assumptions or whatever it is. You try to invert it. So gain the lightness back with the keystone in this ciphered abstract thinking. And once you have several of these keystones, I think, then you can start translating. And with this kind of translation, there can be a voice that you can find a voice. And it's not like you have to contemplate and then, no, do it, but it comes automatically. You don't make it. So you acquire a voice which you don't make. It happens to you, but it happens to you because you learn to translate inversely these many weights or many things, no, rather than resisting or opposing or standing against. No, you invert it and then you juggle. Then you can play, then you translate. And from how you will do that, there will be a character, there will be a temper, there will be a kind of a voice. But you can only find this in an embodied sense when you don't think about that voice expressing your thoughts. It's more like you learn to see what your thoughts actually are from not thinking about them, but letting them handle things. It gives a kind of an observational agency to our interiority, to this introspection. That would be the promise I see in it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Vera. Thank you very much, everyone, for the questions. We are finished with this session now, so we will take a break until when? 2:45, so 40 minutes break for lunch, and then we will see you in the next session, which will be hosted by Carla Saldaña Ochoa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
actually. So I'm assuming the outside is okay, great. All right, let's try this. I don't know if I hear anything. Is this?
Your laptop, from your laptop it should go. So if you have your mode app, it should be there.
The output, I do not have control over it.
No, it's usually from the laptop itself.
Because it takes control. I hear it actually, I hear it. Yeah, I hear it. Let me try a different one that's louder, just to make sure that it doesn't like blow out everybody's eardrums. Let's see. One more. Tell me how loud this one is. All right. Great. Okay. Cool.
All right. Welcome back to the second part of today's event. And I'm really excited and glad that we are going to talk about the panel that I'm moderating. So the title of our panel is called Staging Machines, which hints at the spectacle before us, a spectacle of technology transforming the world around us. We are here to uncover the strategies and tactics that immunize our societies against the potentially alienating effects of this technological revolution. Instead, channel these energies towards constructive and imaginative ends. In this area of artificial intelligence, automation, and digital storytelling, the boundaries between creator and creation, reality and fiction, constantly shifts. Designers, artists, and storytellers harness machines' power to design, narrate, and reimagine our world. But as we venture into this uncharted territory, we are confronted with the questions that challenges the very essence of our humanity. How do we ensure that the technological marvels that we create serves as instruments for constructive change? How can we preserve the elements that makes us human, even as we delegate tasks to machines? And what safeguards must we put in place to navigate this transformative landscape with ethical and creative integrity? Our guest today will help us navigate our technological future's complex terrain. So as we set the stage for this exploration, prepare to be inspired, enlightened, and perhaps even pleasantly alienated by the ideas of insights that will unfold. So today in this navigation, we have three speakers. We have first Tina Tallon from UF. We have Julian Bessam from the Bartlett, England, and we have Haiti Bober from UF. But first, we are going to introduce Tina Tallon. She's going to be talking about Feeling Futures, Embodying Advances. So Tina is a winner of the 2021-2022 Rome Prize. She is a sound artist, creative technologist, vocalist, educator, and arts documentary based on Gainesville, Florida, and working around the world. Her music has been performed by such esteemed musicians as Ensemble Intercontemporain, Wild Up, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing them wrong, Chelea, and the LA Philharmonic New Music Group. She has received major grants and awards from organizations such as the Harvard Radcliffe Institute, the American Academy in Rome, ASCAP, the Barlow Endowment, and La Jolla Symphony, and New Music USA. Recent commissioners include the LA Philharmonic, Guerrilla Opera, Stephen Schick, and La Jolla Symphony, and the Peabody Institute of Johns Hopkins University. Her work has been presented internationally at festivals, conferences, and workshops, including IRCAM's Manifest and LA Philharmonic's National Composers Intensive, Island Airwaves, MIT, Grafenek Forum, and the Venice Biennale, and many others. Dr. Tallon's research interests include algorithmic bias, artificial intelligence, voice technology, and digital humanities. She holds a bachelor's degree in biological engineering and music from MIT, and an MFA in composition and music theory from Brandeis University, and a PhD in music composition from UC San Diego. Her primary composition teachers include Peter Child, David Rakowski, and Leigh Line, and she studied computer music with Tom Erbe and Miller Puckett. I apologize for my pronunciation. Surely I did it wrong, but I will share this beautiful bio with you. She currently serves as an assistant professor for AI and the arts at the University of Florida. Please, warm welcome to Tina.
Thank you so much, Carla. And I also want to say thank you to all of you for letting me inhabit your space. Obviously, I'm not an architect, but I've learned so much over the past 2 days. I love interdisciplinary collaborations. I also work a lot with installation art, so anybody who might be interested in that, hit me up. And I also really, really enjoyed the talks this morning by Michael, Philippe, and Vera, which I feel like set the stage, so to speak, for some of the things that I'm going to talk about in my talk today. So the title of my talk is Feeling Futures, Embodying Advances in Digital Storytelling. So as Carla mentioned, I did my undergraduate work at MIT. My primary degree was in biological engineering, and then I got really burned out. And I switched to music in my senior year, which I don't advise doing. So it's really funny because I don't know how many of you get these random emails from academia.edu, but I love it when it's like, are you the Tina Tallon who wrote microRNA regulation of human embryonic stem cell differentiation? And I'm like, yeah, but it feels like a lifetime ago. So some of the work that I did in my undergraduate research involved pancreatic cancer, lung cancer, and endometriosis. And then throughout my graduate studies, even though I did them in music, I was able to pay my rent by doing pediatric diabetes research. So I'm very interested in a lot of the biomechanical biochemical pathways that underlie disease progression, how we can mitigate those and mediate those. And I think throughout all of my work, one of the primary interests that I've had is actually observing underlying structures and how they lead to emergent behaviors. So if I could find one thing that brings it full circle, it's that. So after MIT, again, as I said, very burned out, didn't want to go to medical school right away. So I was like, I don't know, let's go do a music degree. That seems smart. My parents were very upset. So I went to Brandeis to study composition. Fun fact, if you put composer into DALL-E, about 80% of the time you'll get something that looks exactly like this, which is very interesting. So, you know, yeah, I always report that as an issue because I'm the world's worst pianist, and very many of us at this point don't play piano. Although I will say part of the issue is pictures like this, which, you know, that was one of my first headshots. And pretty much every composer I know has some sort of silly photo with a piano. So, you know, ultimately, yeah, it's me. I'm the problem, it's me, so to speak. Okay, so after Brandeis, I went to UC San Diego, where I did my PhD in music composition with an emphasis in computer music. And so some of my dissertation work focused on using electronic music and the ambiguities in terms of embodiment as it relates to electronic music as ways to create healing spaces for trauma, ways of abstracting the body away from oneself to place it in a space that is seemingly more objective and allows space for repair. And so I'm gonna play a short instance of one of my pieces just to set the stage, and then we're actually gonna move away from the music that I make and look at more interdisciplinary collaborations and applications of my work. So this piece is called Lucinia. It's for orchestra and 8 channels of live electronic processing. Lucinia, I'm actually going to bring up my notes. I've been doing this without even looking at them. So one of the things that's at the core of this work in the live processing is actually convolutional timbre transfer algorithms. And so I use this to create amalgams of instrumental sounds, vocal sounds, and found sounds, such as bird calls. And because of the nature of these algorithms, they're all reliant on each other, right? You need one to make all of them heard. And so I kind of look at this as a poetic metaphor for community action and support. And so some of the instrumental sounds are convolved with a corpus of vocal sounds that are actually related to sexual violence. I'm not going to go too much into Ovid's tale of Philomel, but that's what this is related to. But in any case, I'm happy to talk more about that process at some other time. As Michael said earlier, we're going to try to keep it light because there's a lot of heaviness inherent in this. So obviously, I took a lot of care to preserve anonymity and honor the agency of the people who are contributing their stories and their voices to this work. So I'll play you about 3 minutes of this. It starts out very, very quiet, so hopefully you'll be able to hear it. And again, this is the La Jolla Symphony with Stephen Schick conducting. So we didn't get to the bird call part, but I can send you a link if you want. So during my PhD studies, I had the chance to deepen my engagement with the work of this man, who some of you may recognize, Yannis Xenakis, a Greek-French composer and architect who worked with Le Corbusier. I'm like, yeah, now everybody's like, this girl's clearly not an architect. She's butchering everything. But I know we already talked about a bunch of his work this morning, and we're going to talk about more of it. And so one of the things that I find is very interesting about Xenakis' work is actually the melding of a lot of the principles that he was working with, and obviously that he learned from Le Corbusier, with this intense fascination with algorithmic music. And so he wrote a book called Formalized Music that actually outlines a lot of his processes, which are inspired by everything from Brownian motion to various sorts of biomechanical processes to visual representation of music. His scores also, are very, very interesting. And so, he often has these very smooth type of forms. So this is the Philips Pavilion at the 1958 World's Fair in Brussels. And Le Corbusier actually allowed Xenakis to design the outside of it. Le Corbusier did the interior. And it actually was a sound installation with Edgar Varese called Poème électronique. And so I think one of the things that is absolutely beautiful are these smooth forms, right, that imply so much motion, these geometries that are also stuck in this static state, right? It's as if we've frozen something at this moment in time. And so you have this frozen embodiment of some sort of robust physical process of motion. And this is also very interesting. So this is one of the sketches for Xenakis' piece Metastasis, which hilariously enough, when I walked into my first grad seminar, I called it metastasis because I'd worked in cancer research. And apparently that is not how people in the music world pronounce it. So in any case, I'll let you hear a little bit of what this sounds like. This is a sketch from much, much later in the piece, so we're just going to listen to the first minute or so. This, again, starts very quiet. So what you just heard was the opening of the piece where he goes from these glissandi up to this stasis, this point of stasis, which is held out. So it's very interesting to see the form of something like the Phillips Pavilion translated into this type of temporal media. Another thing that was very striking to me as I explored more of Xenakis' architectural work was this building. And so this was from a public housing complex in Rézé-les-Nantes. And also, again, in collaboration or as part of Le Courbousier's studio. And so one of the things that's particularly striking about this is the fact that I lived in this building as an undergrad at MIT. This is Simmons Hall at MIT from Steve Hull Architects. You want to know something absolutely hilarious? One of the resident advisors' names was Stephen Hall, H-A-L-L. And so we had Simmons Hall, Steve Hull, and Steve Hall all at the same time. But what I find fascinating, and as soon as I saw that picture of the building in Rézé-les-Nantes, is that this is the lobby of Simmons Hall. So I saw that and I was like, oh damn, I know that place. And so that was really, really interesting to me, and kind of, I feel like was an early lesson in form and structure and the threads that kind of build these static structures. And how they temporally engage with each other over time. Another really fun fact about living in Simmons Hall, has anybody lived there or been there to visit? You've seen it? Yeah, oh man, I am happy to tell you about it. Okay, so here's a fun fact. So if you look at this floor plan, this is, I believe, the third floor, they have these kind of suite style living situations, and so there's usually two rooms that have an alcove and then a shared bathroom. What's really exciting about this is you'll see that there's a door that goes into the hallway. Unfortunately, I guess their door budget ran out because there were actually no doors on those alcoves. And so I'm not lying to you, because again, a lot of architects come to see it. There were so many times when people like came out of their bathrooms in a towel and there were architects there taking pictures. So in any case, yeah, I guess maybe I could have had a completely different career change. That point in time, I guess OnlyFans didn't exist then. But in any case, we did have a ball pit though, so we've got that going for us. In any case, so anyway, why am I spending so much time on Simmons Hall? This is an image of the exterior of the building. And when I first moved in, I was very intrigued by this. I'm like, okay, I highly doubt that the distribution of these colored window jambs are random. So I'm like, all right, what is the internal logic behind this? And it turns out that they are actually representing structural stress within the building, and in particular within the perforated concrete. I knew we were talking about concrete earlier, and so there you go. And so in a way, these window jambs are actually an externalized embodiment or representation of the internal dynamics of the building, which I thought was really elegant, you know, in my little undergraduate mind who didn't know anything better. But I just thought this idea of like embodied visualization of internal dynamics was in many ways related to a lot of the art that I ended up making later on in terms of multimodality and translatability. And so obviously I've grown as an engineer and an artist, but that was kind of this nascent way of thinking. And so speaking about bodies, let's talk about corpora. So, okay, we've talked a lot about building data sets and corpora over the past 36 hours or so. Maybe not quite 36 hours. We haven't been here since 2 a.m. yesterday. But in any case, one of my frustrations as someone who works with temporal media, and in particular temporal sonic media that is often inherently divorced from language. We talked a lot about large language models today, and we're going to keep doing it. Is this idea that the body is actually taken away from it in many cases. And the body is so intrinsic to a lot of the work that I do. And so I've actually started to think of modern approaches to corpora construction, not as creating a body, but as body snatching. And so body snatching, also known as grave robbing, was a practice very commonplace during the 17th through 19th centuries. Medical schools would actually hire undertakers and people who worked at morgues to give them dead bodies for the medical students to learn from. And at some places, the medical students were actually responsible for providing their own corpses. And so this led to an underground, literally and figuratively, economy of going and digging up corpses for use in medical schools. And you could make really good money doing it. So in any case, I think this is also a very interesting way to think about the process of corpora formation, rather than bodybuilding, not like, pumping iron bodybuilding, but it's the fact that we're actually, in some ways, based upon this discretization process, this parametrization process, right? We're essentially getting rid of data. We're taking away elements of bodies. And so if we think about this on a structural level, even after these bodies are deemed useless, right, to capitalist machinery, body snatching is a process that manages to extract value from the dead, allowing, again, medical students to learn and bodies to be discretized, decontextualized, and repurposed. They would actually make sure that they could go the night after somebody had been buried so that they could actually harvest body parts after they were looking at grafts and surgeries. In some ways that sounds familiar, right, to the process of data extraction, right? This extractivist notion of how we mine data. This word data mining itself has an extractivist approach. And so it further snatches the body away from playing a central role in the human experience, relegating it to the outskirts of theory and cognition, right, by rendering these embodied modes of knowledge production and storage knowledge production, transmission, and storage to the realm of the superficial. And so here's a fun quote by a composer named Milton Babbitt, who actually worked as a mathematician prior to becoming a composer. And he often employed mathematical processes in the generation of his musical materials, though he primarily worked within the grids of like a Western classical 12-tone equal-tempered tradition, which not exactly the same thing that me or Milton Babbitt is working with there. But in any case, he says, many years ago it came to my ears that there were people out there, non-composers, who intimated that there were those of us composers who wrote our music so that we could talk about it. I am known as a talker. He was, by the way. He was very, very verbose. And words about music concern me very much. But the truth of the matter is there's nothing I find more difficult to do than talk about music. So I find this to be very, very telling when we think about the number of large language models, especially now, for generative text-to-media models that rely on finding words to talk about music. And then, of course, you have this quote from Steven Pinker that says, language is the crown jewel, or rather the jewel in the crown of human cognition, which makes me feel like this as a sound artist. But also, you think about like the embodiment being taken away, right? You got your emoji and it's melting. So it's, yeah, taking translation of form. And then I'm sure many of you have seen this quote, which is probably completely apocryphal. It's been attributed to like 8 billion different people. I'm sure no one actually said this specific thing. But it's writing about music is like dancing about architecture, right? Which is wonderful and concise. Obviously, there's a lot more nuance. Although I will say that I think it's fascinating that people are building generative large language models for music. And as far as I know, nobody's building a generative large dancing model for architecture. If anybody is, let me know. I feel like Igor's talk yesterday with the HoloLens and the construction processes is maybe like starting to get there, right? There's like this choreography of construction that I really appreciated. But for some reason, we feel the need to be parametrizing music within the lens of, or through the lens of language. And so some of the examples I'm gonna show today are ways that myself and my collaborators are trying to, in some ways, reclaim this abstraction of the body from these data structures. And so we're using artificial intelligence to somehow return that data back to the body. And think about ways that we can engage these tools in narratives of liberation and repair as opposed to oppression and extraction. So the first thing that I want to talk about is a project that is adaptive haptic feedback devices in large ensemble settings. So we've already heard some orchestral music today. Both of the examples I've played so far are for large orchestras. And so here's a performance of metastasis that's conducted. And again, we're just going to look at a small excerpt here at the beginning. And so this is the University of Victoria Symphony Orchestra, directed by Anshni Saba. Okay, again, small clip just from the beginning. All right, you've now heard that twice, right? So we're gonna do a fun experiment. I want you to raise your hand right before you think the percussion should come in. I'm gonna give you a different video of this performance. And I wanna see how many of us can do this. What's the problem here? How come nobody picked up on it? Because you couldn't see the conductor, right? So this deals with, again, the adaptive part here actually deals with directly with disability. A lot of my work actually deals with disability studies. I'm actually hard of hearing as a result of an audio engineering accident. And so a big focus of my work has been, again, engaging these tools in a process of repair and finding ways of returning data to the body. So this is one of my graduate students, well, he's graduated now, named Alec now Concepcion Rivera, and he was a choral conducting graduate student. He took my computational music theory class last fall. First time it was being taught here. And so the students in that class came up with amazing final projects. The vast majority of them had no experience whatsoever with coding. You know, most people in that class had never even opened up Python, right? They didn't know any of this stuff. And so I just was so proud of the ideas that they were able to bring to bear. And so growing up, when he was singing in choirs, one of Alec's friends was actually blind. And she learned how to coordinate with the rest of the ensemble by listening to their breath. However, as you get into music that's more complex, that doesn't always work. And so Alec was like, wouldn't it be awesome if we had a tool that could do beat detection and prediction and haptically tap out the beat for a blind musician, right? So many people have various types of wearables now that give haptic feedback. And he was like, listen, you know, most people have some sort of iWatch or Fitbit or fitness tracker. If they don't, we're also working on making low-cost haptic devices. And so he was like, this is something that could be really easily integrated. There is Braille music notation, by the way. And so blind musicians can actually learn, but they often have to memorize it. Which also, in a rehearsal context, if the conductor's like, okay, we're gonna start from measure 72, if you're a blind musician and you've memorized the entire piece, it's really difficult to orient yourself in the score. So we're also looking at ways of being able to take these score-informed approaches to helping people orient themselves. So, okay, let's talk about the role of a conductor. Here's a little song that I'm pretty sure most of you are gonna be familiar with, right? And a conductor canonically would do this. They're gonna wave their arms, right? And so this is in what we call 4/4. The C stands for common time. Again, language, right? We're looking at language. It's so strange to call 4/4 common time because it automatically makes it the default, and you're like, why? Why is that the default? So anyway, there's a lot of histories to unpack here. But in any case, pretty clear, right? These points of articulation are called icti, single one, the ictus. And so computationally, that's actually probably not that difficult to figure out, right? Well, the reality is that that's not always what happens. This is much more likely what happens. So conductors have vastly different styles of interpreting and communicating musical information and sonic priorities. And so this becomes a much more computationally complex problem. And so we're trying to build these machine learning computer vision models of conductors. It involves taking the data labeling process is really, really intensive. You have to go through and again, look at this time series. We're talking about time series. And so you have to go through, label where the beats are, human validated, because again, the computer's gonna look at that and be like, I don't know. And also look at these other dynamics. How does this relate to the textual information in the score, right? Or the audio signal. And so I'm just gonna show you a little bit of the variety of the ways that conductors communicate. Okay, the other problem here is that obviously, you know, we had the 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And that stays constant over the course of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. What about pieces where that thing is called the time signature? It changes, right? And so you have to change the structure of your beat pattern to be able to communicate that information. However, if you don't have the score in front of you, if you're a musician, how are you supposed to know? And so again, there's this idea of us taking these score-informed computer vision algorithms to be able to give musicians a heads up, right? If they can't see these changes. Obviously, again, they can memorize this to an extent, but if your score looks like this is Krzysztof Penderecki's Threnody for the Victims of Hiroshima, right? There's a wide variety of ways that you can conduct this. There's a very different type of musical information being communicated here, and so a lot of the tools that already exist do not in any way, shape, or form capture the complexities of contemporary music or the ways that we produce and engage with it. So here's an example of that first, or rather not the first piece, not Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, but the piece in the middle with the changing time signatures called Unicornis Captivatus by Ola Giello. And so here's conductor Catherine Lynn. You can see she has a lot of circles, right? This is very common in choral conducting, actually. And then you can see she has these articulations, very sharp articulations, right? To communicate consonants and other sorts of elements. Okay, so that's kind of one style of conducting that's a little bit closer to that canonical style that we just saw, but again, there's so much more information that's being communicated there than just this temporal information. You're also telling people articulation, how you want them to be able to express that information. So here's a great example. Some of you may have actually already seen this. This is Leonard Bernstein conducting the Vienna Philharmonic in Haydn's Symphony No. 88. He's a Haydn fan. So, okay, let's talk about this one. Bernstein's like definitely trolling people, right? He's not actually conducting like this. This was kind of a demonstration of the fact that like if you have great musicians, like they can go on without you, right? And there's also communications within the ensemble where they're able to coordinate. But I will say facial expressions are very effective for conductors and necessary many times. And so obviously, again, like this was a zoomed in shot. He's still up there on the podium. He's still using his hands and a baton. But I will say this facial expression, every single musician, when you see this, you know exactly what to do. So in addition to being a vocalist, I was a violinist. And so if I see the conductor make that face, I know exactly how to manipulate the pressure on this knuckle of my index finger. I know how to weight my shoulder. I know how to articulate my wrist. And so there's a lot of incredibly nuanced, embodied information in something as simple as one frame of a video involving a facial feature and how I embody that and how I interact with that information. So again, I feel like we're getting further and further away from this notion of language being somehow the common denominator through which we're able to do this. And I realize people are probably gonna ask the question, well, isn't embodied communication also a form of language? And yeah, we can get there. So in any case, I also want to show you this. This is a little bit of a joke. You may have seen this going around in 2020. A VFX editor named Frederick Thelander released this on the 20th of April, 4/20 of 2020. I think we were all at a point in the pandemic where we needed some cheer. And this is supposedly Gustavo Dudamel conducting the LA Philharmonic in Beethoven Symphony No. 5. Okay, we're gonna cut it off there. So in any case, you can see that there's kind of like this ambiguity and kind of inherent context-dependent like indexicality, right, to a lot of these motions. They could be anything depending on the context. And so this is another computational problem because in a lot of pre-trained data sets for computer vision, things like MediaPipe, right, if you're doing some sort of out-of-the-box gesture recognition with these, it's really difficult because it's not specific to music and it's not specific to the way that conductors communicate information and the absurd variety of ways that they communicate that information. And so there's, we're in the process of trying to work on this and figure out whether it's sufficient to fine-tune one of these models or whether we're just gonna have to throw it all out and start from scratch because it is a really complex computational problem. So here's an example of Alec conducting a piece. We've kind of gone through this process of getting, there's no audio for this one, it's just the kind of skeletal pose estimation model here. So in any case, it's very, very interesting. You can see the blue dot is kind of what we're looking at as what we call the point of articulation or that ictus. Unfortunately, when you're trying to figure out the points, you can see it like kind of jumping around. When you're trying to figure out the points that are actually relevant for defining the ictus, it's sometimes really hard. We saw eyes, right? We're actually not getting a lot of variation in terms of the facial expression here, so we have to kind of do a heuristic approach to being able to isolate the most important component, and that would hopefully be something that we would learn for a specific conductor, so they would fine-tune their own model from the generalized model that we create. But what's very interesting is if you go and graph a lot of this information, trajectory, acceleration, velocity of just that one point, it's really not sufficient to come up with some rule-based or heuristic model. Definitely not when you start to get into things like dynamics, right, and articulation with the other hand. And so this is one of the things that we're trying to work on. And what's also very interesting, again, is you have to take that pose estimation model. You have to do both beat prediction and detection. We're also looking at taking the live audio signal and then comparing that to not only the score, but a reference audio signal. Again, when you get into contemporary classical music, especially with a lot of aleatoric music, that one's really hairy. And then of course giving that haptic feedback to the musicians. But there's also an interesting feedback loop that occurs there in terms of latency. That's another huge issue with this, right? You have to have extremely low latency systems, which also means that you need a very high frame rate for your pose estimation. And so it's very computationally expensive. And I don't know, we're working on this. The thing I forgot to say before I started presenting all this is all very nascent work. You know, I recently got here to UF, this is my second year here, and so I'm still trying to navigate those structures and figure it out, and you know, we're a little bit under-resourced in music, so you know, it's taking some time. It's taking some time to get started. So in any case, that's that project. So another project that I wanted to cover is actually one that I'm just starting to work on with a collaborator in Belgium, who was actually a flutist that I went to school with during my PhD. So we've known each other for, I guess, about a decade now. And this is almost one of the first chances since we both graduated that we're coming back to collaborate. And so she works a lot with virtual avatars and force feedback therapeutic systems. So she's assistant professor in contemporary flute performance at the Royal Conservatory of Liège, and then she's also the coordinator for the Immersive Art and Entertainment Research Lab of Haute School PSL. And I believe she also has a consultant appointment at the Corda campus as well. And so she works a lot with immersive performance environments, virtual performance environments, motion capture, and we're starting to work on these force feedback systems. So here's a little video of a project that she worked on during the pandemic. As you can imagine, the pandemic really hit musicians hard, particularly in large ensemble settings, right? Like, that's how we make music, by and large. We have to be in the same room, we have to have that embodiment in terms of those really complex communication modalities. And so this piece is called Empty Mind, and this was originally actually a composition by a composer named Wim Hendricks. And so this is kind of a virtual performance platform with a live interactive element. They essentially would pipe in, I'll show you, motion capture information to Unity to be able to control these virtual avatars with various mappings. And then they would live stream this to Twitch, and people could react with like these emoji also coming in through Unity. So it would be shown in the hall where Ina is performing, and then the virtual audience would be on Twitch. And there's also live electronic processing of the sound, which goes through a software called Pure Data, which I actually use all the time. One of my dissertation advisors, Miller Puckett, was the one who created that. And so you can see that there's a wide variety of different avatars that she uses. And one of the things she's very interested in is also the therapeutic potential of these avatars, allowing people, again, to be able to project their body into some other form, some other space, which gives a lot of potentials for, you know, healing and thinking about trauma and removing yourself from some of the embodied aspects of that. So again, works with a wide variety of different instantiations of these avatars. She's starting to do a lot of work with holograms. And so we have these very, very rich data streams coming from both the suit and the gloves. So again, emojis coming from Twitch. And this is as part of a project, you can see all of her collaborators. She's part of a collective called Studio POC, which focuses on the fusion of art, performance, and new technologies. And she also worked a lot initially with like Mozilla Hubs. I don't know how many of you, have seen the kind of Mozilla Hubs, not mentality, modality, although I guess it is also a mentality, in terms of, again, trying to experiment with virtuality and ways of embodiment and bringing people together. So she also has another performance called Mirror Dwellers, where again she's exploring this idea of the virtual avatar and the ways that we transmute ourselves as performers into other spaces and other forms. And so we're kind of getting into this XR modality. And so we've, again, wanted to collaborate for a long time. And so we're also thinking about the creation of not only these hyper instrument type of performance environments, again, where you can project different parameters of your body and your sound into other spaces, but also looking at the therapeutic potential of these. And so here's, again, using this computer vision model and using a hand pose estimation model. And we're looking at using this to be able to do things like identify biomechanical inefficiencies, being able to create predictive models for overuse injuries, potentially. You could probably extend this to typing, right? Came up with a computer vision model to prevent yourself from getting carpal tunnel syndrome. But also another thing that we want to be able to do with this, oh, sorry, and by the way, we also want to be able to use this in practice environments. So you can have this algorithm that's, again, score informed, and looking at ways of saying, okay, we're analyzing how you might have some sort of problem spot in this piece that you're practicing. And it could actually do real-time generation of etudes, right, or materials to help you practice to get through that spot. This is a diagram of the way that pitches are mapped to various fingerings on the flute. These are kind of the ones that you learn when you're first learning how to play the flute, but unfortunately there are a lot of things called alternate fingerings, and so you have to have this entire database. So that's one of the corpora that we're working with in addition to the score. So again, you have your pose estimation, you have your live audio signal, that then gets compared to a score, some sort of reference audio, and then that would generate a new score, new reference audio, and give potentially haptic feedback to the musician. So it can say, okay, it's your ring finger, right? That's causing the problem. Maybe adjust it in this specific way. And so of course, then you revise your score and then you revise. So you get these very interesting feedback loops. There are other feedback loops that we could put in here as well. And so these are just some of the ways that, again, we are returning data to the body that we are extracting, right? In a way of hopefully, again, improving somebody's quality of life, preventing injuries, and giving them a more holistic experience. Another thing that's from this pedagogical aspect that's very interesting is that when you're teaching someone how to make music, particularly as a performer, obviously you can like physically manipulate the student. That's definitely a really fraught territory, and obviously there have been a lot of conversations happening about this in recent news, right? There are a lot of really treacherous territories in terms of consent and trust. But what's also very interesting about these things is that oftentimes teachers have to use words. And so you're saying, I was talking with some folks about this yesterday, right? We're looking at ways of saying, okay, that pitch is too high, that pitch is too low. And like sometimes you actually do sit there with the tuner and you can figure out how many hertz it's high, how you need to adjust the signal that way. But oftentimes we'll use much more qualitative words, you know, talking about expressivity, talking about mood, and it gets very difficult to actually pin down the manifestations of that in the physical engagement with the instrument. I remember when I used to teach voice lessons, and it was very interesting. I would teach them to other MIT students, and then I had students outside of MIT, and it was so fascinating to think about the ways that I would have to communicate that. The other thing that's really hard about voice, right, it's an internalized embodied instrument, right? You can have people stand in a mirror and practice, but you can't say like, okay, you need to raise your soft palate by 2 millimeters in order to create this, right? That's not how people learn how to sing. Although it is funny when you talk to engineers and you try to teach them how to sing. They do appreciate that. I appreciated it when I was going through vocal training. So in any case, how do we circumvent this? And I think this is one way that we're potentially able to bridge that gap. We've been talking about, again, how do we bridge these gaps? How do we return data? Now, okay, is that gonna work with pieces like this? You know, there's a long way that we need to go when it comes to complexity. This is a piece called Unity Capsule by a composer named Brian Ferneyhough. This is part of the new complexity movement of composition. So, you know, much more complex than Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Yes, it's fully notated, but good luck coming up with the data structure to parametrize all of this in a really intuitive way. The way that, so Ina's actually a specialist in Brian Ferneyhough's music. She did her dissertation on, he has this whole cycle of flute works. He actually was a flutist, which is why he can notate and prescribe the types of information that he wants to such a level of detail. But in any case, again, we look at data structures, and for music, they just simply do not exist yet to a degree that would allow you to combine them all in this much more comprehensive way. Okay, so in terms of the force feedback, we are starting to get into using gloves. You can see that she had gloves as part of her mocap suit. These are the Rococo gloves. This is attached to an Arduino to do data handling. I would love to get gloves like this for these force feed. It's like an exoskeleton, right, that we were looking at yesterday. Yeah, you can pre-order one for $15,000, but yeah, unfortunately, I can't even get a new laptop, so I'm definitely not gonna get me a pair of $15,000 gloves. If anybody wants to, let me know. My birthday's coming up. So in any case, yeah, we would love to be able to get these much more rich data streams. And I think this is where we start to get into these conversations about data compression, data parametrization and discretization. And it's like, how rich and continuous of a data stream do you need to have for these types of augmentations to not just be proxies, where we're still running into the same types of issues that we are. If we're parametrizing it to language, we're just making those issues on a smaller scale, but they're still there. So another way that we're looking at engaging with these specific paradigms is looking at therapeutics for diseases that often come with aging, particularly things that affects people's neuromotor abilities. So this is a still from a documentary called Alive Inside from 2014 about music therapy with Alzheimer's patients. And so one of the therapeutic interventions that is most commonly used is passive listening, right? And you can get amazing, amazing results. I don't know how many people have ever had a family member with Alzheimer's, but I have, and it's really, really incredible to see the way in which music can help with emotional regulation and just lucidity, helping people be there in the moment. You know, engaging with memory, engaging with these historical threads, hysteresis, helping give them some peace at the end of life. But we're looking at ways of potentially being able to do more. The other thing that's really interesting about the situation is because a lot of music therapy stems from empirical or anecdotal investigations, it's not really well funded. Again, I know I'm talking about the paucity of funding in music, so I hate to keep hitting on that point, but it is really true, right? Whenever you approach a scientist or an engineer, and remember, I come from science and engineering, so I know how this goes, they say, show me the data. We don't have the data because we don't have the funding to do the studies to get the data. And so it's very interesting because now we're using data extraction as a way of being able to actually try to repair these connections that are being lost, literally and figuratively, but also engaging with the capitalist structures, right, that dictate what gets funding and what doesn't. So one potential way of doing this is thinking about, again, incentivization of rhythmic activity. The few studies that are out there that are starting to, the few studies that are out there are starting to show that if you can incentivize rhythmic activity, you can actually increase neuroplasticity. It's also better in terms of emotional regulation, development of fine and gross motor skills. And so there's a lot of different paradigms for this if you're kind of making these computer vision models for music generation. But one thing that I think is really important is also thinking about the rhythmic aspect here. So you can control tempo with things like this. I, for a very long time, had actually, like with an installation with Jellyfish back in 2015, I did work with like motion tracking and controlling the tempo of different types of sound files. But what's very interesting here is you can kind of allow the person to move their way beat by beat through a sound file by actually controlling this with rhythmic activity. And so again, how do we embody these data structures and create these translational modes of interaction that ultimately get you back in this loop? So again, body snatching. How do we think about trying to return this data to the body? Now I have to get back to my notes. So again, we've talked about proxies. We're talking about virtual avatars. And not all patients in this case are going to have the same range of mobility, and so we have to respect the capabilities of all bodies. We have to design tools in this way, and when we look at all of the biases inherent in a lot of these systems, right, there's actually not a lot of tools that are trained on Alzheimer's patients or people with ALS or Parkinson's. And so there was a study, I don't have the citation, but it was actually a poster at AI Days 2 weeks ago, where a student from, I don't remember the program, oh, I should have written this down. I didn't write it down. It's called AP, I think it's Applied Physiology and Kinesiology, had actually looked at bias against patients with neuromotor deficiencies in open source models like MediaPipe, right? So again, we have to think about how the current data structures need to be either heavily fine-tuned or thrown out altogether and revised to be able to be suited for these specific use cases. And again, language, the language unfortunately is not there. When we think about speech recognition, automatic speech recognition and text-to-speech synthesis, Google actually has a project called Project Relate, where people with neuromotor conditions that affect their speech patterns are able to contribute recordings to be able to train speech synthesis models and automatic speech recognition models on their particular speech patterns, which can be really great in terms of allowing them to create virtual communication assistants. It can kind of free them from having to have an actual human communication assistant to travel with them, which can be very, very costly, and unfortunately because of the lack of disability funding in the US, it can be very hard to access those resources. And so that's another example of how we can think about data structures in these reparative ways, right? And thinking about how people embody these data structures in their own way, rather than this generalized capitalistic model of discretizing the body, you know, in a non-universal way. We were talking about universality earlier, right? I would argue that many of these things are not universal. And it's these cases where we really, really need to focus on repairing the structural harms that are caused via these systems. So I guess at the end of the day, one of the things that I'm interested in doing is thinking outside of the box of data compression, thinking outside of the box of discretization, right? We have so much focus on working with developing these systems, but of course they have these biases inherent in them, embodied in those corpora. And so, again, trying to engage these tools in liberating narratives as opposed to oppressive ones. And so what would it look like if instead of prioritizing efficiency and optimization, we prioritize those structures, right? These smooth curves, this analog nature, these continuities that exist in human experience in terms of thinking about how we engage with corpora. So, thank you. It's all good. Listen, I'm someone who works in audio, so I appreciate.
Can you talk a little bit more? You said that you did a lot of research, or maybe learning more about how instruments and maybe composing can be translated into AI or translated into devices, so we can become more like effective at that. What are some other ways, other than like transposing to become more of an effective player or composer? What are some of the other ways that that could be applied, I guess, through the lens of like music? I don't know, it's kind of like an open-ended question.
Yeah, no, that's my job. That's what I love about these conversations. Again, as I said, this is like very nascent work, so I'm happy to be able to dream and imagine through these questions with all of you. And again, awesome to be in a very different community than the people I normally talk to. But that's a really fantastic question. I think one of the ways that's been already happening for a long time, if you've ever used Spotify, right, or you've ever used Apple Music, there's all kinds of different ways that they parametrize the music, and they construct their data sets to be able to power their recommendation algorithms, right? And so sure, there's a lot to be said about emotional regulation that might be related to that. Obviously, they want to make it personalized, which is kind of what we've been talking about here. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be a profit-seeking motive. And then when we also look at, again, the biases in those algorithms, yesterday you brought up danceability, right? Okay, so danceability is one of these parameters within the Spotify API, which is so nebulous. Actually, is one of the assignments in that computational music theory class I mentioned. I try to make my students reverse engineer it. Right, because in the documentation, they don't actually tell you. They're like, oh, it's, you know, this index from 0 to 1, and we consider these types of things, like rhythmic regularity is one of them, the impulse response, so in terms of, you know, the dynamic range between. So is there like a really legible, steady beat, right, that you can pick up on? It also looks at the tempo. If it's like way too fast, you can't dance to it. If it's way too slow, you can't dance to it. So if I look at like my music or I look at Xenakis's music, the danceability rating is probably gonna be really low. According to Spotify, I don't know, I think it slaps. But in any case, so that's kind of one way that this information is being used. I would argue that that's a really gross, not gross in terms of like ew, but like just, not fine-grained way of being able to parametrize the act of human engagement with music, right? And again, also goes to the concept of large language models. You're saying, okay, I'm saying that there's this one parameter that I'm calling danceability. The other thing that I think is super interesting when it comes to streaming algorithms is vibes. How many of you have ever like played a playlist that's like chill vibes? So there's a lot of theory that's starting to come about the vibe economy, right? And where do we get the word vibe? Vibrations, right? And so it's very interesting. There's a philosopher and musician named Robin James who works a lot on this concept of the vibe, right? And the relationship of vibe to some sort of shared notion, an attempt at universality of what constitutes a vibe. How is the vibe traded with, right? How do we, again, make this some sort of product that can be bought and sold in service of capitalist intents? And so, in any case, sorry, I'm like spinning out. That said, there's other ways that you can use these modalities as well. So one of the things that, I'm like, I don't think there's any IFAS people in the room, the agriculture program. One of the programs that, or one of the projects that I really want to take on, you know, in my copious amounts of spare time, is actually looking at the timbral distribution. So parametrizing kind of the relationship of the different frequency components within a sound of beehives to be able to predict colony collapse events. And so I feel like there are all these different ways where you can translate this unique relationship to sound that a lot of, like, not only trained musicians, but just as humans who consume music all the time have. And we can use these things to solve not only our day-to-day problems of, like, what do I listen to, but also how do we engage with sound to, like, literally save the world. So sorry to make that, like, super high-minded. I don't know if that totally answers your question, but yeah, yeah. I was like, I don't know if I'm supposed to pick who goes next. Okay, Carla, okay.
Pick me.
Pick me.
This will be all my scattered comments on the many things that you showed, but I wonder, I just finished a book called An Immense World. Has anyone seen it? It's really about how other creatures sense the world or see the world. And one of the interesting things about it is it points out that a lot of animals, creatures, ways of sensing are tuned to what they need to sense.
Yes.
And that filters out a lot of data right ahead of time. And so when I was looking at you trying to make sense out of a conductor, I'm thinking, okay, what do I need to see? And what do I need to understand? And so are there ways that you can choose the kind of way that you look at the conductor or even dress the conductor in a certain way that certain things are more visible and that you could thin slice it?
Right.
So it's not a wireframe. And my real question is, why did you choose the wireframing version versus something else which, you know, thin slicing in psychology gives you an emotional reading, and that might be more important than the actual position of things or the face.
Right. The short answer is lack of resources.
Okay, yeah.
Like lack of resources, lack of time. You know, this is just what I had available. But that is a really fantastic question, right? And it's essentially, like, this was a very, you know, again, not fine-grained approach to this. But when we look at how do humans communicate emotion, right? Facial features. So we would have to have these like heuristic ways of segmenting that. And I think the other thing when we're talking about these force feedback mechanisms and haptic modes of engagement, we also have to be practical about the realities of performance, right? And the fact that like most conductors don't want to be wearing a mocap suit, they don't want to be wearing gloves. There is a company, oh, I'm blanking on the name, that made a baton that actually has like gyroscopes and everything in it. And so that's able to kind of control some sorts of haptic feedback mechanisms. But here's the thing, most choral conductors don't use batons, right? And so there's that assumption, right, that there's this mode of engaging with technology that is just inherent to the practice, and it's not. And so, yeah, there's an enormous amount of information, and it's hard to sift through to really define what exactly is the thing that is most communicative.
The way we do, it's very selective about what it sees, and that makes the camera more cost effective and makes the computation less intense.
Right.
So
the other thing that we,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say the other thing to take into account when we talk about like power structures and agency is also how information is communicated within the ensemble versus from the conductor. And that's something that I think a lot of people are starting to challenge now. It's led to a lot of abuse and very, very problematic situations throughout history. And so people are starting to think about how we can reimagine that. Like the field of conducting, I'm like, if people watch this online later, I'm probably going to get some hate mail, which is actually evidence of the point I'm about to make, is the fact that I think by and large, the field of conducting in particular, particularly pedagogy, trades in abuse and creating an abusive situation. How many of you saw Tar? Right, like, you know, it's, okay, anyway, it's terrible. It's, anyway, just like, don't watch it. But it really makes fun of this like intensely abusive environment in which people with like very, very, they have to be very charismatic, right? They have to have very big personalities to be able to project that information. Or they often do. I'm not saying they need to, but sometimes that can go hand in hand with other notions of power and agency. And so I think that that's something that's also very, very important within these conversations. I don't know how we create a data set for that. You know, so that's another element of this that I tend to think a lot about in my work, but I have no answers. One
other suggestion, just from the UF perspective, since you're new, there are a number of groups about healthcare that put together collaborative, like from all different units. I'm hoping you've explored those and like, so because going after grants, their funding may be more than adequate.
Oh, yes.
And they may need your idea.
So yeah, we're in the process of trying to look for like NIH, NSF, NIA funding. I'm consulting for a company now. Don't worry, for all the UF people listening, it's been totally okayed by the Conflict of Interest program. But there's an awesome company that's actually founded by a UF alum, a bunch of UF alums, called Outlier Technology. And they're working with a lot of these neurorehabilitative platforms, particularly with Alzheimer's and autism as well, thinking about this idea of communication. And so, you know, they've gotten, I think, over $800,000 of funding from the NIA's SBIR grant program. And so the resources are there, but obviously it takes a lot of time. And actually, ironically, like right after this, I have to run to a College of the Arts mixer with the School of Public Health. So I'm gonna run there and then I'm gonna come back. So I'm sorry to miss the next talk, maybe talk and a half. But in any case, yeah, it's building these bridges is tough. It's tough. Again, structures. We think of structures. Everybody likes to be siloed off, and so trying to build these bridges. Right, trying to navigate and anyway, can be tough.
Hello, thank you for your talk. I had a question regarding, on one hand, there is this moment that you addressed about how Spotify and its algorithms are kind of so clumsy in indexing music, and yet they kind of work apparently for the Spotify users.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was wondering, recently there was this song that came out by Fake Drake.
Oh, don't even get me started.
And
yeah.
I'm wondering, like,
Yep.
this kind of, it seems that like these models that are able to produce these kind of things, they have a completely different and more fine-grained way of working with things than these, I don't know, 8 parameters that Spotify is working. So how do you see this kind of field of generative music that is probably to some extent also building on some of the neural net architectures that we also see present in LLMs, but of course are not working in the same way as LLMs because they're not trained on that kind of corpus.
Right. Yeah. So that's a fantastic question. I'm like, I should send you. I have 2-hour-long lecture modules for my for my current Quest course on just that from last week. So, but yes, and actually that's a similar type of synthesis that I used in my piece, like at the very beginning. But this was like a number of years ago, so it's nowhere near as good as what we're capable of doing now. So yeah, a lot of those algorithms, particularly using like real-time, what is it? The RAVE algorithm. It's real-time audio variational autoencoders. And so a lot of these are getting so good at capturing this data, and in terms of doing this timbre transfer process and mapping the timbral characteristics of someone's voice onto the expressive patterns of somebody else's voice. I will say I don't think it's quite there yet, and when we're talking about bias, there are some issues as well when we think about sampling rate. So this goes way back. We're going to take a trip in the Wayback Machine all the way to the Radio Act of 1927, in which Congress said that we are capping the bandwidth of AM radio at 10,000 hertz, which, as I'm sure everyone knows, AM radio, unless it's single sideband AM radio, basically doubles the bandwidth of the signal. So what that means is that your baseband signal is only 5,000 hertz. 5,000 hertz is not enough frequency space to be able to capture the higher frequency components related to sibilants and various types of consonants, right? And so what was super interesting is back in the 1920s when radio was becoming popular in the US, everybody was like, I can't hear what women are saying. We're not gonna let women be on the radio. But because that 5,000 hertz limit was put into law, it has stuck around. And so, for instance, if you look at a lot of speech synthesis tools, the sampling rate is 10,000 hertz. We're getting better, and I think like Google's Music LM model is, I believe, 24. It might be 48K. It might be 48K, and then that means you have the sampling rate to get the actual maximum frequency that can be represented. But so we're getting better. But I will say what's super interesting about a lot of these algorithms is they're biased. They're biased. Also, when we look at compression algorithms, particularly if you're working with video and audio, it's going to favor the video, right? And so you're going to get rid of a lot of that, what they call high frequency energy that people think is not necessarily as important. Oh, we were talking about that idea of filtering for things that are important. There's a great example of this in terms of measurement apparatus and different decibel ratings. So when we go, actually as architects, I'm sure many of you might know about this. So there's different sound pressure level decibel ratings. So for instance, if we took a decibel meter and like rolled up next to our construction equipment out there, you have like, it's SPL A, B, C, like Z, there's a bunch of them. Some of them are designed to be more perceptually relevant, and so as humans, we tend to be more sensitive to higher frequency sounds within, between about like 1,000 hertz and 7,000 hertz, because that's where warning calls are, babies crying, right? We want to be able to respond to those sounds very quickly because otherwise you die or something you care about dies. And so it's very interesting to look at the ways that influences how we think of sonic health. I'm getting far afield of your question, I'm sorry, but I went back to your question because I forgot to mention this. And so it's very interesting is when, not engineers, when regulators go out and measure SPL levels in communities that are trying to get public funding for noise abatement, one of the patterns is that they've actually used the decibel ratings, I believe it's SPL-A decibel rating system that actually doesn't take into account low frequencies because they're like, oh, humans don't really hear those, they don't care about those. What creates a lot of low frequency components? Airports, highways, trains. And so again, we think about like bias in the measurement mechanisms that we use, right? And so those things are kind of inherent. And I've gotten very far away from your question. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I guess I got on that because of compression algorithms. And but I was going to say, those models with voice cloning oftentimes do not work as well for high voices. You get a lot more distortion in higher frequency ranges, which can be really good for some singers. That's actually can be a plus. But what's really funny, so Meta released a model called AudioGen last year, and all of their examples that they posted, I think it's still a preprint, all of the examples that they posted, not all of them, except for one that had speech in them, were all of lower voiced individuals. So in that context, because they only were working with a gender binary, again, thinking about bias inherent in data structures, whose bodies, whose identities, whose experiences of life are not being represented. But anyway, all of them were coded as male in that data set. There was one instance of female speech. Anyway, sorry. I love that. That's a whole other conversation for another time. And they said that they chose those based upon the fact that those were the highest quality examples. And it's like, I wonder why. Wonder why those are the highest quality examples. So in any case, I'm being a little bit snarky right now, but yeah.
Yes, thanks a lot for this fascinating talk, by the way. I have a question regarding the way we train models in the music industry. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have the feeling that everything is trained on the music itself. I mean, by the music itself, I mean the spectrum, or I mean physical data.
Not always.
But do we train model? Does Spotify, for example, or I mean some other firms, train models on this kind of notational document that we saw from Xenakis or other?
Oh, no, definitely not Xenakis.
Because you see what I mean.
Absolutely.
What I mean is that my feeling is that a partition by Xenakis carries an amount of information which is fundamentally different from what the musical play. I mean, what the music once it's played, carries. I mean, in one side, it's about language, real language, and on another side, it's pure physics.
Yes. Yep.
So let's say, why do we keep talking about language when we train things on purely physical data? Because there's nothing linguistic when we train a model on sound as a physical output, let's say.
Right. So to answer your question, the vast majority of these sorts of models, we're now starting to get to models that are actually looking at like the audio signal itself. Many of them, prior to this, again, because of this idea of like efficiency and optimization, have to do something called music information retrieval to do the feature extraction. And so we're essentially limiting the amount of data that's associated with an audio file. So there's a ton of different features that people look for, some of which are, scientific in nature and come from engineering, some of which are danceability from Spotify. Or energy or valence are two other ones that Spotify uses that do not release the definition of those. And so particularly when it comes to pitch, right, and quantization of pitch, that's actually it's an interesting conversation in terms of defining what pitch is, what is in tune, these sorts of things. Because sure, you can say it's analog frequency space, right? There's infinitely many pitches, but the vast majority of these models are looking at Western classical 12-tone equal tempered systems of pitch quantization. And so you might have an audio signal, and obviously as someone sings, there's gonna be vibrato, right? And if it's a really wide vibrato or somebody's sliding, the vast majority of the models that currently exist are not going to capture that nuance. It's gonna be like, okay, they ended up at this pitch, so that's what the pitch is. Or this is in the key of D major, right? Regardless of whether or not it's a tonal piece of music. Some of them are now being able to say, oh, I can't identify the key, but even the assumption that it's in a key is a problem, right? And so So yes, it should all theoretically come from that audio signal, but again, because of the necessity to compress based upon optimization and efficiency within these capitalist structures, right? That's what they're looking at. Also tempo and beat. The majority of the music we listen to, I would argue, or the sounds that we experience on a daily basis are not just locked in this static grid, but that's what the majority of these models assume. And so also thinking about larger scale structure and repetition, this is something that has not been covered adequately at all in any of these text to music models that we see popping up. The vast majority of them just give you this really silly thing. And like Music LM from Google is trying to do it, but if you go and work with it in their, what is it called, the AI test kitchen, I think Google has, it's like, it's so bad. And talking about vibes, it's hilarious. I'm like, I wish I had the screenshot for you. I have it somewhere on my computer because I took it when I first opened it up. They were like, try describing the music that you want by like talking about the vibe or the mood. You know, and you're like, okay, I'm sorry, for me in terms of my compositional process and the vast majority of musicians I know who are involved with actually creating the music, right? Like, yeah, that's something that we think about, but when it comes down to the mechanics of construction, that is not at all what is involved in the process. We have to translate that into the physical characteristics of it, but that's not what the data sets are capturing right now. So, sorry, that was a very long-winded response to that. Are we done? Yeah. I was like, I don't want to take up too much time.
No, I mean, it's super fascinating. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, you were worried maybe whether you fit into this scheme. I think it fits perfectly, and I'm super grateful that.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
So my question is like, okay, I kind of know a little bit about how machine learning are trying to work with music. I know that they work with MIDI files and that they work on some of on the spectrograms. Now I'm curious about, because you said you needed low latency, which means probably you are going to work on the amplitude level, no?
So a lot of it does have to do with amplitude, yes. And so this is what we're trying to figure out, right?
But my question is, in that context, what is your frame window? Because it's really different if it's 1 millisecond or if it's 5 or if it's 10 or if it's 30 seconds. How do we address that?
Do you want me to show you right now? I'm like, I don't know if I can get the screen back. I will show you literally right now this problem, because we deal with this all the time. So, okay, here's a program called Sonic Visualizer. Free program, by the way. You can go, I think it comes from like King's College London. I can't remember. But anyway, if you Google it, you'll find it. So in any case, I don't know, let's find an audio file. Sorry, I'm like, oh man, where is one? I know, you're gonna see my entire structure. You're gonna see, okay, here's me speaking. I made my students train voice cloning models on their voices last week in my undergrad. Why? Oh, because I'm not connected to the internet. Okay, that's why. Sorry, y'all. I don't want to take up more time. I know we're like probably way over. We're good. Okay, this will take me like another 30 seconds, I hope, to show. Okay, Finder, give it to me. It's only 2 megabytes, come on. What is happening? What about this one? It's probably gonna do the same thing. The first one's done, okay. Thanks, UF Wi-Fi. Okay, all right, so here's our waveform, right? And you can see essentially what this is, if you've never looked at a waveform, is the amplitude of the signal. We're not really seeing anything about frequency information, except if you zoom in, you can see. Okay, so if I add a layer in here, we can look at the spectrogram of this audio signal. And this is where you see basically we go from frequency information on the y-axis, and we have time on the x-axis, and then the color map has to do with the amplitude, the intensity. All right, so I'm gonna zoom in. This is a sound file of me speaking. I'm gonna zoom in down to these lower frequencies so that you can see this a little bit better. So these frequencies, you can see up in that right-hand corner, maybe not, that it tells you like the approximate pitch. But you can see that these bands are like kind of wide with my, you might not be able to see because it's really far away. But in any case, if I want to increase the pitch discrimination, I have to take a larger window size, because I need more data to be able to average it for the fast Fourier transform to work. So if I pick a larger window size, you see that those bands get much narrower, right? And I have much better pitch discernment. And so choosing this, but the thing is, it's way smearier now in the time domain. And so now I've lost my temporal resolution for the sake of pitch discrimination. And this is the constant balancing act that has to happen. And this actually goes to your question about the pure physics of it, right? Yeah, it's a physical analog phenomenon out in the air here as we're experiencing it, or if you're feeling vibrations in like a physical medium, like sound is just wiggles. At the end of the day, it's just wiggles, right? You can break it into infinitely many sinusoids of different amplitudes. So in any case, you lose, it's a constant balancing act. And so as these algorithms try to do feature extraction and figure out what that pitch information is, which by the way, we're talking about language, one of the things that I find is funny. So if you look at the pitches, I'm sure many of you are familiar with like the pitches, they're like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? And so we use like letter names in the majority of like Western classical music or traditions that stem from it to talk about. Anyway, I find that an interesting case. But yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough. And so when we think about low latency, we have to think about window size and what that trade-off is. And it's context dependent. It depends on the type of music. When we're talking about computer vision, like I'm trying to get a high frame rate camera so that we can get much better resolution that way. So in any case, yeah, it's tough. It's computationally intensive.
To me, it seems that this is
Yeah.
kind of a real problem.
Yeah.
Because obviously if you have the sound file in advance, you can
Mhm.
take all the window sizes.
Mhm.
But if you're doing something real time,
Yes.
this is really the limit of continuity. This is the
Yep.
problem, continuity versus discrete,
Yep.
which not many people understand, is that
Mhm.
in real time,
Mhm.
you cannot do any
Right.
window size. You have to keep it.
Yep. I'm going to show you. So this is that software that I told you about before called Pure Data. And Pure Data, I don't think I can increase the size of this, actually allows you to set what's called the block size, which is essentially this window size, and the delay in milliseconds. And so 64, if we do like 64 divided by, I believe my sample rate, what's 40? Yeah, 44 1K. That's like what, 1 point something milliseconds, right? Yeah, that might be, the delay between the in and the out in the processing. However, like my computer can't handle that. maybe when UF gets me a new laptop. No, I'm just kidding, right? But still, particularly if you're doing anything that's computationally intensive in terms of indexing other data sets, indexing a score, correlating with computer vision, it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. And so, yeah, like I say all these things about how do we think more analog with these data structures, but we still do have to navigate these problems. But part of me is also just like, again, this stems from an entire history of discretized thinking. And I'm like, what if we imagined a completely different history where we thought in more analog terms? So I don't know. It's just a fun thought experiment.
Can I very quickly add something? I mean, this is absolutely fascinating. It seems to me that all we are speaking about, mostly here, in a way or another, is signal analysis and signal processing, right?
Yep.
But here, conceptually speaking, and this is why, but I'm very interested in music, even if I'm not a musician myself, but conceptually speaking, I think there's something fundamentally different when we speak about music and when we speak about, for example, I don't know, literature or mathematics. Because when we speak about literature, the words are not translated into something else than the words themselves. I mean, it's about you write something, you make use of language, and the person who reads it reads the language. I mean, he does not read the sound. Okay, maybe in poetry.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay.
I was gonna say, yeah.
But in most cases, you read the semantics. I mean, you read words that are exactly the same as the words that were written by the author, and you are interested in the semantics. You are not interested in the physicality of the signal when someone pronounces the sound or whatever. In mathematics, it's the same. I mean, when you write an equation and when you make use of the symbol pi or the exponential or whatever, in fact, the meaning you convey, the semantics of the exponential is the exponential. It's not translated into the sound signal of the exponential.
Right.
And here in music, my feeling is that there's really a kind of epistemological, barrier or I mean, for me, it's fundamentally different from language, literature, mathematics, or things like that, because suddenly we fall into a category which has absolutely nothing to do with, for example, the sign on the partition or whatever, which is again about signal processing. So there is this process of translation which does not exist when we deal with mathematics, when we deal with even in physics, even in mathematical physics, we don't really care about the ultimately about the physicality of the symbol, of the physical constant. You know, like the Planck constant, for example.
Yeah.
I mean, we know it's a dimension, but I mean, nobody really pays attention to the physical translation.
One thing
so here in music, it's weird because we speak about something while we analyze. We speak about musical concept in a sense, while in fact, what we analyze is everything except concept. It's again, it's signal.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why I've kind of like, as I've gotten deeper and deeper into AI, have felt this frustration, right, in terms of the way that we have conventionally thought about structuring data, because there is this inherent disconnect between the physical reality of experiencing music and creating it and thinking about the organizational structures with which we curate relationships between different sounds. Because I think that's another part of it too. It's ultimately, when we're talking about music as opposed to just sound, it is relational. We have to think about not necessarily units of meaning, because like, what does it even mean, right? It's what we associate with it. It's relativistic. I once took a music and meaning class, and this was one of the things that the teacher started out with, is he was like, what does a chair mean? I was like, that's pretty good. But when we think about like different types of sounds and sound source identification, the sonic object itself is often related to the sound source. We think of it in terms of the sound source and the physical properties of the thing that made that source, right? So again, we're indexing it by embodiment, as opposed to this mediated or translated process. But in terms of the thing about literature, I would be interested to hear people's perspective on, when you read words, do you hear is the wrong word. Do you audiate or perceive it as in a voice in your head?
Maybe, but even if this happens, let's say, the meaning does not change, or the meaning is not really influenced by that. I mean, if you listen to a story, if you're a kid, if you listen to a story read by your grandmother or your mother or your father, etc., ultimately it remains the same story, you know. While if you, even if the voice is changing, even if it's pronounced by somebody who cannot pronounce the words extremely well or whatever. But in music, of course, if you change,
it's like a different thing. Yes, I agree with that.
This is the difference I made.
Yeah.
I mean, on one side, the semantics is associated with the word itself in a way which is completely independent from the pronunciation or the tone, etc. Again, maybe except in poetry, which is a very specific
motive. Yeah.
But in music, the sound, the reality of the sound ultimately is everything. I mean, that's maybe even what we call music. I mean, otherwise it would be literature. Or otherwise, if the partition by Xenakis would be to be read rather than to be played, maybe it would just be mathematical notation. So you see what I mean?
He has, in his book Formalized Music, he actually shows the Fortran code that he's using, which I love. You have that, yeah. I know, I love it.
Maybe you saw it also, the exhibition on the Xenakis that was displayed like 2 years ago at the...
Oh yes, the centenary, yeah. Yes. I didn't get to see it, but yeah, because he was born in, I believe, 1922, so it was the centenary last year. Yeah. I wish I could have seen it. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could have seen that. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. There is like a fundamentally like domain specificity about kind of some of the issues that I have to run up against that are not necessarily present. Yeah, I guess I'll just say not necessarily present in other fields, and so it does make it tough. But we have to. I do think ultimately, kind of what is at the heart of some of my frustrations or feelings of being like stretched or pulled is that when we look at the people who are generally involved in making the data structures, right? Unfortunately, it's not the people who are necessarily making the thing. So for instance, when we look at large language models for I feel like I'm taking up too much time. I'm happy to chat more. I have to run to the public health event as suggested, but I'll come back. I'll be back. I'll be back. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So our next guest is Julian Bessam, and he's going to be presenting models of accessible abstraction. So Julian Bessam is a PhD candidate at ETH Zurich and a lecturer at the Bartlett School of Architecture at UCL. At the Bartlett, he teaches on the MArch, Urban Design Program, leading RC11 as a design tutor. He is conducting his PhD research at the Chair of Digital Architectonics with Ludger Halberstadt as primary supervisor and Roberto Bottazzi as secondary supervisor. Prior to pursuing his PhD, he worked as a junior architect at Bulman Studio. He received a master's degree in architecture from UCL and a bachelor's degree from Newcastle University. In addition to his architectural studies, he completed a bachelor in computer science with a minor in mathematics at the Radboud Universiteit Nijmegen. His research focuses on how computational literacy can change the way in which we think about architectural design, approached from an abstract algebraic perspective in order to express the nature of the domains of architectural communication, and throughout a more applied approach relying on computational experiments to explore the integration of computational theory in architectural design methodologies. Welcome.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for having me. And yeah, I look forward, thanks for letting me speak and hope you enjoy. Oh, right, yes. I'll also be running the presentation from a notebook, so it's interactive. Hopefully everything works. I think it should, so, but we'll find out. I'll start with, so the title of my talk is Models of Accessible Abstraction, which is a term taken from this quote by Junya Ishigami, where he discusses the design process he went through for the Kate workshop in Kanagawa, I think. So he says that he sees promise in this, in something as indefinite and ambiguous as a cluster of stars, becoming oriented into a very particular and enduring image or state, and see in this a kind of accessible abstractness. And I think whilst Ishigami is maybe not particularly a computational architect, I think many of the ideas that he discussed are very relevant for rethinking the way in which we design with computational methods rather than having computational methods designed for us, which is the main topic that I'll be speaking about. And then I'll first go through some all the theoretical things relating to my PhD, and at the end I'll show some experiments that I think make a beginning of how I try to synthesize that in some form of methodology. So when we think about the current way in which architecture is encoded within computational models, this is the main prominent way in which digital architecture manifests itself. So we get an ever more detailed definition through geometry in BIM models or 3D models, and those models then in turn mediate all other means of communicating those designs, be it floor plans, sections, elevations, renders, and even videos. But through that process, we keep on adding more and more detail in the design process, and more geometric specificity, but it doesn't actually really embrace the more broader complexity that I think architectural design also requires. And that broader complexity, I kind of refer to the multi-disciplinary nature of architecture, which is already hinted at by Vitruvius in his 10 books of architecture on the education of the architect, where beyond just the geometry of architecture, he also thinks that the architect should know things about history, philosophy, medicine, and astronomy and theory of the heavens. So, hold on, let me put this. So, and then carrying this on with the actual nature of computation is that in contrast to a 3D model where everything lives in an encoding of Cartesian space, computational encoding does not need to be limited to those 3 dimensions. So as a kind of a very simple example, but I think it's quite nice to demonstrate how already a kind of a pre-trained existing model, we can use that to look at, here, an example of gardens, which then lets us see relations and distances between qualitative images without needing to look at the geometry. So for instance, the first garden, if we use the mobile net pre-trained without doing anything to encode this image, we get a feature vector of 1,000 numbers, which, I mean, these 1,000 numbers, because it's the actual outcome, it's the probabilities of every category of this image being one of those categories, but in reality, they don't really mean anything to us beyond that. If we chop the last layer off, we'll get the same similar outcome, and it's an abstract definition within 1,000 dimensions, contrary to the 3 dimensions of the CAD model. Okay. So then if we take another 2 gardens, one an English garden and the other one also a Japanese garden, here is where I think it becomes interesting, because from a more geometrical point of view, these images, if you compare the top 2, so the English garden and the Ryuanji garden, you might think there's actually quite a lot of similarities. There's a round element in the pebble area, there's a horizontal wall kind of in the back, whilst this other Sankei-en garden, which is also Japanese, is a completely different style. However, if we calculate the distance between Ryuanji and Sankei-en, it's a distance of 0.5, whatever that means. It's not really about that. But the distance between the Ryuanji garden and the English one is 1. So they are actually further apart, and this super simple encoding already reveals a manner of being able to speak about qualitative aspects beyond geometry. And the second Japanese garden and the English garden are very similar distance, also 1. But then let's have a further look at, a closer look at the nature of this 3D model, which is the dominant encoding of how we think about architecture within computational processes. So through the dominance of that 3D CAD model as the primary computational encoding of architecture, and the direct propagation of all the other models of communication from this, plans, sections, etc., it can be seen as a universal model that mediates representations. And this representation is in the form of a geometry encoded in Cartesian space, following the Euclidean axioms, which we can kind of, in a mathematical sense, we can represent that as a plotting of a 3-dimensional function. And then the linear functions from that are similar to what we use within architecture as the plan, the section. The linear definitions that are derived from that three-dimensional model. And then I'd like to highlight this quote from Valéry in his book Dialogues, where there's a conversation between Socrates and Phaedrus, where Socrates says, "Nothing inevitable links the concavity of my nose with the convexity of my forehead, and yet your hand is no longer free to stray about on the wall. Now you will something and impose upon your drawing this law from without, that it must reproduce a given form." And I think this is exactly the issue, that if we internalize architecture through a 3D model, that's what we end up as. We're not free to actually think of architecture beyond that three-dimensional definition. All the other means of communicating that architecture are internalized by that and define it as such. So in my words, the reference to the project as an idea is lost, and as such, there's no encoding. It's just code. When we then look at a quote from Koolhaas in Elements, where he discusses the nature of architectural communication and the creation of space, he, in the quote, talks about how, as architects, we deal with space continuously, but we don't really have an actual vocabulary to deal with that. And I think that's not an issue, but it's something to embrace. The space is something that's gained as an abstract understanding from the means in which we communicate, but it's not encoded. We don't have a vocabulary for it, and we shouldn't think that the geometry which we have here in models is that encoding either. Because, like he says, most architects don't readily know the cubage or even the most iconic spaces. It's not what we need to know. It's the overall quality of that space which we want to convey and communicate. So then, as a conclusion to that, I would like to say that the complete internalization of architectural design into a computational model through Cartesian encoding is unable to successfully communicate abstractions as a design process. And as an analogy to that, I'd like to speak about the square root of 2, which if we try to internalize the square root of 2 within computation, we can use the math function in Python and we get something like this, or we can extend it and make it more accurate. But the problem remains the same, that neither of these is an actual representation of what the square root of 2 is. It doesn't get us any closer to the answer and doesn't really communicate what this number, or more likely proportion, actually resembles within a mathematical understanding. Much more effective is something like that, where square root of 2 is a proportion between the two equal sides of a right triangle. And the square root of 2 is the length of that diagonal. Similarly, you could speak about pi, where pi is the circumference of a circle. It's not 3.14, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't get us any closer. And the nature of computation, by its binary limitations, is that we can't actually calculate it, but we can work with it if we keep referring to it as an idea, so as an encoding and not the code internalization. And then in terms of an architectural context to that, I think in a similar way, there are aspects of architectural design that can be sought to be expressed through the proportionality of its parts, understood through the perception and operations that relate them. Another quote by Ishigami, where he talks to that end, is that the experience of architecture is the manifestation of the totality of perception of the space, as synthesized by the person having the experience. And I think these thoughts are something that have already been explored by Ada Lovelace. And if something has been put through computation with the Turing machine as the archetypical machine, it is not inevitable that the artifact will be flattened if it must be represented as ones and zeros. The potential of computation in this activity was already identified by Ada Lovelace through her insight for the potential of numerical encoding to offer another space to think in. And so she actually coined the idea of encoding music through numerical representation, but she never thought that that numerical representation was the music itself, like actually the discussion we just had. It's the physical versus the encoding. And to me, these considerations seem to be necessary to make an emergent abstraction accessible, meaning that we can start working with it but not internalize it, and something that can be entered instead of it becoming a closed system. So to go back to another quote by Valéry in the same book, later Socrates states, "But the arts of which we speak should, on the contrary, by means of numbers and relations of numbers, engender in us not a fable, but that hidden power which makes all fables." And then, to me, I've spoken a lot about proportions, and the square root is a proportion, so in a mathematical sense, that immediately leads to domains and codomains. And this then also relates to a conversation we had yesterday when Nicolas pointed out the difference between the real numbers and the complex numbers. However, if we take the real numbers and the complex numbers as a set, they're isomorphic. They're the same. Like that, we can make an isomorphic projection and they behave in the same manner. So we end up with a projection from the real to the real numbers because we just put them on an axis and represent them like that. However, we can do that also from real numbers to the squared real numbers, same thing. It doesn't really change any form of communicating that in a mathematical nature. Only once we get to an algebraic structure, so groups or fields or vector spaces, then they become non-isomorphic. Because then we need to communicate the a function from the complex numbers to another complex numbers plane, which we're having to deal with 4 dimensions, and we can't represent that. And it's the operations that make something go from a set to a group. We need to define the addition and the neutral element and the, what's the other one? The singular element to be able to get to that. And we're not dealing with distances anymore, we're dealing with operations and transitions. So then an example of how to, that's not good. Okay, it's completely, okay, no, there we go. So this is a video if it's deciding to play at some point. Okay, let me. Let me do it like that. So one way of visualizing the complex numbers is through this phase plot where from the operation, so the circular operation, we derive a color encoding which lets us represent the first domain, and from that, once we have this first domain, we can start plotting functions from this domain and how it is changed into the other domain. Now, important to note is that contrary to when we have 2 axes with x, y plot, these plots don't show the codomain and the domain simultaneously. They are shown in different images or representations next to each other, like here. So that's the domain, which is just if the codomain and the domain are the same. If we start plotting a function, it shows the skewing of that original one into a different version. And I think then from here, a architectural interpretation of this, I would like to refer to the Modulo by Le Corbusier, where he sets out to describe a scale around which proportionality in architecture evolves. However, one reading of that could be that Le Corbusier presents mystic associations, the golden ratio, the Nautilus shell, tedious references to musical rhythm, or the endless parade of anthropomorphic proportions, according to Andrew Witt in his book Formulations. However, I would kind of argue that it's more to do with harmonics, where the primary way in which the modular scale differs from the anthropomorphic imperial system or that of the linear scale metric system is that the modular takes into account the actions that occur between the invariant knots, as with musical harmonics. And then instead of using mathematical geometry as a means for legitimizing shapes in architecture, let's based on all of this, start considering the mathematical operations as that which can facilitate accessible abstractions. At the end of the day, according to Gowers, a mathematical object is what it does. Let's see, yes. So in line with that, architecture would then not be concerned with understanding a complex body and embracing its indefinite character to put the related space in proportion, as opposed to crafting systems, creating a complexity of a deterministic nature. Where I'd like to refer to the quote by Foucault, where the problem is no longer one of tradition, of tracing a line, but one of division, of limits. It is no longer one of lasting foundations, but one of transformations that serve new foundations, the rebuilding of foundations. Where I'll come back to this at the end of my talk. I think the most telling thing is that he disregards lasting foundations, but focuses on the re-establishing of foundations, but doesn't say that he wants to create a new one. It's the continuous recreating of foundations. So again, in line with the idea of process. A first experiment that I did in terms of, in the context of my PhD is here kind of looking at how to start using digital environments as means of crafting new projections. Kind of using the metaphor of casting in the context of domains of digital data, where I start creating a topological sphere as a model of a domain, and let's have a look at how that experiment is built up. So as an example, if we take a training data of just RGB values, so three-dimensional, we'll get to the higher dimensional ones later, but if we take 1,000 colors, create a geodesic dome, and from that we make a spherical self-organizing map. So here you can see the untrained spherical self-organizing map, which is a random set of colors, then training it for 2 epochs, so that will take a second. We can see that now the colors are nicely organized and they form a transition of the different spaces. So it's a mapping of the overall domain. However, it doesn't completely encompass the domain, but it gives us a means of navigating that. But the main reason I was interested in creating a spherical self-organizing map is to establish an inside and an outside of the plane, which is something of an operation, of a function that we can apply to the data and to the domain, contrary to if we have a flat self-organizing map where we can't establish that. However, if we want to establish a outside and inside on a topological sphere of n dimensions, you'd have to solve n linear equations, which you don't really want to do. Also, it's not very much in line with the machine learning approach because it's all probabilistic anyway. So instead, I just took the PCA component of all of the contents in one cell. And in theory, from a probabilistic point of view, that line should stand perpendicular to the sphere, which, if we look at one cell, it actually kind of works. So from that, we get the perpendicular line to the topological sphere, and then we can start mapping an altitude to the data of the sphere, whether it's inside or outside. So then, for the actual experiment, what's the substance of my mold? So I want to create a mold, and I want to start casting interactions with that. So the substance, at first, is 6,000 books, which I gathered from all of these authors, which are authors of the 20th century. So just writings which are about storytelling. So not philosophical text, but in principle just text. The main principle about the selection of this is that I wanted, I didn't want architectural books, but in the first just stories because they are a pure textual domain. And I want to start casting between text and images. Then the material of the cast are 130,000 art images from the collected, combined collection of the Tate and MoMA. And from that, I want to start shaping a mold. So how do I then shape the mold? So I've got 2 domains. I've got a domain of images and I've got a domain of text, but no way of actually putting these 2 domains into each other's proportion, which is what in my narrative of the casting is what it is. Like if we create a mold to cast something from it, it's two different materials which are distinct to each other, but one facilitates the creation of the other by some form of crystallization. Now, when we have stable diffusion, the transition of text to image is mostly based on these kind of tags. So here I just took an image from MVRDV, and then in the depth of the HTML you can find that according to Instagram, that may be an image of 4 people, a skyscraper, buildings, and a tower. However, that doesn't really actually communicate what that project is about. It's just just a description of text of what the image is, and it's the same, to me, that's the same domain. So it's not an encoding into a new domain of a transition, but it's actually collapsing the image and the text into one and the same. So we end up still in the set. When we think of earlier, if we don't add operations, if we don't keep a distinction and a proportionality, we end up collapsing it into the same domain, and we don't really get any further. So, and that's exactly what CLIP does. It's useful because it collapses 2 different type of media into one that we can work with. I'll leave that. So then I'd go to the second meaning of casting, and that's a distinctive and typical style, form, or character. So it's then suddenly to do about a character, and it's about casting a person into a role. And then I thought, okay, that kind of possibly gives the opportunity to start creating such a proportion, because we don't try and make it one and the same in the geometry where the one is the negative of the other, but it's some form of play. So as the molding data, I took 68,000 frames with subtitles from 52 films from Panoramas of Cinema, a subset of that, and started working with that. So these are the films that I took. And then from the association of how people speak about things in a setting, in a film, we start being able to project from text to the image domain. So let's have a look. So the current output is this. So we have a spherical sum of images on the left, and we've got a spherical sum of text on the right. It doesn't look like a sphere, but it is a sphere. Then if we type playing models in here, I get 10 texts that are related to what I write at the bottom, which I can tweak. So I can say, okay, I want another cell for this one, I want another cell for that one, and based on the selection of text that I want to speak about and that I want to see associations of in the art images, I can get a projection. And then in here, I can see, okay, this is apparently an interesting part. I can click a cell, and I can see which images are outside. So this is the surface of the self-organizing map, and these are inside. However, a limitation of this, as you can see, is that because I trained it on films, and the art piece have one corner of photos, the current projection is very biased towards photographic images, because that's what it picks up on. But so that's kind of a next step that I'll want to address, which I'm not entirely sure yet, but we'll see how. Okay, then one thing that we can then also do is that we can have a look at what are these projections based on, so the films. So here I look at cell 891, that was this one, at altitude 0.109, and I want the top 5 films which relate to that text, and that then inform the image projection onto the art set. So from that, this will take a second. So now it's extracting the right frames and the small video clips, because for kind of keeping the data small, I just extracted the screenshots and the actual clips aren't visible. Let me put that on this. Maybe I should have done 3 instead of 5. Oh. Let me. Yes, it should be done. Okay, so the first one from that. Okay, no, it's not. It was this one. So obviously, this is another issue that the subtitles that I'm currently working with. It has the audio description, so that's another issue I have to adjust, where I only pick up on conversation. I think the third one.
Piano and they play it hot behind the green door. Don't know what piano.
So that's my current work in progress on that, and trying to get a temperament of being able to deal with images and text without it becoming a translation, but it actually keeping the proportionality of how we speak in spaces and what the image associations are from that. An earlier, how much time have I got? I think I will show this trailer. So an earlier project I did as part of my graduation from my master's in architecture is the following project, where it looks at using multiple different methods and algorithmic approaches to start defining a curation of art pieces in Venice, and from that start inferring geometric definitions. So it's not necessarily creating 1,297 art galleries in full detail, but it is about first creating a manner of curation collections of art pieces which respond to the current context, and from that infer what type of spaces might actually be decent geometrical bounds to facilitate the reading and the viewing of those art galleries. The first approach of this was gathering a complete, reading Venice fully on its digital terms. So I gathered, I believe it was about 300,000 Flickr photos with geolocations in Venice, and from the locations I started to read what places there were in Venice. Not looking at the actual present geometry of the city, but only about the distribution of these coordinates and whether there was a bias of where these places were, going on the assumption that if there's no bias, then it must act as a place, because there's no geometry that actually changes the way in which these densities of points are photographed. Then it's the same data set that I used for the spherical SOM, so the entire collection of Tate and MoMA, where this facilitated the transition from images to a geometry, because all of these art pieces have a size, and they are completely documented in the data set. So from that, I started being able to start proposing a geometrical shape, which then from that, it relates to this organization where it's based on the image features and encoding through also mobile net, and then creating a minimum spanning tree of the entire transition of each art collection. Oh yeah, the art collections are all based on the photos taken in one location. So through the method, I got something like 2,000 different locations in Venice. Each got their art collection based on the most similar pieces to the photos taken in that place. And then this created a form of hierarchy and transition within the collection. And on the left, you can see an initial massing of how these art pieces actually determine the shape of the rooms based on main branches and side branches. And as you saw in this video, there's one big image at the start, and I wanted to introduce an alien thing in that, because I didn't want to create one art piece which stands as the representative of the art piece or of the art gallery. So I used a generative network, adversarial network, to create art pieces for each art collection to represent the overall features and characteristics of each collection. Mostly not under the pretense that these are new art pieces, but they serve as an average of a representation of each art gallery from which the entire tree is organized. Then, through a whole set of algorithmic approaches and the organization of the art pieces, each gallery was completely generated based on the geometric constraints and circulation necessities to be able to actually reach every room. So using visibility graphs and minimum spanning trees to finally get to a fully developed geometry. Which I'll scroll through this a bit. Where it's kind of one thing to highlight here is that there were kind of additional abstract definitions of design features, which I think those are the parts where I actually take some agency in a design sense, where I say, okay, if the staircase from one place to another has room to expand and is beyond a certain height, then it starts projecting itself outwards to different areas here and here, so that you get these kind of feature staircases. So these things are not developed per gallery. They're defined on a complete scale of the entire project, and they come through in places where, well, they fit. And I don't have any particular further control over that. Which then lead to a new map of Venice with 1,297 different possibilities of galleries with their respective collections. And a booklet which shows all of the representative art pieces and the number of art pieces in each gallery and where they are and where you can find them in the cell on the overall overview, etc. And none of this was hand modeled, so that's kind of important to stress. Each then fully rendered with all the materialities, and where the materials were also based on the image similarities of material palettes to the overall image features of the collection of each gallery. I mean, there's quite a lot of these tiny boxes, because then it's a really small place in Venice with like 3 art pieces, and it doesn't really go further into the algorithm. Where there's sometimes 500, then it goes and it creates the whole thing. And then yeah, I rendered only 300 because then my laptop fried and it was it was done. Okay, then finally I'd like to talk a bit about my the studio that I've been teaching at Bartlett. For the first 2 years I was teaching with Philippe, and you saw some of the work there, and we already emphasized a lot on the computational literacy of the students. So we didn't have one particular method that we imposed on the students, but we gave them a task and a set of these machine learning models and algorithmic knowledge to then start developing their own methods to propose a new urban vision for La Défense, which was much more based on quantitative data and analysis of the traffic, analysis of the buildings that were there. And in the last year, I ended up teaching RC11 on my own, most of it, where there was a shift from quantitative data to more qualitative data. So the emphasis was still on making the students engage with computational knowledge and also mathematical background of computation and gain understanding in that, to then start producing their own proposals of how they might read an urban setting through these methods. So I'll show 3 of the projects from last year. The first one mostly used film. So they used an activity model, a pre-trained activity model, to start recomposing different views of Istanbul, where they thought that Istanbul, through its cultural nature, has different faces, and whichever way you represent the city, it's always just one face and one representation of that, where the 4 faces they then chose was 4 libraries of films taking place in Istanbul. One was spy films, one art house, one YouTube video, and one documentary. So these are the 4 faces, none more true or less true than the other, but they are different characterizations of the city, from which they then start using the model to, from an original video which they take in the city, start creating these different representations of what that video might look like in the other 4 masks. As you can see here.
I've never been to Istanbul.
You've never been to Istanbul?
I'm going to be in Istanbul this Christmas.
Where? Istanbul!
Welcome to Istanbul.
On the bottom left, you can see their video, which they filmed themselves in Istanbul. On the top left, it's the art house version. Right
So he'll be here for the bazaar?
All right, guys, we have entered into the Grand Bazaar. It's good to be back. Now we've got to find
index these videos and then give one video as input, and from that it suggests 4 other versions of that same scene.
They appear to be on the rooftops of the Grand Bazaar.
So from that, they then start kind of creating these characters which they get from the 4 different masks and start proposing geometries from them, or reading geometries from them more like. So they use photogrammetry to start creating kind of video scenes into geometry, and use the segment anything model to actually take more specific parts of this, because they're not interested in the entire geometry. It's certain characteristics from the different features and from the different scenes that they want to highlight, which then with these other, like kind of linking and hacking these models together, they create their own method of communicating these new things and getting fragments of these characters into a geometrical domain, which leads to this library of objects, which they then start placing into one space in the city, which looks like this. So you can see the original parts, but they're linked with all the different 4 faces. So you've got one face of the spy films, but it's kind of simultaneous with all the other 3 masks, which are blended into one same location. So you've got 4 different versions of Roof of the Grand Bazaar. You've got 4 different versions
on the
of
rooftops of the
Hagia
Grand
Sophia, which
Bazaar.
are blended into one new version of that to represent this multi-faceted nature of the city. And then they added an activity and kind of recognition to have these screens where the activities of the original films are projected into. So we had one project that dealt with film. The second one dealt with objects, using kind of engaging with the nature of how objects and street objects, similar to props in films, tell stories about the city and how it can create new readings of what these scenes are and enrich the reading of the urban context through that. Heavily based on Orhan Pamuk's Museum of Innocence, where it's a museum of a lot of random objects, it seems, but it goes together with his novel, and as a combination, it starts to create a more qualitative reading of the actual book, of the story. So they scraped a bunch of objects from Sketchfab, they trained their own object detection model, and they collected a large amount of texts, and from those texts they started identifying parts of text which spoke about the 24 different types of objects they got and put that into a self-organizing map. So they get 3-dimensional versions of objects, they get story versions of objects from books taking place in Istanbul, and as a... why is this not charging? I think this thing is not working. Okay. So from that, they start. The first experiment was taking a 3D model and using Stable Diffusion to then link it to different stories that talk about objects of similar nature, to then get different renderings and visions of what that object might look like, colored by the stories that they extracted from Istanbul. I'll go a bit quicker. So the final idea was to then start creating and introducing these objects into street scenes and recreate the objects based on the narratives that are associated with them. And the idea is then by instilling these objects which are placed in the city with these stories and enriching them through that, also the reading of the urban context around them will be colored by that, which then that type of how a perception of the model of an object influences the context around it is seen here, if this thing is working. Yes, so then they use the segment anything model again to then start placing these objects, which were redesigned based on the narratives, in front of a wall, where the wall was rendered by the combined stories, and then in the segment anything, each part of the scene was recolored by the kind of typology of each object. So this is the first scene, which is taken from the narrative of the combined objects that stand in front of the wall through stable diffusion. But then with the segment anything combination, the trash can in front of here colors the entire scene into a trash kind of area. The fountain recolors this scene into another interpretation, and through that the association of scene and object is visualized using these transitions from image to text. Finally ending in also kind of a more conceptual proposal of a park with a lot of different street objects and walls behind them that represent the overall stories from which these objects were designed, and more specific areas where it bleeds into the effect on the scene. Then the final project dealt with texts, and they were interested in how a reading of the urban design is, in their mind, a conflict of top-down and bottom-up design methodologies. And it's not one or the other, but it's the conflict of this which is what makes a city interesting. So from that, they started to create a narrative where they take Marco Polo and Kublai Khan as their two main protagonists. They picked 50 books from top-down architectural theory, 50 books of bottom-up architectural theory, created a self-organizing map of each of them using TF-IDF, and those were their two characters that they wanted to put into conflict with each other. So they start speaking with these two fictional characters of Marco Polo and Kublai Khan to create the idea of conflict between these two types of urban theory. So from that, they start speaking with this, and they say something that they're interested in terms of the design for the city of Istanbul, and they start picking the opinions of either Kublai Khan or Marco Polo, which one they find more interesting. So it's not a combination of both. They don't listen to both for every point, but they pick which one they think has it more right in terms of what they actually want to speak about in terms of of their design process. Then from that, they start creating further text data sets. So they got all ArcDaily categories of architectural projects and put those into ChatGPT to get a description from them. So they can get the synthesized, combined opinions of Kublai Khan and Marco Polo, put that into a new self-organizing map of, a new comparison of TF-IDF to architectural categories. And they do the same with all the different types of activities that are indexed by the pre-trained activity film model. So they also get then proposals of what activities might take place in areas that Marco Polo and Kublai Khan are speaking about. From that, they then put that into a film classification model where they get the different activities from art, large data set of art films in terms of a mood board of what that space might look like in terms of the activities taking place. So here it's marching, tasting beer, and sailing in a matrix of each sorted by the different things taken from their overall art film database. Finally, then taking a protagonist, which is an architect, from which they then scrape all the projects of that particular architect from ArcDaily to get the descriptions of those projects in order to start creating a visual representation of the geometric nature of what a project might look like based on the descriptions of Kublai Khan and Marco Polo. For that, they first took inspiration from elements of architecture from Koolhaas, but they didn't want to keep it in a discrete manner, but they scraped Google images based on those categories, created a self-organizing map of all the images in Istanbul from those categories, and then by taking a project description from, in the case study OMA, they get a project description, they get images from the project, and they project those images from that particular project back onto the self-organizing map of elements of Istanbul, by which they get a sense of what elements might be of use in terms of if OMA would design something based on the brief of Marco Polo and Kublai Khan. And then as a kind of an outcome, it was a team of 2. They created this little booklet of what working with this tool might look like to start ideating a design process by this kind of brief aiding method that they created. And I think to me the most important thing is still that they don't particularly redevelop a new model. They take ready-made models, but they start chaining it together because they know how to take them, they understand what the vectorization of data is, and they start being able to navigate these things and design with them in novel ways. So then if this is still, so then the end of year exhibition looked like this. Very nice. I was quite happy with them. So they put it together all themselves. I think it looked quite fun. And I'd like to finish with another quote by Ishigami, where in an interview also asking about the Design of Kate workshop, the interviewer asks, so to you, computerization or an information-oriented world, things like that aren't reasons to try creating a new base. Think back to Foucault earlier. So I guess I don't think it can be done. Not meaning, of course, that there isn't going to be a base. I just think since the base and the output have to be working simultaneously, they naturally ought to be built at the same time. So for me, all of these exercises which I'm doing with the Sphere or the gallery project or the projects that my students are doing aren't about creating a new universal model that will create architecture for us. It's not like a grasshopper that generates objects, but it's actually the being able to understand what encoding of architectural ideas is in a digital manner, which will help us create new ways of working with digital tools and computation to continuously create new bases without ever settling on one. Thank you.
Your last conversation between Ishigami and I don't remember the other, I hope it was you, which was saying it is not, you know, like I need to do this simultaneously. So I need to engage with the Sphere, and then I need to also do all of this with my students. So when I think about the Sphere example that you have, I always thought that you do this because with the two-dimensional sum, it's very weird how you think of the corners when you're analyzing your data, because a lot of the data, when you're clustering them, usually goes to the corners. But when you do a sum, a spherical one, it's trying to really attach those corners into a more spectrum-like idea. So then everything is there's no prominence in the clustering. So I was trying to, okay, my question is the following. So I see that you're working with a two-dimensional sum with your students. Are you planning with this research that you're doing with your PhD to try to create this spherical representation of data and multimodality fusion for this type of study that you're doing with them?
Possible, but so the teaching with my students is really that in terms of skills, I give 5 lectures. One of them is on film, one of them is on text, one of them is on algorithmic kind of functions, and then one is on the Godot game engine. And then they have to kind of take that as starting points and start learning themselves. Maybe, well, actually, and in the algorithmic approach, I also include then the sum. And lastly, that was when I did the workshop, I didn't have the spherical sum yet, so then it was still a normal square one. Maybe I will show them the spherical one. I think I will probably show them and give them the code, but whether they then end up using that one or if they choose a square one, that's kind of up to them. And I kind of want to encourage them to keep making those choices themselves and see what the advantages are. And I think for me, the spherical sum still has many flaws. Like it's quite a, because I recoded the whole thing from scratch and it's based on arc distances instead of linear distances, it needs still a bit of work to get to the same level of a standard library, which is probably a much more sophisticated implementation of the self-organizing map learning method. So it kind of depends. I think there's advantages to both. I don't think, for instance, the text group, I think it's actually quite nice that they just have these two square things which start in kind of in a conversation with each other. Also because the data required for a square sum is much lower. You don't end up with 800 cells immediately. So that helps. So it's kind of on a project-to-project basis, I guess, is my answer.
Okay, thanks, Julian, for the presentation. I don't have a question regarding the student work because I know that part a bit better. But I'm obviously very interested in the first part of your work, which is let's say more personal also as well. And I completely share this problem of how do we share an abstract concept. You know, and definitely sharing the geometry or sharing the image or sharing the numerical value, or you took the example of pi, defining pi as 3.14, etc., is not the same as using pi as a concept. Also without even having to give the numerical value of pi. I mean, in most mathematics, it's funny, but the numerical value is never used, you know. So it's obviously super interesting. I wonder, because you use this quote by Tim Gowers, like a mathematical object is what it does, and obviously with the example of pi, it's kind of obvious. Mm-hmm. But did you try to push this idea further in your personal investigation? Because I have the feeling that at the moment you identify the problem, you speak about it really well with reference to Paul Valéry and some other thinkers in a very smart way, conceptually speaking. But in a way, why not trying to just to do it? You know, like if Gower says a mathematical object is what it does, then why not trying to see what this architectural object or concept or whatever are doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me the spherical sum is a first attempt at starting to think about a means of facilitating an architectural communication that remains between different modalities and doesn't try to collapse them into a geometrical definition. And then the more mathematical perspective that I want to integrate into the research is more from the point of view of first group theory, then topology, and then finally maybe category theory, where I mean, so pi is obvious because it's not a rational number and it's we can't really work with it. But at the end of the day, if you take the number 1 in group theory, it's not a number. It's a construct within a group, and that has a certain role to play. And I think that's the way to understand the quote from Gowers as well, is that it's not about only these really strange numbers, but actually it's true for anything as long as you start speaking about it mathematically. And that, I think, is then the thought behind the spherical SOM as a first attempt at starting to facilitate some form of working with that in relation to architecture, but here it's not, I guess it's architectonic, would the kind of Lutger and the chair of architectonics say, because it's about proportionalities between different incommensurable things. And that's then the reason of taking text and images as the furthest kind of polar extents of architectural communication, and then on the same axes would be plans and sections, but it's much easier at this first conceptual stage to start working with them as texts and images. And that's the kind of mathematical perspective on that. And within the PhD, the idea is to do these more computational experiments, such as a spherical SOM, and then reflect on them. On what does that mean from a group theory perspective? How do these things actually stand in proportion? What are the operations within the sets of images, and what are the operations within the sets of texts, and how do they stand in proportion? How do they actually communicate to each other in the same way in which the complex numbers are, in a way, 2 times the set of the real numbers, but it's the proportionality and the operations that actually make it into a distinguished type of numerical system.
It's not really a question, but it's. So I really love your work, and especially your master thesis. I think this is one of the best master theses I ever seen in architecture, and I'm a little bit disappointed, I cannot not say it, that we don't have many students here in an architecture school to see this master project, because last year I was doing a museum with them, and it took a lot of time to realize how things should be connected in a museum, how large it can be, how can we organize walking through it, and then for them to see that you made an algorithm, we designed 1,400 of them, complete with all the materialization and rendering, all this. So I would hope that some of them are still watching this, or will be watching this on YouTube. So just my message to them is that perhaps they should think about the future more seriously than they actually do right now. And also, I'm not really sure what better thing they have to do than watch your lecture. But okay.
Well, if you can show my screen. So for students, if they want to see it, go to unit21.com. That's the unit where I did it. And then on to, not that one, this one. That's the entire project is on there.
I think what your work does is really illustrate the urgency of having to learn to take computation seriously. And it's really, for me, very, very clear. I wish I had a master student like you. I mean, probably will never have, but like, yeah, really incredible. And just one small thing, I have to be a little bit pick up on something. You know, when we talk about, you said, 3.14, whatever, 1.247.
I don't know past 1.4, but
yeah, I don't know as well. That's fine. But like, okay, that kind of is it's a kind of residue of pi. No, it's not really pi. No. But in the same day, when you said, we have two, and you repeat it again, you have argand plane, so two-dimensional plane, which can be used to represent complex numbers. That's also in a way like saying, yeah, but what does 3.14 really tells us about pi? Because 2D plane can represent it, but it says nothing about how the thing works. Because obviously multiplication and division in complex numbers is completely different beast. And this is what allows us to use complex numbers in quantum theory to rotate things, to display probability amplitudes as they rotate through all possible paths from one point to another. So yeah, so I would not make that claim, perhaps.
No, but I mean that only if you regard them as sets. As soon as you look at them as a group, then that obviously falls apart, and that's exactly what you said. And in quantum mechanics, you only use them as a group. Like, we don't really use numbers as sets. Like, it's useless. And that's also kind of my issue with current machine learning methods, is that these things that come out of them are sets. They're not groups, because they only have a distance. They're an ordered set, sure, because we can measure things, but there's no way of actually using them in an algebraic way. And that's your
motivation to actually go into spherical SOM so that you can have Perpendicular. Okay.
Yes, that's the reason, because then you start having a rotation, you start having an inside and outside, which is already a distinction of a sort of nature of an operation, which you don't have if it's just distance.
Have you tried toroid also?
No.
I
haven't done it.
developed it. It's on GitHub, so you can download it.
Okay. Right. Great. Yes. All good.
Okay, sorry. So, I know this is maybe like a larger discussion to some degree, but I'm just wondering because with this and many of the methods we saw earlier, questing, and these seems they're all kind of methods of navigating a vast, let's say, space, right? And earlier even we were kind of discussing kind of physicality, and these things are generally more relational, vectorial, representational, logical, versus like the physicality, physics of the real world, right? And then in the Ishigami, of course, in Praise of Shadows, is sort of text that's kind of talking about the kind of experience, right, of being in many ways. And I'm wondering, in the case of like, let's say Istanbul, and actually many exercises we do that sometimes seem sort of plucked out of context and pieced back together, I'm kind of really wondering about how artificial intelligence can help us understand things on that level, right? Not necessarily a sort of series of connections between dots, whether it's in a sphere or a square grid or map, but I think like that's kind of part of why you're trying to do it in a sphere, because you're looking for an additional dimension of relationships that can speak to us on a different level.
Interesting question. So I think I'll try and have a stab at answering it, but I don't think I'll be able to fully answer it, because it's kind of, it's in line with the main question of my PhD as well. But I think in terms of the sensorial experience of architecture and how to communicate that with AI, I'm not even sure that that is completely possible. I think we as humans, as being the sensorial people that actually experience it, need to be able to mediate that in order to give rise to that understanding. And I think that's then also in line with my first critique on the 3D model, that as soon as we think that the full architectural idea is internalized within the computer, we lose the actual, the nature of architectural design as an idea. So I don't think necessarily machine learning will be able to represent that fully. It might be able to associate to it. And I think that's the approach I would take, is that these machine learning methods might be able to start creating associations that pertain to sensorial experiences, but we need to then still deal with those to understand those and convey them as an idea. It's just that the machine learning methods might offer us new ways of communicating that. In the same way then that the perspective drawing of Alberti is not a new internalization of architecture. Like, those perspective drawings aren't the architecture. They're just a new way of communicating that architecture through new techniques. And I think that's then also the way in which we should think about the sensorial nature of architecture and how machine learning might be a new way of communicating that, but we won't be able to internalize it.
I think maybe the reason I asked that is also related to Nicola's kind of question as educators. So I've been thinking about students is that, you know, sometimes it seems like you take students somewhere, let's say, you know, Sydney Opera House. There's more impetus nowadays to like take a selfie with Sydney Opera House and say I visited it, right? As opposed to kind of like giving it time to experience. And I think also has to do with the sort of vast amount of data anxiety that we have to absorb everything, as opposed to, let's say, experiencing certain things.
Yeah, I think more from a kind of educating point of view, what I tried to do over the last year, which I think is a difference from many things within the B Pro, is that a lot of the B Pro projects are very much engaged from the idea of optimization and solving a problem. And that's kind of the thing I try to do this year and will continue doing over the next years, to break students away from the idea that they can solve everything with computation, and it just use it as a new way of exploring stuff and playing with it. And that's, I think, it was very nice to see how quickly the students actually kind of got on with that and embraced it and really enjoyed it. And that's, that was very good. So, Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Julian. We're going to skip coffee break because we're going to do coffee break with the award ceremony. So now I'm glad to invite to present Haiti Bober. She's joining us online today. She wanted to be in person, but she had health problems. But she's been joining us the whole day, and we're very glad that you're here. So Haiti is going to be presenting embodied intelligence in the future of the performance. Haiti is an interdisciplinary artist, experienced designer, creative technologist, and academic researcher who interrogates the neurobiological and social cultural effects of media and technology. Simply put, she studies the role of the body, the senses, and the emotions in human perceptions and social change. Bober is currently mapping the world's first media genome while taking great care of its far-reaching ethical implications. She founded Future Perfect Lab, a creative agency and think tank that works with social justice organizations to design playful, emerging media campaigns to transform the public imagination. She also co-founded XTH, a company creating novel modes of expression through biotechnology and the human body. Presently, she is working with David Byrne on Theater of the Mind, a new immersive theater piece. Haiti is an assistant professor of AI and the arts at the University of Florida. She is also a senior research fellow at the Norman Lear Center, a research affiliate of the Open Documentary Lab at MIT, and a member of New and IC's Creative Science track. Welcome, Haiti.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it seems crazy to give a talk about embodied intelligence in this disembodied form, but I tested positive for COVID after I came back from New York, so I just didn't want to affect everybody there, even though I am in Florida. So I'm going to just share my screen, and I don't know how many people are left in the room. It's been like a long 2 days full of very dense conversation and talk, so hopefully we have a little bit more bandwidth in the end. I'm also going to probably skip because Carla did a very generous introduction to my work. So I can probably skip the first couple of slides, in terms of introducing myself. And you talked a little bit about Future Perfect Lab. So I'm going to just start here. And just, let me just see here. I guess I'll start here. So I guess for the past 15 years, I guess I'll just say most of my work has been dedicated to transforming toxic narratives through playful and imaginative experiences. And the focus has really been on building a more just and pluralist society, one in which everybody not only belongs but thrives. So I predominantly work in collaboration with a lot of social justice organizations, but I also work as an independent artist. But much of my work, I'm part of this kind of like nationwide network of artists and media makers, social justice organizations, researchers, writers, showrunners, and a whole bunch of folks that are looking at using culture as a way of creating profound shifts in how people think and feel and behave in the world. So we believe that specific pop culture stories, so a lot of the work I'm going to share is around pop culture, and they shape narrative archetypes by carrying mental models into mass culture and gradually incite different experiences that compel new behavioral instincts. So In my practice, I do a couple of things. I catalyze this spark that I was talking about by engineering social justice messages for mass appeal through this kind of like multi-pronged feedback loop consisting of playful and imaginative creative experiences, empirical media effects research, and then both of these are supported by co-creation workshops and open source tool building, much of which lately has focused on using machine learning and Python and a whole bunch of things. So today, mostly, I was interested in talking about like my creative practice, the creative side, which is pivoted more towards performance. And then if we have a little bit of time, I'd also like to talk about the kind of biometric research I've been doing because I'm trying to expand it into the performative aspects. So if we have time, I'll share a bit of that. And that particular research, in case I don't get to it and you're interested in, over the past 4 years, I've built something called the Limbic Lab, and I conduct media effects in audience research using survey and story coding instruments, but also biometric and linguistic analysis. And it basically, I use it to inform narrative design, story creation, distribution, audience engagement plans. But today, I'm going to talk about the creative side, in which I co-create these inventive multimedia experiences in partnership with social justice organizations and media influencers through different types of touch points. Oftentimes it uses games, VR, AR, transmedia storytelling, interactive web, locative media, theater and dance. But today I'm going to mostly talk about the work that I do using dance and theater that involves different generative media and machine learning. So in the past, the work that I was making, just to give you some context for me and like who I am and where I'm coming at the work from, the angle I'm coming at, some of the work, it could take the form of like an alternate reality game in the past. So when I was mentioning like for the past 15 years, I was working with social justice organizations, mostly around, here this is about human rights, and it would feature different celebrities like Victor Garber, where like a player is an agent on the Council for American Heritage, and it had all sorts of plots and things. It could also take the form of an animation, just to give you a context of like, what is culture change? To raise awareness about unfair immigration laws by teledeporting Spock. And these things would play before like feature films. And we also made location-based augmented reality apps and to change perceptions around homelessness while simultaneously putting people into actual homes by raising funds. A lot of this was kind of like mathematically, computationally generated so that the experience would map to any city all over the states, so people could understand the local impacts that homelessness was happening. So I guess what I wanted to do is just kind of like situate the context out of which my work comes. So after making this work for many, many years, I basically kind of had a crisis of faith about the work I was doing, whether it was effectual or maybe more importantly, were the tools, the like actual emerging media tools I was using to positively influence hearts and minds and to cultivate empathetic engagement. I was wondering whether or not they were actually harmful. So while we're not yet synthetic full body prosthesis, augmented cybernetic humans tethered to cables like Major here from Ghost in a Shell, I believed our dependence upon intelligent technology was a slow form of violence, rescripting our nervous systems and quietly taking over our cognitive and affective faculties and literally changing the structure of our brain. So I was deeply concerned that as human beings, we're becoming APIs, essentially programmable dolls, right, run on scripts and protocols, and I felt somehow responsible. So to tackle this, I ended up going back to do a PhD to conduct, empirical research into the effects of media and technology. And I discovered that our current technologies, namely the internet, mobile devices, and now immersive displays and wearables, were eroding particular areas in the brain, the amygdala and the hippocampus, which were responsible for memory consolidation. And memory consolidation is a core function in the brain, which allows us to form knowledge schemas to essentially make meaning in the world. And it also activates and regulates our emotion feeling cycles. So the shrinking gray area of our brain essentially was being reduced, And this is causing our capacity for empathy, which is what I was trying to do in my previous work, to also decrease. And then some of the findings of the research were also, I saw like an increase in fight and flight response, this kind of techno stress that's surfacing, and trying to basically coordinate or sort of like connect the dots between like our endocrinologic system, the rise in kind of like what I would call social emotional competence, especially in young people today when we're dealing with like depression, all these things. So I think what I'm trying to suggest is I was doing this work for many, many years, and I believed in the work, but then I was having sort of like a crisis of faith about that. And so my work began to pivot, and I wondered, like, how did we actually get to this point? And what were the kind of critical inflection points? And more importantly, I was curious, like, where are we actually going as a society? So I needed to understand so I could kind of like intervene and change the trajectory of technology. As a creative technologist, what is the role I can play? So I began to map the macro historical patterns by correlating Schumpeter's waves of technological innovation against corresponding media types and Neil Postman's knowledge monopolies, discourses that supported the various media's diffusion. And I discovered that the emergence of cybernetics post-World War II revealed itself as a distinct teleological forking moment where we began to move from external colonization towards internal colonization. So moving people across space to kind of taking over our perceptual reality. I then noted that at each cybernetic wave, it aligned with theoretical shifts in cognitive neuroscience. And I also added a sixth wave, the biological phase, which Czech economist Daniel Smahula predicts will peak around 2035. He believes we'll not only become more dependent upon biotechnology, robotics, biomimicry, nanotechnology, and transhuman enhancement in the years to come. So digging a little further into the history, I discovered that the aftermath of World War II witnessed the outgrowth of numerous institutions of social control in the United States. Shame associated with the vulnerability of the body at the hands of mass annihilation, and the unpredictability of emotions that gave rise to fascism fueled a need to create communication strategies and computational systems to manage human and social behavior. So I'm not sure how many people in the audience are familiar. It's hard for me to read if there's eyes glazing over. But cybernetics emerged as a result of a series of convenings called the Macy Conference, which brought together an interdisciplinary group of primarily white men and Margaret Mead for the sole purpose of formulating central concepts for a theory on communication and control, applying equally to humans, animals, and machines. But the unspoken intention was to radically transform the public's perception of human beings into information processing entities, essentially intelligent machines. So the sustaining power of cybernetics, which is what I'm interested in, is this kind of like legacy and the tools that we use. Even today, as Catherine Hales has noted, was due to the strategic coordination of a theory of information, Claude Shannon's bailiwick, a model of neural functioning that showed how neurons worked as information processing systems, Warren McCulloch's life work, computers that could process binary code and that could conceivably reproduce themselves, thus reinforcing biological systems. And this was John von Neumann's specialty. And then the last piece, which was most important when we're talking about the rhetoric that we also see today around AI, is a visionary who could articulate the larger implications of the cybernetic paradigm and make clear of its cosmic significance. And this was Norbert Wiener's contribution. But it wasn't just cybernetics. What I started to observe, trying to tease out the patterns, was that there are three interrelated social forces that coalesced to accomplish this. The emergence of cybernetics was one from 1946 to 53, but this was joined with the publication of the first diagnostic statistic manual, or the DSM, in 1952, and modernism's influence on advertising during its nascent years. Each possessed its own valence of control. Taken together, they contribute to redefining the experience of subjectivity, cybernetics through the erasure of the body, behavioral psychology by regulating our emotions, and Madison Avenue by canalizing the senses. The eye was believed to be a direct pathway to the brain. As a result, we slowly migrated from presence, mutation, and randomness to absence, hyperreal, and the pattern. Information had lost its body, its materiality. So, you know, I'm sure many of you have read the book by Catherine Hales called How We Became Post-Human. But in the book, she examines how and why the body became systematically erased in the construction of cyberspace in the post-human. And she argues that it was like a deliberate erasure of embodiment, and it was performed so that intelligence becomes a property of formal manipulation of symbols rather than the inaction of human life world. Furthermore, she asserts that leaving behind the materiality of the body, typically coded feminine, enabled the predominantly white male techno-scientific community to identify subjectivity with the rational mind, traditionally coded male, a new body, not born of woman, that they imagine will be more suited to rational thought processes and immortal yearnings. So I see this as kind of like an unspoken liberal humanist impulse, which is sought to radically transform the public's perception of human beings into information processing entities, essentially intelligent machines, through the fabrication of a pattern of recursive innovation to invoke a diacritic marker of technological determinism. So the cyborg, you know, was consciously constructed, I guess is what I'm arguing, as a technological cultural icon through science fiction, literature, film, and film to support this notion to reshape representations of the body. The ethical concerns around intelligent technology is certainly not new. The fear of machine, overlords taking over the world has been present in stories since, Irwan in 1872, which is nowhere in the other direction. The novel is one of the first to explore ideas of artificial intelligence. It was influenced by Darwin's Origins of the Species, On the Origin of Species, which had come out in 1859, and the machines developed out of the Industrial Revolution. Specifically, the chapters entitled The Book of Machines explores the potentially dangerous ideas of machine consciousness and self-replicating machines based on natural selection. The use of the satirical utopia as a narrative device enabled the argument to go between the usual polemic between vitalism and mechanism. So many, Hales again illustrates that the subterranean anxieties about the integrity and diminishing agency of the subject under the cybernetic paradigm, what author Croker coined the flesh-eating 90s, which is going to be relevant when I share some of my work. So I'm just kind of setting up the context here. Were communicated through popular speculative fiction. She juxtaposes Limbo from 1950, Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep, 68, and Snowcrass, 92, against the contemporaneous stages of cybernetics to suspend the complex interplay of three competing, contingent, and embodied negotiations that lead to the active and historically situated discursive construction of bodily obsolescence during the evolution of techno-scientific development. So I guess what I'm trying to establish here is, my own observations kind of coincided with some emergence in popular forms, and popular culture is the medium that I use in my own practice. So I'm sure you've, heard some of the phrases folks have read, Gibson's Neuromancer, where he, we witness a fictional representation of this bodiless exaltation of cyberspace, where the biologic body is experienced as a mere accident and inconvenience rather than as the inevitability of human life. Case, a computer cowboy, regards his body as a meat machine to lug around his brain, the seat of consciousness, and pines for an imminent return to cyberspace where you can throw yourself in a high-speed drift and skid, totally engaged but set apart from it all. And all around you, the dance of biz, and all information interacting, data made flesh in the mazes of the black market. So data here is a nod to the genetic code, now assumes the role of original source, begetting the biological processes. So the repeated motif, and I'm going to be concluding the context setting soon, the repeated motif of machines reconfiguring biological bodies into pure information, coupled with the privileging of cognition in the production of consciousness, held sway outside the realm of speculative fiction and film in the 90s. Kevin Kelly's Out of Control, for instance, The New Biology of Machines, Lee Silver's Remaking Eden, Cloning and Beyond in the Brave New World, and the costly research antics of Kevin I Am a Cyborg Warwick attest to the pervasiveness and diversity of cyberculture penetrating the everyday. But by far the strongest influence on our current cybernetic resurgence was Marvin Minsky. At the fifth conference on artificial intelligence in 1996, he persuasively argues that data from the mind is the most important part of the human. A person is not a head and arms and legs. That is trivial. A person is a very large multiprocessor with a million times a million small parts, and these are arranged as 1,000 computers. The most important thing about each person is data, and the programs in the data that are the brain. And someday you'll be able to take all the data and put it on a little disk and store it for 1,000 years and then turn it on again, and you'll be alive in the 4th or 5th millennium. So as an artist and a creative technologist, and many of the people in the room, I hope, would concur, I believe that we have a responsibility to not only reflect upon how present technology shapes our cultural values and social behavior, but also to anticipate and actively contribute to a counter-discourse in design practice that challenges and transforms the trajectory of future technology. One way I believe we can do this is, as Carolyn Jones urges, by taking up the technology in the service of aesthetics. In doing so, we can create a shadow discourse through our practice, our art practice. So we have a million case studies of artistic interventions that challenge the prevailing cybernetic paradigm from the 1950s to the present to learn from. In some instances, the works functioned as experiences to think with, extending Jacques Derrida's phrase, objects to think with, while in other instances, technological experimentation led to the repurposing of instrumental applications, which catalyzed innovation, only to later to be co-opted by the mainstream. Here, counterculture serves as both a critique and a bridge, allowing a crossover into newer ways of innovation. So, for instance, I just want to give you kind of like a rough overview of some of these time periods. So like, for instance, in the 1950s, I believe this was characterized by feedback loops, information as signal noise, circular causality, instrumental language, and quantification. The interplay between cybernetics and art can be understood in the context of both modernism and ongoing aesthetic experiments with duration, movement, and process. In the 1960s and 70s, obsessions by artists focused upon reflexive language, autopoiesis, structural coupling, and system environment interaction. By the 60s, cybernetics had been absorbed into the popular imagination, and Schoeffer here, Nicholas Schoeffer, work facilitated its entrance into artistic circles. And Gray and Pask, also a wonderful, I don't have time to get into it, but cybernetics in the UK was had a very different history and kind of thematic focus. So Gray and Pask, for instance, worked with kind of open-ended, halozoistic explorations into the spiritually charged wonder of performativity and agency of matter, and was soon influenced, the field was also influenced by biofeedback music as artists began to appropriate medical equipment to manipulate biosignals for the creation of sound. The increasing availability of domestic prosumer computer-based technologies catalyzed an influx of creative research and practice in interactive and immersive arts in the 1990s. Over the initial decade, artists played a vital role in analyzing, envisioning, and developing experimental interfaces and new modalities of engagement. More importantly, many artists directly challenged cybernetics by bringing the application of technologies framed as abstract manipulation of information to embodied material situated culture practices, which connects, I think, very well with some of the work Tina was sharing and that I'll share in a bit. In the early 2000s to the present, the machinic became increasingly informed by the organic. As Carolyn Joan contends in the same book, Sensorium, when the autonomous nervous system, with its alternating dynamics of sympathetic and parasympathetic response, can be put in touch with a subcutaneous machine, we may finally feel in control of our biomimetics. And I would argue of our unpredictable selves and others, since the nervous system, which is our internal architecture, forms our perceptual reality, is at this level within the subsensorial that our contemporary artistic interventions must now occur, a biomimetic, better yet, a molecular turn. As artists, we too can design experiences to mirror complex natural systems, the internal milieu, to render visible the impacts of such co-optation and to return our autonomy to the autonomic system. This is my valence. So like artists before me, I use what I call applied media theory, a method that engages in formal experimentation with media to generate critical discourses and technologies. I employ various emerging technologies subversively to instead reify, similar to Tina, I'd say, the centrality of the body, affect, in our senses, to reject social control, quantification, and prediction by embracing human error, unpredictability, and subjectivity. To do this, in my own practice, I first turned to create almost like an antidote, let's just say, or a reversal of cybernetics. I first turned to large-scale network performance as this antidote to what I was seeing, to like the intelligent technology that I perceived as, and as Marshall McLuhan referred to as, our numb biological self, and to restore, as some of the earlier works I shared above, the autonomy to the autonomic nervous system. I started to bring people into physical spaces to explore the role the body can play in social change processes by employing dance as a 3D experimental sandbox. I have some videos I'm gonna play. Some of them have very interesting sound too, but it'll allow me to kind of talk over and through some of the processes. So you won't hear the sound on this, but I'll explain it. Radical Signs of Life was the first large-scale interactive multimedia performance I made through responsive dance, radical attempts to externalize the mind's non-hierarchical distribution of thought. Music is generated from the dancer's muscles and blood flow via biophysical sensors that capture sound waves from the performers' bodies. The data triggered complex neural patterns based on biological algorithms to be projected onto multiple screens as 3D imagery. As the audience interacts with the imagery, there are multiple connects above the audience. They enter into a dialogue with the dancers. Conceptually, the piece was an embodied examination of self-organizing systems and the increasing disparity between the encroachment of biodata and the quiet discord of biomemory. The work revealed the dangerous legacy of cybernetics and awakened an urgent need for inserting the body and affect into technology before technology further embeds itself inside of us. My collaborator, Marco Donnarumma, and I created these wireless sensors called the X-Sense as a prototype for the piece using custom wireless transmitters and Arduinos. And they read your autonomic and somatic nervous system. Each dancer essentially wore 2 sensors on different parts of the body to explore different sonic texture. The data was then sent to Pure Data, where the signal was, we had a custom interface that amplifies and filters and then extracts various features from the data. And then you can map those features that are extracted to musical and visual parameters, whether it's in, Isadora or Touch Designer, or whatever you want to use it for. Next, the data was sent, in our case, over Open Sound Protocol, OSC, to two systems, one to generate the visuals and processing, and the second, the music, to Max MSP, to create a real-time, immersive, spatialized composition, both sonically and then also the generative visuals that I already mentioned that were based on biological algorithms. And they are basically like spawned from the dancers' movement patterns. So the choreography was based on game rules with distinct trajectories. Dancers were responding from cues from one another in the environment. Each level explored different complex algorithmic systems. The first level was Conway's Game of Life, the second Hebb's Law, and the third Markov's stochastic patterning. The audience could also co-create the work by interacting with these kind of 4 Microsoft Kinects above the pools of water where you saw the reflections, using their own movements to kind of control these AI creatures. And then the other thing I guess you saw on the back wall here, which I didn't realize the video would end, there's these kind of matrical forms in the back. And the performers, essentially, their collective muscle memory, let's just say, their energy contractions cause engrams to trigger on the back wall inside the bodies on these matrical figures. Inside the connective tissue of the bodies, I added another layer of imagery. There were videos that were triggered from the sound thresholds. So yeah, so that's that piece. Next, I wanted to apply what I learned from Radical and the body back to the work in social justice and pop culture space. So I collaborated on Beware the Dandelions with Complex Movements, a collective from Detroit. The goal of the immersive theater project was to teach social justice movement building through complex science. Through a sci-fi parable, the work integrates a data-driven narrative with game-based collaborative problem solving communicated through live hip-hop and DJ performances. So again, sorry, you're not going to hear the music. The participant players control a 3D game engine projection mapped onto a 24 by 12 foot sentient pod. Players spatially trigger real-time story content consisting of data visualization, surveillance cameras, systems communication, embedded clues and puzzles, and embodied social interactions. They are essentially tasked with interpreting the flows of nonlinear information via hip-hop lyrics to make sense of the narrative in order to act collectively to transform the framework of the AI system, which is a metaphor for systems of oppression. So it's kind of like a sci-fi futuristic thing. As the work travels, the performance pod that you saw here also functions as an interactive installation and community space where participants contribute their own stories, which become memory maps that get integrated into the show. It also allows communities to talk about AI and a whole host of conversations that affect their communities directly. So yeah, so that's that piece. Hopefully I'm still keeping folks' attention. It's hard to tell. So I soon realized that at the root of the social justice issues I was working on, and many of us in the field, was epigenetic trauma. And Tina, oddly enough, also talked about this. It's funny, it's the first time I've actually seen Tina's work, and we were hired together, so it sounds like we should probably work together at some point. I soon realized that I was working on was epigenetic trauma, and that our bodies are actually archives of story. So Walking Wounded served as both a living lab and a multimedia performance, transforming trauma through movement, sound, and imagery, once again generated from the performer's autonomic and somatic nervous system. It sought to give expression to unspeakable personal and collective experiences of trauma, transforming unbearable pain and toxic shame through bioadaptive play. The piece explored the interplay between ghost stories and ritual to bring audiences on a cross-cultural journey through a subterranean underground where participants collectively exercise ghosts, or what I was seeing as signifiers of trauma, using biotechnology to redefine performance and narrative architecture. It sought to restore nonverbal interpersonal connection in a safe environment, foster resilient communities, and bring movement into movement building through a 4-part co-design process, culminating in a nonlinear micro-performance. Each dancer wears accents again. The biophysical and motion data stemming from the accents again was sent over open sound protocol. But this time it was interfaced with open frameworks to create these in a machine learning database to create these live drawings, right, based on people's movement patterns. It determined the musical and spatial parameters in Maximus P. So essentially the gestures were controlling the sound, but also doing these live drawings. So it enabled the performers to co-create live drawings through their unique gesture vocabulary, as well as generative musical composition based on solfeggio frequencies to quiet the parasympathetic nervous system. The gesture vocabulary based on, and I have an image later. I'd love to show you the Max patch because it's based on this system called the 9-gem system. So we were able to kind of map different emotional states to different movement patterns and sound frequencies. The gesture vocabulary was based on a movement generated in workshops and then mapped to a library of generative shaders, brushes, and images associated with fragmented narratives that emerged in that process. There were also storied objects made with custom electronics and 3D prints, which audience members could pick up during the performance that held lyrical fragments of memory shared by survivors that trigger, creating a polyphony of voices. As dancers and audience members interact with them during the performance, it added a layer of emergence and fragmentation. So I wish I had put I'll show it to you later. I have some extra stuff, just to look at some of the open source hardware that's built for the projects if people are interested and we have time. So last fall, I guess I'm going to share a couple more projects, and then we'll see where we're at in time, and maybe I can share a little research that informs some of the projects. Last fall, I premiered a new work at New York Live Arts called Lizardly. And Lizardly it's a live mixed reality play that I co-created with Kat Mustazia that explores AI, environmental collapse, and interspeciality. Essentially, it's based on these two characters, Vincent and Rebecca, and their marriage is falling apart as they brace for an oncoming hurricane. And at the same time, they're simultaneously turning into lizards. So it's set in a post-Anthropocene Miami, and humans haven't been wiped out so much as they have to adapt to this rapid environmental shifts, especially, one of the reasons is, all of these kind of fiber optic cables under the ocean. So we have this whole backstory. And so they're basically like mutating into reptiles so that they can adapt, right? All of us humans soon, especially here in Florida, we're gonna have to start adapting. And so basically the two of them are kind of like weathering the storm inside their smart home, which is a technological remnant named June. So in the process of working on the play, we ended up having to create a third character, and you'll see her in a moment, who basically wears a VR headset and projection maps everything. But basically the two characters kind of are weaponizing June. She's kind of functioning and malfunctioning, and they use her to, justify their, domestic turf war, essentially. So here's a little bit here. The staging interfaces, and this is June's character. Here's her VR headset, and I did not like this costume and didn't pick it myself. You have to, when you're working on collaborations, you have to make compromises. But she's wearing a VR headset, and you'll understand why in a moment. So the staging interface is VR, real-time motion capture, whereby I retarget the performer's body to these kind of 3D avatars of lizards, and machine learning, which we use InteractML, and I'll explain how we use that as we interfaced it with Unity, to create a vivid portrayal of hybrid humans in a post-human world. As a way of bringing the metaphor of transformation outward, June, as I mentioned, she's like this antiquated and repurposed smart home. What she's doing is she's actually influencing all the characters in the environment through her gestures. She's wearing Mimu gloves with flex sensors to control not only the environment inside Unity, the lights and sounds and animations, like all of these little creatures, but also the lights and the sounds and the theatrical environment. So there's a whole backstory of that I don't want to get into in terms of like what we discover about June at the end of the narrative. But I'm going to advance a little bit here so you can kind of see the lizards as they come in. So one of the things with the Rococo suits is that they need to be recalibrated. The old ones, the new ones are better. They had to be recalibrated, right? So we built in this purple heat lamp for the lizard so that they could be recalibrated periodically as we had so much drift under the grid in New York City. So yeah, so essentially we're just kind of doing like real-time retargeting of their data to these kind of 3D avatars, these lizards. We could do this in a much more sophisticated way now. I teach a class called Motion Capture and Mixed Reality, and we've been creating all sorts of fun and crazy stuff. So yeah, so that's that piece. Hopefully you got a kick out of it. So yeah, and so for the past 4 years, I've been collaborating on Theater of the Mind, which is an immersive journey in a 15,000 square foot installation environment, exploring how our minds see and create the worlds around us. As participants traverse unique environments and try on a set of sensory experiments. The production was co-created by David Byrne and Mala Guankar, and it was commissioned by the Denver Center for the Performing Arts. Essentially, it's a story of a life lived backwards, like essentially like many Davids pop out of a coffin and say, "Hi, I'm David, and I'm dead," and then we travel backwards, like retrogressively, like a Gertrude Stein novel, and it poses questions about our memory, identity, and perceptual reality. Essentially, you're taken on a journey with one guide and 16 other participants. Maybe you've seen Sleep No More or something like this, where you travel together with groups. I was essentially like responsible for developing the technology that supports the show, including the live stream networked VR. You saw a little bit here. This was an old version of it, but you're essentially turned into at the end of the show, and maybe this is a spoiler alert. Hopefully my contract won't get me into trouble, but you're turned into the size of a small child. You enter the body of a small child through the VR experience. And we had to like network 16 computers for all of the participants underneath the floorboards of this attic. So in my role, I basically ensured that the sets, lights, sounds, and physical objects demonstrating all the science worked. And then, for instance, up in red here, that's called the rhodopsin experiment. And we're essentially using photoblast lights at specific time rates to generate ghostly images in the participants' retina. So what we're trying to do really is to take all of these kind of neurobiological or neuroscience experiments and render them accessible to lay people, but in this kind of like playful, this delightful way. But the reason I incorporated it here is because for the show, I also had to build this crazy, never seen before custom automated show control system using Python and to trigger all of the environmental cues, and architected this massive network infrastructure to run it using 20 Raspberry Pis, 10 iPads, a mile of cable throughout the whole space. And it was really an exercise of figuring out, what new machine learning tools can we use and supplement with kind of pre-existing technology to build something, because this type of show has never been done before, and we had essentially 7 audiences going through the show at any given moment. So we had to automate literally everything and build a ton of custom things in Touch Designer. And yeah, it was complex. So this is just giving you a little behind the scenes peek. This was an experiment called change blindness. So I'll show you a little bit of what it looked like inside. There's not much to see because I'm not allowed to show a lot of the footage. Oh, let me take the, maybe you can't hear the sound, which is good, right? Can you not?
There's no sound. No sound. So you wanted us to hear or not to hear?
Oh, it's okay. It's a new David Byrne song, but you know, I don't know if you want to hear a David Byrne song.
Yeah.
Of course. But I was just more going to show you what it looked like inside. So I'm just going to show it to you, and then I'm going to move on to the last show I'd like to talk about.
You may have to share again with sharing your sound. If you
I know.
Stop sharing.
I think that's why I'm going to skip it, the sound. We're just going to look at the inside so you can kind of see the walkthrough of what it looks like, and then I'll move on. Is that okay?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess that wasn't a very good preview, I guess. There's many other rooms. But what I want you to see is like each of those rooms, basically I've hidden all of these environmental sensors all around the space so that the actors, when they're interacting with different objects in the space, it turns stuff on and triggers stuff. And yeah, so it's a responsive environment, I guess, is a way to put it. Cool. So, how am I doing on time, Carla?
You're good.
I'm good? Okay, awesome. So I guess in addition, I guess I'll say, so there's one other big AI show that I'm doing now that I want to share out about. But I also want to share a few other things where, I curate other people's work just to tie the thematics around AI together. So in addition to these kind of like large-scale network dance and theater shows that that are my own work or that I collaborate on with other artists, I also started to co-curate Edge Cut, again also with Kat Mustasia, which is a live performance series. And in that, what we're trying to do is to explore our complex relationship to the digital. So we look at the many ways in which interactivity, games, robotics, wearables, AI, and other digital technologies can inform new practices in live performance. So they're usually like very rough R&D works, and it's just kind of like a salon environment where people are like sharing process, a little bit like this, where we've been very granular about like our processes. But during COVID, I'll just show a little bit of that. We had to move from the new museum in New York to Nowhere, which is like a 3D platform, and it became like a huge feat. But I guess what you're seeing here is, a lot of the work is like, pre-DALL-E, mid-Journey. We're showing work that was around machine learning. We're also showing a lot of people creating their own custom instruments and then using generative audio, like this crazy one here where this woman from Denmark, puts all these crazy tubes together and she's creating all these generative audio sounds using algorithms. So we're mostly interested in people who are experimenting with new modalities of expression and trying to think about what are these not only the new tools we're using, but what are hybrid practices as we start to move into COVID, and what does that mean about the body, all of this stuff. So essentially, it was kind of like an intimate salon style, and we would feature 4 performances using emerging tech to expand this language of performance and recenter liveness of the body. And the emphasis was really on fostering dialogue, similar to this, about tools and techniques employed. And so I think, out of that, what was very interesting is, during COVID, it would take me, we used Nowhere, which is this 3D environment. So we had like the 3D environment in itself, like this metaverse environment. And then we had all of these other kind of emerging tools where people are trying to send data over, telematically across multiple spaces. And I had to basically run the show on like 7 computers, like in my mom's house in Maine. So during COVID. So, there's just like a lot learned, and it helped me to start thinking about like, where are we going as we reemerge from this? What does hybridity mean? What are some new tools that might have been created open source out of this process? What can be shared in terms of practices? So, During COVID, I also started incubating the Embodied Intelligence Shared Future with Sydney Skybetter and Melissa Painter. And together we cultivate a brigade of movers, inventors, world builders, and game designers in an attempt to reawaken our collective sense of embodiment. And we were responding during the time to the fact that our bodies carry intergenerational trauma, that they're surveyed and controlled and spun out of control by our dependence upon technology, right? And then it was amplified, I think, during COVID, as we all know and experienced. In response, we wanted to create a body-first frameworks at scale to help people re-engage with their bodies through games and open source tools, community building, and public awareness campaigns. So this is one of we did this massive billboard campaign to prepare people to kind of like re-enter into this altered world. And some of them are, your body is not obsolete. There was all of these different phrases. So during July, 2 Julys ago, or last July, our interdisciplinary collective was commissioned by the Music Center in Los Angeles to host Run, Skip, and Play, which was a weekend-long kind of game jam hackathon to deploy a combination of high-tech artificial intelligence and augmented reality, and then low-tech chalk to reawaken our collective sense of embodiment. As I said, that was redundant. The result was a public beta test where participants re-engage with their bodies using movement and joy to exercise trauma and create community connection through collaborative problem solving. We essentially invited, I'll just show you what it looked like a bit. We invited like 100 Los Angelinos to co-create a new choreographic gameplay experience, a playful happening made up of bodies, chalk marks, mobile devices. And then we use collaboratively generated movement technologies to co-create with a bunch of different artists. And then players would cooperate non-linguistically with both human and non-human systems by moving together to catalyze change and foster collective healing. So for the piece, we developed these, dance games and a set of instructions and these chalk drawings and stuff. And then we used also the chalk drawings as like AR markers that people could like end up taking home with them from their experience of their own bodies in space being tracked and then overlaid. And then the coolest thing I think that we built was this OSC, Open Sound Control Bridge, which allowed us to receive and transmit aggregate data from 100 participants' phones. And then from that data, out in public space, we developed a spatialized sound system that was responsive to this data, and then also generative visuals that were responding to the participants' phone data. And then I was basically conducting the whole thing. Underground, they have a whole control system where I could send cues to trigger the fountain and also change all the videos. So I was like firing all of these commands. It was like a whole crazy thing. So what it ended up being is this like performance with 100 people to generate real-time music as they were moving spatially around, as well as generative visuals. So it was very cool. So we had some PTZ cameras that were also motion tracking everything. It was very cool. So I'm hoping other people might use this bridge that we built for their own projects. It's on Git and stuff like other projects. So this is the last work I'm going to share. Most recently, and this starts to introduce a little bit of my research, because this particular piece called Bioadapted was it's considered like a reenactment. This is how we're framing it. A reenactment investigative documentary, that it's a play. With actors portraying real people and scientists, of which I was one, paired with humorous and eerie fictional pieces about what our future might look like if AI propagates in unethical ways that don't serve humankind. So the work was actually inspired by my research and the tools I built for the Limbic Lab, which I hope I can share a little bit of if we have time, which appears in the calibration scene, which I'll show you in a moment. But I also served as the technology and innovation director. So again, I designed and developed a different OSC bridge to send data from a brain-computer interface, like EEG headset, to control a haptic vest and then light patterns that were sewn onto the costume to trigger the choreography in the performer. And then I also built this custom-made avatar, using facial recognition and real, so that during the grand finale, the audience basically puts ChatGPT on trial, and you can interrogate it real time while it puppets back to you. And what we ended up doing is using this chair to projection map the face of the avatar onto the chair and then respond real time to the audience's questions. The goal of the work is really to investigate, interrogate, and educate, all while delivering this kind of like unique, interactive, science-enhanced experience using technology. So after each performance, we host conversations that look prismatically at the hopes and fears that audiences have in their respective communities around AI. So again, this is sort of like part of my research, which I'm not going to talk about, is this kind of like media literacy piece. And in particular, a lot of it is focused now around like AI and the communities that are most deeply impacted by AI. So let me see if I can share a little bit about this. You won't be able to hear the words, but so this is kind of based on my media genome research, but I was going to show you here. So the character walks up, she gets in the chair, and this is a little bit of like my lab stuff here. This is from a project that I did with Define American, which is an immigrant rights organization in the United States. But we decided to kind of incorporate it into this kind of like fictional representation of my lab in a very meta way. So essentially we're in the future, and this character here is getting calibrated it's a lot, kind of complicated to explain, but I have this whole concept, and part of what my lab does is like we're creating this concept called biomedia, where we're bioadapting content real time on the fly, which I'll explain in a moment, but this is what's being represented here. So this character comes in, her whole body biometrics are being calibrated, so that then in the future, we have the scenario where this company bioadapts content real time to create kind of personalized media based on our DNA. So partially a fictionalized future, but it's also research that I'm doing and like tools that I'm building. So yeah, so there's that. And then the other thing, so then we have a little scene here where she's bioadapting this funny little Arctic scene with all of her bio data that's now been like calibrated. So yeah. Anyway, kind of silly. But yeah, so then all these crazy things start to happen. The environment, there's a fire, and then there's a massive storm, and it just gets more and more chaotic. And then we have a coded bias scene, so we talk a little bit about that. This is the actual panel. This character is playing me in the middle there, which is very weird to experience in the theater, somebody using your own words. And then I just want to show you kind of what the avatar looks like here at the end for the ChatGPT pod. Yeah, so then it looks very creepy. So this is basically like the audience asking ChatGPT questions. And then she responds. I mean, we're using all sorts of stuff on the back end, actually generating the content through ChatGPT, like the responses. And the goal originally was to build a tool that could listen to the audience's response and then real-time respond. But what we discovered, because the audience was so far away and it was muffled, it was actually hard to get, accurate, however accurate ChatGPT is, responses. So, but what's happening here is there's actually an actor up behind stage that's puppeting, like real-time, the facial expressions and the vocalizations. So, but in the next iteration, I think we're gonna, add more kind of automation to it. So, yeah, so that's that. Carla, I don't know what we have for time. Like, I'm not really sure because everything's been so out of skew today. So shall I talk a little bit about the research, or would you like to move to a discussion?
I think this depends on you the most. You want to show us more and then we go for a discussion. The plan is to have an award ceremony that will last 5 minutes, and then after that we're done. But then if you want to go for a discussion, then it's up for you. Like this whole symposium is for the speakers. So if you want to show something, or we can just
I guess I'm just wondering, since I can't feel the audience and I'm actually a very embodied person generally, I would be more attuned with the camera to what's going on.
Everybody will come here and say hi, Heidi.
I guess maybe one of the things, I won't share the open source tools per se unless people are interested, but maybe I'll just walk you through what the lab does so you can understand the connection to the play, and then also you can understand all the other, like specifically like how I'm using biometrics in AI, and it shouldn't take more than, I think, 5 or 10 minutes, and then we would still have a little bit of time, but you let me know. Maybe if people want to like shake their hands, yeah, go for it, or if like you're like, oh, I already have a question.
It's okay, we're okay.
Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, so as I said, and I already mentioned this earlier because I wasn't sure I was going to get to it. So, part of that kind of 4-part process, that pillar system, is like research. And in fact, I'm setting up an embodied intelligence lab here, which was supposed to be part of like our AI and Art Center and our certificate program that we're developing. And so much of this research is going to start moving inside the Institute and also expanding out into dance and theater. But right now, that's not the focus of the research, but it will help you understand the connection, I hope. So as I mentioned, like the research, basically I'm doing like media effects research. I'm not sure if people are familiar with that. It's like, audience research and understanding how media and technology like affect us on a neurobiological level. And I build a lot of open source tools. And in fact, we'll be putting up a website very soon. I mean, we're in the process of developing it, where you can download each tool as like an extractable thing individually, or you can have the whole suite that I'm using. So I use, surveys and story coding, and I use biometrics and linguistic analysis. And really the goal of the research is to work with social justice organizations, media makers, artists who want to create more impactful media. And so, central to the lab, the Limbic Lab, what it's really doing is isolating the narrative ingredients that move us to act was the initial premise for starting it, right? We have Nielsen Neuro and a whole bunch of research institutions that are black box, hard-coded, and that organizations don't have access to. So my goal is to make an open source version. So what it consists of is these kind of 2 components, a narrative engine and a media machine. So the narrative engine basically takes in and it syncs real-time data from brainwaves, biophysical data like heart rate, blood flow, body temperature, muscle contraction, like the sensors that I built for the dance piece, plus others, as well as eye tracking and facial recognition, while a subject is viewing or interacting with different types of media content. And data, but I don't capture everything. I just capture data at kind of key places in the time code where critical plot points or character interaction or unusual camera angles occur. And this is based on predetermined story coding sheets. So for each genre, so I'm looking at like games, episodic television, webisodes, podcasts, like a whole bunch of different things. And we create an individual coding sheet for those genres with a lot of different variables. And then the key components that I select from there are the ways I isolate the arousal and valence patterns of the data. And then the survey data basically consists of people's political beliefs along with their psychographic and demographic profiles. And I use that, and also like media consumption habits, right? So I use that and I integrate that into my system essentially to get a deeper understanding of like the individual in terms of their preferences, their ideological preferences, their viewing patterns, and these types of things. And then the media machine part then uses predictive models and machine learning to automate the production processes. This is like the goal. This is like what we're in the process of doing, which ties into the theater piece, right? Where they're saying this is kind of like something fictional in the future, but I'm actually developing it right now. And so what I'm trying to do essentially is like the more immediate imprints that go into this database across the different media I mentioned, the more nuanced these kind of predictive models become, right? So this is kind of like an image of like the back end, just using Neo4j, and we have all these different variables. So I'm taking data in from a whole bunch of different things prismatically. So I'm taking all the survey data. I'm also taking in the linguistic analysis data. So we're basically like deconstructing scripts. We have built a tool which you're going to be able to use. You can just upload this, whatever it is. It could be a film script, it could be a game script, it could be a song, whatever it is. And it ingests the script and then it deconstructs it into various things like power words and different parts that map to the time code as well of each of the content types. And then, yeah, so this is just kind of like a backend. This is not the data visualization. This is kind of just where we're storing everything. And then it also takes in all the biometric data that is mapped to the time code as well. Okay, so we have multiple types of data, and it's just like all unstructured, and it's being thrown into this database, and then we're correlating things, different variables against one another. But what I want to say is during COVID, I had to start pivoting away from like in-person field studies. So usually we would work with social justice organizations or media makers and things, and we would like set up pilot studies in different cities relative to where they wanted to work with those demographics, but I couldn't do them anymore. So we started building out these remote studies using just like facial expression and eye tracking mostly, using webcam. And now there's a lot more that we have to do post-processing wise to annotate the data. So before we export it so that we can map the data in the database, we have to annotate all of the things based on the story coding sheet. But the goal of the research really for me is to find out, what combination of these narrative ingredients are the most appealing and galvanizing to specific intended audiences to enable like our own creative work, but also the field, right? What I was calling like culture change workers or other media makers to create more effective media. And so I guess maybe I can show you a few. These are just some of the findings here of a study that I did with the Norman Lear Center, kind of combining social science research with kind of this more biometric approach. And I'm happy to share the study if folks want to read it. But there are just some, pretty interesting things that we uncovered. And then I guess, lastly, I guess the only thing that I'd say is that, all the things that I've been building, even the stuff for the creative work is, all open source for the field, for artists, for researchers, policymakers, whatever. And we like to make both the instruments, but also the methodology and the scientific protocols open source. So this could include, this is like the scene by scene story coding and survey instruments that become the variables that then we're correlating. And this one is just for episodic TV, but as I mentioned, we have a whole host of other ones, video games, podcasts, explainer videos, music videos. But this could also be, this is the Python script that we use for the linguistic analysis, this NLP tool that we build. And what you see here is we have like sentiment analysis, and then we also have social issues. But if we went back to the story coding sheet, we also are mapping it back, the sentiment analysis that is being experienced by viewers, and then the social mentions that are in each of those pieces. So there's a lot of different things that overlap here. And then the other thing, it also includes, like this is the accents here. This is the second iteration that we made available to others, not just to our own work. And this is a biophysical sensor, and it, I was using it creatively, but I also realized I could bring it into the lab and use it for measurement, and not just creative expression. So yeah, and then this is just, I think Tina was also mentioning PD earlier. This is how we were doing our feature extraction, but then started to build out an application in C so that other people could build their own extractable applications on top of this here. And it uses an MMG sensor and a whole host of muscle contraction release, plus a whole host of other measures. And then lastly, this is visually not what we're going for at all, but to give you a sense, so there's the database, which is the back end. I basically have 37 different issue areas that we've captured through survey analyses and different, in 50 case studies in terms of different genres and content. And so what we're trying to do now is not give people, access. They will have access if they want to use the database and they know Cypher and they can run their own queries. And we're going to have some sample queries available. But right now what we're building is a front end that would allow people, lay people, to just create their own correlation mapping by using kind of these different filters on like the demographic and media consumption habits. And then you would search by media type, and then it would show the different shows that we have in here. And then you would also see an overlay of all of the biometric data based on time code map to the different shows that it was correlating. And then what we want to do, and this isn't quite the layout, is that we want to be able to create real-time data visualizations so that people can export those or do whatever they want with them. So we're still in the process of designing the infrastructure, but we're building the front piece out in React.js right now. So yeah, and this was the 9-gem system that I want to show you that Kevin Patton and I put together for the Walking Wounded. So Walking Wounded was a dance piece, but we actually did multimodal movement workshops with different communities that were affected. And then we brought the sensors and then this software, this instrument, essentially into workshop spaces so that it enabled people to start moving differently. So part of my theory around trauma is that we have these deeply embedded scripts in our nervous system, and that most of people who are deeply affected by trauma have very limited gesture vocabulary. We all do to some extent. We are very habituated. So my belief is if we can expand our gesture vocabulary, that we can dislodge these deeply embedded scripts in the nervous system. And so the idea here was to kind of map these kind of emotional qualities to gesture vocabulary and to kind of tie together this kind of machine learning database of gestures with this kind of sonic representation from the sensors, and then generative visuals, so that there was biofeedback for the participants in the workshops. So, and then this is just a little, I don't know if there's a video here or not, I don't remember. Yeah, so this is just how we set up the Mimu gloves using InteractML, which is a program, I don't know if folks are interested in, it's a machine learning program. It actually works better with Unreal, but a friend of mine from Goldsmiths, Phoenix Perry, built it with some colleagues there. And it's a machine learning system that does all of the training to then automate a lot of interactions within your game engine. So I use it to teach as well. Yeah, so I guess that's it. Hopefully, yeah, I kept to the 10 minutes. So I hope folks still have a little bit of juice or energy to ask some questions. Okay.
So Heidi, no, it's fine. I'm here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate and love the subversive nature of your work, and it really made me think. I do know stuff about cybernetics, but the way how you exposed it's really eerie. And then I have kind of always find myself oscillating then between two perspectives, where one is a little bit negative and dark, and one is a little bit positive. And so I don't know. Then I have to ask two questions: one from a more negative perspective, and one from more positive. So on the negative side, I was listening to Yanis Varoufakis, who was Minister of Finance of Greece, who is now saying that we left capitalism and we went into some kind of digital feudalism, where Amazon and Meta, they're basically just feuds, and they're basically the other capitalists are paying them rent, sometimes even 40% of their earnings just to be on their platform. And basically he says this is no longer capitalism. And what is fascinating about Amazon and about Meta or Facebook is that companies like Siemens or Ford, they spend around 80% of their profit on paying salaries, while Meta and Amazon spend less than 1% on their salaries.
Wow.
So therefore, social networks are obviously then going to be pushed as something very significant, because there is a lot of interest for this profit to be going to very few hands. Therefore, social networks in that regard should be very much the things for us to be pushed into our eyes. And then the premise somehow of social networks is that embodied or disembodied communication and connectedness essentially is the same thing. But when I was teaching any course over Zoom, I very quickly realized that they are not the same at all, and that embodiment, is completely a different game. And then, your works make it clear that they are very different. And what I see as a prevalent strategy today is to somehow even go to try to hack or re-engineer human beings, or give them medicine for this embodiment to work. So my question is like, why are we so afraid of the body? Like, is this really a cultural or political project, or is a project of this new feudal, digital feudalism? But then on this, so this is the question for you from the dark side. And now one from the light side is, I also like Bernard Stiegler, who is a French philosopher who developed a concept of pharmacon. And he says basically pharmacon is when, since we are technological beings, when we invent a new technology, it starts gradually kind of making us sick. But then in the future, this very same technology, when used subversively, starts healing us. So then I see also some remnants of your work in that perspective, because you are trying to repair things with the exactly same technology that is used against us. So do you kind of feel that there is some connection to what you're doing?
Yeah, I feel like you have a whole thesis here. So I think the dark side and the non-dark side, I guess you have like, what is this thing? Like, what is this fear of the body? Like, why do we have to reject the body? I guess that's in part what I was trying to map out. I mean, like, you know, one could say even like Norbert Wiener, right, was bipolar. I don't know how many of you know this at all, if this is new information or not. And part of why he was invested in creating kind of computational solutions to all of our societal problems was at first because he was trying to regulate his own emotions. He wanted to create a computational system to regulate his own emotions, right? Because he feared these unconscious responses in his body. So, I mean, there's that thought. I mean, like, I think about Norbert Wiener, and I think about how strongly he kind of shaped cybernetics and how cybernetics is still baked, the ethics of cybernetics, right? What I call cybernetic ethics, which is based on quantification, prediction, and social control, is baked into every technology we use today. We just, you know, have forgotten to think about it, right? And so I think part of what I premised when I set up the cybernetics thing is that there was this kind of forking moment, right, post-World War II, and that World War II in terms of the fear of the body, the fear of the other, all of those things, and even how, like, you know, we need to numb to like defend against like emotions and different things. There is this kind of fear, this anxiety about the body, right? And then you even go and look at the 1950s, you know, there's, you know, in terms of, we can look to science fiction where there's all these kind of bodily fears that are played out in these anxieties that, you know, are, you know, they take alternate forms, right? Not the human form. So I'm not sure, you know, like the root, I mean, we could go all the way back to religion and all sorts of places here to shame. Like, so my belief, like, you know, part of my premise is that most human behavior stems from shame. And what do we fear most? Like, what is at the root of shame, right? Our kind of like fear of belonging or the loss of belonging. And we believe that, you know, the body in its unpredictability is at the root of that, right? And so we've created all computational systems, my belief here, to essentially eradicate human error. And that error has to do with emotions, and it has to do with the body and all the messy stuff we don't want to deal with. There was a whole other potential. There was one character in this Macy conference that was really interested in subjectivity, and all his ideas got thrown out. But I don't know. That's just sort of a theory I have, I guess. And then the making us sick part, I'm so happy you brought that up, or you caught the thread, because there's a whole bunch of work I actually didn't share at all. And, you know, part of the thread for me, my dissertation looked at the social, cultural, and neurobiological effects of intelligent technology, and looking at it premised this idea, you know, that the body and our reconnecting with one another, our relational reciprocity with one another, with the natural world, is kind of like our antidote here. And for me to be able to write that, I literally had to go off the grid for an entire year, because I lacked the capacity for sustained thought. And part of what we're seeing, you know, now is like finally the social dilemma, people have caught up. Like, I was writing and thinking about this back in, you know, like 2013. And now we're starting to realize, you know, the ramifications that it's having on, you know, young kids, and all of the various ways that our societal fabric is breaking down. You know, we have probably the largest epidemic in this country is teen suicide. It's not only teen suicides, it's tween suicides, right? And there's a direct correlation between like social media consumption habits, right? And so part of the work that I didn't mention, which I usually kind of do a full loop on, is that I've been working with New York Times journalist Julie Skelfo, and we started something called Get Media Savvy, which has now moved to Moms Against Media Addiction, which is something that she's decided to bring forward. But it was really about like, how do we educate people, give them simple tools, right, to take back control of their hijacked affective and cognitive faculties. Like, and mostly what we discovered that people who wanted this information, why it was pivoted, is because parents just don't know, right? They don't understand how all of these technologies are affecting their children. They see the behavioral challenges, teachers see it, but they don't know what to do. They don't understand the strategy. So the idea was to try to kind of build, you know, a podcast series, like a whole multimedia engagement campaign from like my social justice side. That would be something on the scale of the American Way campaign, right? Which was also a post-World War II campaign, which allowed us to essentially use all the tools at our disposal, right? Multimedia touch points, going to Hollywood, all of the different potential partners and collaborators to build an awareness campaign, but just with media through narrative strategy to get people to become aware of these kind of deleterious effects. And then, yeah, in terms of like the healing us, I mean, it's one of the things I said at the end of my TED talk was, you know, like, can we use the same tools like that are creating toxic media, right? We're in this toxic media landscape. Can we use them to create instead narrative medicine, right? Can we use this, empty out the negative values of media and technology and reinfuse positive, which sounds very simplistic, but like, what would that look like? And how can we do that? How can we use technologies to bring us together? So I don't know if that made any sense. I think I still have COVID brain, but hopefully 2 more days to quarantine.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's pretty late now, so I'm also, I don't have COVID brain, but I have midnight brain. So I apologize in advance. I'm super fascinated by the work and the kind of complex plays that you play and the amount of technology that is there, but is not somehow justifying the kind of spectacles that are unfolding. I'm just super fascinated by it. But then I have a question regarding, so for example, this particular instance in LA where the people start dancing and then they have a kind of connectivity between them, etc. It's translated into music. So I'm curious about the difference of being of liberating body versus being liberated from the body.
Yeah.
And then this kind of directly goes into all these experiments that you're doing with the genome, etc. as well, because it seems like, so the question is more along the lines of liberating from nature, right? So liberating from the body. And then once we kind of trace it back to the very essence of our natures, when we involve the DNA, when we involve the genome, doesn't it become kind of an ultra encapsulation of our very nature? You know, so I'm just curious about that. How do we discuss the liberation from our bodies if what we are doing is running circles and then going back to the very thing that defines us as what we are?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's any
no,
clearer.
No, it's an interesting tautological argument. I guess I'm wondering why you feel the need to be liberated from the body.
No, I'm curious about liberating from nature. So that's my kind of only mission.
Like the natural world, or what nature?
Yeah. So
I feel like, I mean, I guess
we are all part of nature, and whatever we do cannot possibly not be natural. So I think about it in that way. But then nature as a construct, as placed within the contemporary milieu, let's say.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Like for me, I mean, I don't know if it's also, you know, my dad is part Micmac, and like I think about our relational reciprocity with the natural world. Like I feel like one of the things I've been thinking a lot about is like this, maybe this potential concept of like trisociation, which is like, how do we create non-hierarchical relationships between like nature, the human body, and the natural world? What would that actually look like, right? And so I don't actually, I mean, I don't know how I could, if I could speak to this need to extract ourselves from from nature, because I feel like we need to become more intertwined and to understand and learn from the natural world. So I don't know if you're familiar with the book Braiding Sweetgrass. It was all the rage a while back. So I'm very fond of that book. It felt a little bit like a transitional object for a while. So I think there's a lot of thoughtful interrogation and reflection in that book about what a possible future with our natural environment could be. But I think maybe what you're getting at, and maybe that's this kind of, we're in this climate crisis at the moment, and there's a lot of fear and uncertainty, and there's this need to kind of escape that crisis or solve that crisis or use technology to fix that crisis and all of those things. And I just go back, I remember seeing this film, I don't know, it was Wim Wenders, or there was some German director, where it was a whole film about man and machines. It was like how human man-made machines could change natural landscapes. And in the center of the movie is one character, the only female character in the entire documentary. And she's situated in the middle of the movie at this kind of natural history museum. And she's sharing how, you know, we're at the end of the Anthropocene, right? This is where we are. And that, you know, nature is going to live on and regenerate itself, but we're not. And so I think, I don't know if that's where your question is coming from at all, but I think, you know, I'm interested in like a deeper entwinement, I guess, or entanglement with the natural world. Yeah. So.
Yeah, no, that's, you have answered it perfectly.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. I know it's late. So are you all going to have dinner together or something?
Yes, you can join. Come with masks if you really want. You're here. She's just right here. Come with a mask. We're going to be outside. Anyway, if you want. Yeah, so I would like to thank Haiti for the time, the patience, and all of you for tonight. And I will just require an applause. Yes, so to end the day, we have an award ceremony. I think conclusion remarks may be too much. I think we all have to digest everything that has happened in these 2 days, and everything is going to come together very soon. So anyway, that's the conclusion remarks. But so we're moving forward. Yeah, we're gonna survive, it's fine. But conclusions, I wanna move forward to the award ceremony. So we organized together, Lisu, Dylan, Nicola, and myself, a poster competition, and this is an international poster competition. So we had people around the world submitting submitting 5 imagery or video, anything visual, and then as well text that were explaining the concept, the idea behind every generative work that was published. So on that end, and I will invite Jimmy to share the 3rd prize winner. So the 3rd prize is, I cannot read, Jack Deaby, and so he is, Lisa, you said he's from USF. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach him, so we will try harder. But he's the winner of $50, so congratulations. Jack. All right, so we have the 2nd prize. 2nd prize is for Wei Chung Chen, and he is in person. Come, you have to come. So he got $200, and the first prize is for Alexander Bruder, and he is joining us online. So hi, Alexander. You say hi. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So your prize is here. We will be contacting you. But well, thank you all. I mean, you have some words, please.
So,
Speech.
okay, yeah. Well, first of all, it's very nice, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity that you gave to so many people to contribute in this dialogue. But yeah, apart from that, I don't think that it's necessary for me to talk about very relevant things. I've joined the Zoom sometimes, and yeah, I think it's really fruitful what has been talked about. And yeah, just thanks a lot. I don't know if you have seen it.
Thank you,
the stuff
Alexander.
that I did.
I will then invite co-chairs of the conference, you three come here so you can take a picture of us because we haven't taken any picture. Yeah, with the three of us. And Adil needs, should we go there?
Let's have some food and drinks.